All right, how's it going? What's up, Will?
Yo, what's good, Jonatan? How you doing?
I'm great. How are you? How was yesterday?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good.
You know we're live, right?
So again, mate.
You know we're live.
We're live, boy.
Yeah, we're live. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think I think my computer is.
Seems like his connection is quite bad today. I will be switching to my screen, and we'll dive right into the markets here. Now, William is frozen. I'm gonna remove him quickly. Let him fix his connection. All right, guys, how's it going, everyone? Hope you're all having a fantastic Thursday. Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments how you're all doing today. We got someone saying gold trade. Yep. Also quite interested in what gold is doing right now. So I got Euro USD on here. I want to cover first two things, right? I'm going to cover AUD NCD, and then I want to cover USD JPY because those are the two trades that I have open right now. And then I'll dive into gold, and then we'll look at Euro USD. Let's first start with the boring stuff, okay? Let's start with the boring stuff, and the boring stuff is AUD NCD. This is a trade that I've now been in forever. It feels like forever. How long is this? What's up, William? Welcome. Welcome back. How's it going?
Hello. Yo, thank you. I don't know what was going on. My computer down.
I think your connection is
So I've
is
switched
quite
over onto my
bad. I'm seeing that your connection is very bad. I think that's
yeah. I think I was having a bit of a moment with the Wi-Fi, but I've transferred over onto my data now, so I can hear you and see you perfectly. So we're back.
nice. All right. Beautiful. Right, so we're looking at AUD NCD coming up to my target here. Been holding this for now, what is it, since so December, so January, February, coming up to 3 months now on this one. I'm guessing it is. Yes, it should be. It's 1st of January is 1 month, 1st of February is 2 months, and then 1st of next month should be 3 months. So coming up to a 3-month hold on AUD NCD, following what I talked about yesterday with Dirk and LD, this overall cycle that we're seeing here for AUD NCD. So looking to actually, as a I have to kind of make. I didn't expect this target. I mean, this is 5.5 hour trade. This is one of my biggest trade this year at least. It's about 20 to 25% of the portfolio on this one, which is a great trade on my part. A very big win. But the whole idea here with this trade is to be following the trend. And by taking profits up here, I'm not necessarily following the trend, because the whole idea with following the trend would be to be in the trend as long as it's bullish. But there are a few things here I'm seeing that the trend and the momentum is slowing down, which might make me think that okay, I'm going to move my stops to that one right here, and then I'll have to reconsider: should I follow the trend just indefinitely and just move my stops up instead of, because if I lock in the profit right here, it's still going to be like a 2.53 hour trade. So still good, but I'll have to make some decisions and analysis on that later. So that's AUD NCD. Next up, I want to show you is USD JPY is another trade that I entered. I believe it was Monday. Where do we have the JPY pairs? Right here. So that's USD JPY right here. I've taken partial profits on this one. I'm looking to move move stops to entry on this one. If you guys remember, this was a trade where we looked at USD JPY moving to the upside while the Nikkei was potentially going to move to the downside. So just an update on this. I've taken partial profits. I'm looking for a higher low somewhere here. So something like this. And then if that happens, I'll move my stops to entry. And then hopefully it's going to come up and test that target up here. So if you guys remember the overall analysis we did on this, it was based on the inverse correlation between USD JPY and the Nikkei, where you had USD JPY moving to the downside, the Nikkei moving to the upside, and I was hoping that once USD JPY continued to the upside, the Nikkei might move to the downside. We're not seeing that. So the correlation trade has not materialized, hasn't confirmed whatsoever. If you're looking at the Nikkei here, this was what I was hoping might have happened for the Nikkei. Didn't happen, but we still have about 5 days for that timing to be intact. So that is what I'm monitoring right now. AUD density, USD JPY, the Nikkei, those are my main focuses right now. And I promised gold as well, so we're going to be checking gold quickly. Yeah, gold within the range. We talked about how I said without a significant catalyst here for gold, we're probably going to be trading between this range support and range resistance. Aman wants me to speak Hindi. I'm terribly sorry, but I can't. It's not possible for me to do that. I would have to decline your request respectfully. Right. So we're within this range right here, and I'm thinking, as long as we are within this range, then for me it's a very difficult situation to be trading gold. Now, of course, is reclaiming the range EQ here for this range. You can see on gold that we have broken above the trend line right here. Also had a break and retest of the trend line going into the lower time frames. We do see some really good momentum here. Local bullish structure, very strong. We have a good low time frame support right here. Going into the 50-minute, we do see that we have a break and retest and kind of like a rounded bottom type of structure right here. And we might have something like this throughout today's session. So I would favor longs on gold, but as a swing trader, I'm not touching gold until we have a decisive break below the range lows or above the range high. Now, that's gold. What are you looking at in terms of gold, Will? I know you're looking at gold from time to time.
Yeah, I like gold, man. Truth be told, gold was a little bit funny yesterday. We actually had a guy in chat who my screen has stopped sharing. Let me just bring my screenshot up. There we go. That's better. So I'm just gonna go bring my screen up for you guys. As you can see, I've opened up my sessions indicator. I'll turn that off now real quick. I just wanted to see where it was in relation to session highs and lows and what was going on with the previous sessions. But so this was GU and EU I was just looking at. Gold is being a little bit funny. So we had a gentleman in yesterday whom thought that gold was going to be buying up, and me and Rich both said, look, we cannot see a reason for gold to be buying from here. We want to be seeing sells. I'm trying to work out where this was. In fact, let me just bring sessions back up. It'll help me identify a little bit better where we were. I believe. So this was today, this was last night, this was yesterday. So I believe it was around here somewhere, I think. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I mean, guys, quote me wrong. Whoever was watching yesterday, quote me if I'm wrong. We were looking at a potential sell area around here. We wanted to see price drop and into an area of higher confluence for some potential buy opportunity. And then I think I mentioned this zone here. So I couldn't see price wanting to buy anywhere around here. However, I said, if we can consolidate and break and close higher, then there would be a potential for us to start moving higher. Pretty sure this is the area that I was looking at. I'm trying to double check. I'm pretty sure it was. Anyway, however, they actually mentioned that they were buying, and they mentioned should they be taken out, and is it a potential fake out? And we said, look, trade what you see. We weren't seeing it. However, doesn't mean it wasn't valid. Price then went ahead and continued upwards and started buying up. So kind of interesting. So yesterday gold was a bit funny. No trade for me, unfortunately. However, right now we are starting to see some higher price movements as we hit the 5K mark. Now, I was actually buying gold a couple of days ago with a target at 5K. And I think I was buying around this level here. Now, unfortunately, we did get stopped out, and yeah, that was a real shame on that. But we eventually hit that 5K mark. Now that we're consolidating around this area here, we've broken and closed above these highs quite nicely as well, if I do say. If we drop down onto the 5-minute, we can see that we got this consolidation, bit of a pullback, and now if we can break and close at higher highs, then I'm going to be really interested in buying gold. But I don't want, like guys, that I like to see the breaks and closes above or below to help aid me in the directional bias for the trade idea. And then use the confluence of the overall trend direction. So right now, I'm going to be looking for a break and close above this area here, which is just above the 5K mark. So it's 5,021. So that's what I'm looking at on gold right now. But we'll see if we can get it. Hopefully we can. I can't see why not. But it may want to pull back, and it may want to pull back to around this area here somewhere. And if it does, then so be it. We can't predict price. We've just got to try and trade as best as we can with the information that we have in front of us. The more that I actually draw this up now, I'm seeing a really nice validation pullback zone that we could potentially want to pull back to. It would be super nice if we can actually pull back to this area here and then continue higher. That would be really nice. Not saying it's going to happen. But you've got to always plan for what if. However, ideally, if we can, a break and close above the 520 mark would be lovely. And then I think I'm going to be getting in on some potential buys on gold. But
nice, sounds good.
Yeah,
you're waiting for a break above. So basically a breakout trade.
Yeah, so I'll divide my risk in half. So I'll have a breakout and close above, and then I'll also look for a retest. If we do pull back and retest, then I'll look at potentially getting in on a retest and continuation.
Right.
But yeah, that's what I'm looking at ideally.
Let's see. Yeah, I like that on the lower time frames there. I do think it seems like it's breaking out. Looks like it's about to be breaking out now, and yeah, I think that could be a good breakout for sure.
Yeah. However, those who got in early on gold, then big congratulations to you guys. That would have been 5 to 5 in the morning, so that would have been Asia session. So that would have been sort of coming up to around lunchtime, my session. And as you guys know, I don't trade Asia. However, the breakout here would have been absolutely textbook. It would have been beautiful. So we had a nice consolidation after this nice breakout of these highs, broken close above the highs, consolidated, a further break and close above the highs. Stop loss, you could have either put below these lows, or if you wanted to keep it nice and tight, below this low of the consolidation, targeted to 1 to 2, and you would have hit it textbook. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Easy to say that, but I didn't.
So what when you're waiting for that or you're looking for that breakout, is there any Wait, what is this guy talking about in chat? I have a bike. Bike is
Hmm?
2,000. I need money so I can sell my bike 500. Why do you need money so you can sell your bike?
Right, let me
That,
let me
my friend.
refresh. Chat isn't coming up for me right now. I'm just gonna
Okay.
refresh the page
Well,
to see.
let me help you out here. Let me bring you up to speed here. We have a fellow viewer who needs to sell his bike. He has a bike, and apparently the
Yep.
bike is worth $2,000 from what I'm reading, and he need money to sell the bike. Oh, he's gonna sell the bike for 500 because he needs money uh for a 60K account. I think you Nah, I don't like this. I don't like this. This sounds like a very bad financial decision, my friend. You should keep the bike and just save money if you can, and then
Hmm.
get an account when you can afford getting an account.
Yeah. Is the
Okay.
bike your only mode of transport? Is another fantastic question. Because if
Yeah,
so, you need the bike, my friend. You
probably need the
definitely
bike. Yeah. If you're
definitely need that
I
bike.
mean, the thing is, if you're that desperate to get a, get an account and start trading, you're not going to be trading well anyway. You know what I mean? Like if all you have is money to buy an account, and what if you're going to lose the account? So whenever you buy an account, you have to expect to lose that account because there's no certainties in trading. Like there's no certainties at all. We just had a short uploaded here on the YouTube channel. You guys can go check that out. It's basically I'm explaining how technical analysis can be likened to weather forecasting, right? And we all
Yeah, I
know
saw that.
that,
Dude, that was really interesting. I like that.
yeah, we all know that you can wake up one day and you're promised sunshine and it starts raining. And what if
Hmm.
you bet 5,000 on it being a sunny day and then you wake up and it's raining and it's literally gone? That's what trading is all about. It's all about probabilities. And you can kind of look at trading as, I don't like using the word gamble, but you have to think about it. You have to think about, because everyone says, "Oh, trading is not gambling. Professional trading is structured. It's you have a plan. It's a business." Yeah, right, of course. But there's a lot of luck involved as well. There's a lot of luck involved with trading. If you're profitable for 1 year, there's no certainty whatsoever that you're going to be profitable year number 2 or year number 10. There is a very, very small percentage of people in the trading space that, one, is can make a living from trading. Very, very
Hmm.
small percentage. That's why almost all the traders out there that you will see either has, a service that they are selling, analytical service. Like myself, I have that as well because I am not trading full time. My full time occupation is not trading. I don't make all my money from trading, and if I did, I wouldn't be able to do it for long because the pressure is too big, right? So it's only a very, very small percentage of people that can actually make it as full time traders. So keep that in mind. You are the
Yeah.
probability of you making it in the trading space as a full time 100% full time trader is small. Okay. So treat it as if it is money that you can afford to lose, and treat it as a hobby and just have some fun. And if you're able to make some money and you see progress and you'll be able to become profitable doing that, then maybe you can start looking at doing it professionally. But, you know,
Dude, I
most
like that.
professional dude, like most professional money managers, they're losing money. Most
Yeah.
professional traders are losing money on average. Okay, look at all the professional, financial advisors and hedge funds, etc. Do you really think they're all making money? Like, you know,
Hmm.
it's not. It's the
Yeah.
industry that we are in. You have to see for what it is. So when I see things like this, like you need and like, oh, please restore my account, draw down. Like, you're not trading, you're gambling. All right, you gotta be like, you're gambling. You're taking a gamble. You're not taking a calculated
Yeah.
risk. You're
Calculated
just
risk.
hoping
Yeah,
for the
exactly.
best.
Like I love what you said there. When we're so open about it, and this is the luxury about what we do here at the Fivers. I am technically a full-time trader, but I'm not. I'm not a full-time trader. You know, I say I'm a full-time trader because people don't want to hear about what else I do in life. You know, I got lots of different bits that pay me. You know, I do other occupations that pay me. I just earn most of my money through trading. You know, so that's my predominant job. That's where I put all my focus is through trading. It's my career. However, you know, if I was to solely rely 110% on trading alone, I'd struggle. I probably wouldn't be able to be as successful as I am now because, you know, like Jonatan said, the pressure is too big. It's not sustainable. So therefore, you've got to treat trading, yes, as a profession, but you've also got to remember that it's a harsh career, and 99.999% of those traders have other income, whether it's courses, whether it's analytical jobs, whether it's I don't know, personal training, because maybe they're also into fitness. They're full-time traders and they're personal trainers. You know, so everyone's got other avenues and other ways of making money. You know, and if you interview, like I've seen podcasts with a lot of millionaires, some even billionaires, and they've got multiple streams of incomes. I think the one interview I watched, I think it was 2 days ago. It was a woman, and she was a multi millionaire, and she had 2 degrees coming out of university. She ended up getting, like, she went back to uni, got another degree, and she said, like, the degrees are good because it helps her be taken seriously in profession. She said, however, though, I only have the degrees to look professional. Other than that, my careers, and she said careers multiple, she said, my careers don't require me to have a degree. It's just for business and it's just for aesthetic that she has it. However, when she mentioned about careers, the interviewer said, how many careers do you have? Like, how many businesses do you have? And I think she said 3, and she's a multimillionaire. And she said, I have 3 and I'm low in the ballpark of millionaires, you know? So people out there being like, I'm going to become a multimillionaire with trading, it's definitely possible. But just remember, trading is a tool, not the destination. Trading is just another notch on the belt. It's something that you can add to your portfolio to increase your monetary value to get you a step closer to your multi-millionaire status. You know, it's not going to be the be all and end all. You know, it's just something you can add to your number of businesses or incomes or careers.
Yeah, definitely. I like that. It's we also have a good comment here. Someone asking what the priority is for the live stream. Is it analysis and trades, or just a chat and signal stream? Well, it's definitely not a signal stream. I think what the purpose of this live stream is to give a holistic view of trading from a prop firm trading perspective, where we have both the intraday traders, day traders, scalpers, swing traders, investors, position traders, everything. We're trying to give you a complete holistic view of trading. We're not giving you trade setups and signals saying buy gold here, sell it here, and but we can say things like I'm buying here, and the reasons for buying here is this and that. The thing with signal services is it's a very good way of losing money. Because it's fun, you know, it's fun. It's kind of like it's a glorified way of gambling, basically, and it's quite fun. So if you like gambling, but you want to do it in a more fun way and lose money while you think you're learning, then signal services is great. But if you want,
that's an interesting way of looking at it. I've never thought about it like that.
if you want proper analysis from experts, myself, I've been in the field for 10 years. This summer, hopefully, I'll be a certified technical analyst with the CMT designation. We have a wealth of knowledge here to share with you. We have traders who have been in the market for 25 years, have run family offices, and had control over massive portfolios. and people in the future space, in the Forex space, in the crypto space, everywhere, ranging from macro analysis and technical analysis. So this is a place to learn and get a better understanding of the markets and get the information that you need to apply to your own trading to succeed in your career as a trader. But if you're coming here just to copy our trades, go ahead. But you're never going to make it in this industry anyway. But you're welcome to do that.
Yeah.
But make sure you ask questions, because I would like to help as many people as possible to succeed in this industry. But I also know I've been in this space for 10 years. I started looking into helping people and educating people about five years into my journey. So I've been doing that for about 5 years now, and I'd say 75% of all the people I've mentored and helped in the trading space, maybe even as close to 90, they're not really interested in long-term profitability. They are interested in short-term gains and a gambler's mentality and the gambler's mindset. And when they understand what trading is all about, that you actually have to put in the work and you have to put in the time and you have to act as a professional, they leave and they never come back. So I'm aware of that, of course, that we're going to have a lot of viewers asking for signals, and good luck in your career, basically.
Yeah, literally that. Literally that. The same goes for me. I'm very much moving away from the idea of mentoring people in trading. I have done. I've mentored friends. I've mentored people I've known, like friends of friends. And in all fairness, I've had 2 people out of the people that I've mentored, and I've been in the game 7 years. I've been full time 5 years this summer, or this, I think this September. I went full time in September. I can't remember if it was 4, 5, or 6 years ago. Pretty sure it was 5 this year. Anyway, and I've mentored a few people. I've taken them from knowing nothing about trading to being wherever they are now. And I've had 2 people out of all those people who've genuinely looked at me and said, Will, I don't want it sugar-coated. I don't want the quick fix. I don't want the quick release. I want longevity in trading. And I'll tell you one thing now, I'm still friends with those people, because I believe in friendship in this industry, because it's a very close-knit industry. And once you get to a pretty decent level, like I believe like now, I'm at a pretty decent level on my streaming, on my trading, and who I am as an entrepreneur in the trading industry. I'm starting to know a lot of people internationally, and it's like, wow, this world is smaller than you realize in the retail trading industry. And every single person I meet, they're like, oh yeah, well, how much can I make now? How much can I make tomorrow? How much can I make next week? The minute I say to them, it's not going to happen like that, you need longevity in it, they just disappear, or they fizzle out after a month or two, to the point where now I'm actually giving up. I've completely shifted and moved away from mentoring people in trading to actually mentoring and trying to help people grow in their life. And to basically, I've moved into like lifestyle coaching instead of trading coaching, because people just don't want to put in the hard work.
Yeah, that's 100%. I'm
it's a shame, man. But
yeah, but it's like that in all I would say in most most parts of life. Okay, we got a follow-up question. Good, guys, keep the question coming. I'd love. I mean, I have a wealth of knowledge when it comes to technical analysis. If you want me to explain anything to you, let me know. I'd love to help you guys out. Any simple strategies or approaches that might work in trading. But this is a good one. I use simple supply and demand and market structure, and I believe entering when planned. I believe entering with planned exits. Then is this stream for me? Will it be a good? Yeah, of course. Of course. This basically is a simple explanation of what technical analysis is and the purpose of technical analysis. I think Supply and demand is a great way to be trading. When I hear supply and demand, I basically just think horizontal support and resistance. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about, and then marking out the structure. This is probably where you're identifying um, the different trends that are in the markets. And as we know, the trends are the markets are fractal, so you'll have trends within trends and different structures within other structures. And I think it's important to note the overall structure and the overall trend. That's one of the reasons why I'm not trading gold here, is because gold is in a ranging environment on the medium time frame with quite indecisive price action, but overall it's very bullish. So because of that, if I would be looking for gold trades, I would only look for longs because the primary trend is bullish. If and I would only long support and try to make sure that I'm not longing into a resistance, and that's kind of like what I'm looking at right now with gold. At 5,040, we start to enter a high time frame resistance zone. So, for example, there is the trade that Will talked about where you might have a breakout above 5,020 to 22 area, stops at 5,005, and then you'd have at least above 1 hour. But to me that's too little. Like, I'm looking for at least 2 hour. If I'm intraday trading, I'd be looking for probably somewhere between 5 and 10 hour for the trades, because I would then be kind of combining the swing trading entries with tighter stop loss. But let's see.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what we can get out of this. It's on the 5-minute as well. The 15-minute. I'm a bit worried that we've swept this high and haven't closed above it. So it's a real shame. If we managed to close above that high, it would have been really nice, given that we've got this beautiful 3-wick rejection here, followed by a nice bullish candle. But look, it is what it is. So we just got to wait and see. Euro's looking really nice, by the way.
Yeah, your USD looks good.
Yeah, seeing a really nice breakout on the high side here of this consolidation zone. Going to be actually looking at buying euro if we can close above nicely. I don't want to rush it, so we're just gonna wait and see. We've got this. We're currently broken out of the Tokyo session, so going to see if we can continue higher. I know that I used to look at the sweeps and like an opposing move, but we're clearly like on the flow of the bullish trend right now. So we'll have to see how it goes. Ideally, I'd like to see if we can move up into this area just up here. We've got 1 minute now until this 5-minute candle closes. So can we get something along the lines of this? I'll open my MT up in a bit. I'm going to see if I can get a 1-to-1 at least. And then maybe... So we're going to have a continuation trade. And maybe even then a break and retest. So something a little bit like this. That'd be cool if we can get that.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a... yeah, that's a good trade. I'll be looking at that myself.
Yeah.
We have a comment here saying that I'm a highly educated technical analyst. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. There are people out there who are much better at analyzing the markets and has much deeper technical knowledge than myself. But I would gladly help you out in showing you your easiest way, or my easiest way of analyzing the markets. It's actually very simple. So the way what I do is I always start from, let me just see here if I have everything. We can actually take a look at USD JPY, an analysis that I did a while ago. But before we can go into that, I also want to, I just need to copy this one. Give me just a second. I need to copy this one, make a copy. USD JPY, a correlation. Okay. Okay, so let's go to USD JPY. So the easiest way that I know of analyzing the markets. So first what I do is I begin at the higher time frames and I try to get a sense of, and a good way would be to go to the line chart. Just get an idea of what you're seeing. And when you're looking at the markets, try to, if you don't know about the Dow theory, go to ChatGPT or Google or whatever, ask for a summary and a breakdown of the Dow theory, and especially the principles of the primary trend, the secondary trend, and the intraday trends, and how the markets moves in cycles between accumulation and distribution, and how the averages confirms each other. So look into that. That will give you a solid understanding of the very basic foundations of technical analysis as it was authored by Charles Dow back in over 100 years ago. He was also the he wrote a set of editorial letters back then that was the set the foundation for the Wall Street Journal. Right. So the first thing I do is I look at the weekly, and I try to get a sense of what is the market. What is the market doing here? What type of market structure are we in? And we can see that on the very high time frames, we have something which looks to be going sideways, ranging very simple stuff, right? Super simple stuff. We have come from a long-term uptrend with USD JPY being very strong, reaching higher lows and higher highs, coming into a lower high, equal lows, and then equal high. So we're kind of transitioning from a very long-term uptrend into a long-term range. And then you kind of want to mark out your horizontal levels and your horizontal support. Keep it very, very simple, right? Very, very simple. This is one thing that I've learned through all my studying of technical analysis, is that the more knowledge you have and the more skills you have in trading and technical analysis doesn't necessarily mean that you have to apply everything. The more I learn, the clearer it becomes to me that keep it simple. The things that I learned in the very beginning, that is the things that I've seen is the most powerful, and it's very, very simple. Identify the primary trend. Now, what is the primary trend? That is the dominant trend that you can see on the market. Looking at the higher time frames, it's going to be the weekly or the daily. Trade with that primary trend. Follow the trend. You want to identify a trend. You want to ask yourself, how can I enter that trade, that trend, and how can I manage my risk along the way while following the trend for as long as possible. Actually, I want to show you AUD NCD because that's actually a market that I have been trading and I have a position on. So we can see here AUD NCD on the weekly. Now, what I like to do to understand the structure of a market is to clean out the chart, make it a little bit cleaner. So here on the, when we had a candlestick chart, it's quite messy, right? It's quite messy. So we switch to the line chart and it becomes a little bit more messy. Something that you can do to really just get a sense of the overall structure, you can add a indicator here called zigzag, right? So you can see this is the zigzag indicator. I'm not going to go into detail exactly how this is calculated because it's just going to take too long, but just add it on here And then what we can do, we can now click the line chart of the price, right click that one and click hide. Now price is hidden and all we have now is these clean lines. And what we can see here is the overall structure of AUD and CD. Actually, it's not super clean, but the overall structure that I'm seeing is sort of like price comes in here, forms up some type of range here, moves up, distribution, downtrend, accumulation, breakout, accumulation, high. So this is the typical price action pattern of the Dow theory, where we have a downtrend, accumulation, uptrend, distribution, downtrend, accumulation, break above accumulation, potentially signaling a new cyclical move. So that's the overall foundation for AUD and CD. Now let's move back to price. Let's move the zigzag. As you can see here, it's kind of showing the same thing here, but a little bit messier. So we know that the overall structure for AUD and CD is that it has been in a potential accumulation range since October 2013. We go into the weekly again. We have the candlesticks on. We add a horizontal level at the very high right here. Let's also include that one right there. And then we include that one. This is the overall high of this range. Actually, I think we want to make it a little bit smaller. That makes more sense because I view this as kind of deviation above. So that's the range high. Now, what happens is when we break above that range high, it signals a potential entry into a new cyclical move and a new market structure for AUD and CD. And then we go into the daily and we try to figure out what is the trend? What is the trend? Where do we have the higher highs? Where do we have the higher lows? Obviously, the trend for AUD and CD is bullish. It has broken above the accumulation highs. It's now signaling that we might have a new long-term trend. Whether you are a scalper or intraday trading, this is really good for you to know because you now know that AUD and CD, and looking at my projection for AUD and CD, if we go back to the actual trade that I have open, which is this one right here, looking at my projection for AUD and CD based on this, we are looking at a new cycle that might last somewhere between 1,000 days and 1,500 days. Within this cycle here, which I'm assuming might end somewhere around the end of 2028 till 2029, within this cycle, you'll be able to probably find good long setups within this whole cycle when you have the high time frame dips, right? So that's the cyclical perspective I have when trading the markets, and I use the Dow theory to figure out what type of cycle we are in the markets. And then it's just about zooming in and figuring out, can we find uptrends within that bullish cycle? And on the daily, clearly we have an uptrend right here, and we have higher highs and higher lows right here. Now, what I'm applying is a very simple concept called the break and retest. When you have a break above the previous range highs, which is this one right here, you want to see a retest of the breakout area. And that's exactly what we have right here. What can we find to really confirm the validity of this level? Was any type of bullish reaction right here? You see in the daily, you come down, you have multiple good looking daily candles right here. It's happening right on the 0.618 Fibonacci retracement level, measured from the low to the high of the breakout move. The Fibonacci retracement level is a great tool that I use to look for good levels to get in on a retrace or a pullback in a downtrend. But very clearly here, this is where I entered AUD and CD. Now, I also added the Fibonacci extension to the Fibonacci retracement tool, where you have the minus 0.618 up here. Now, if we zoom out to the weekly, it's important that your profit targets, either you have profit targets, right? Either you use profit targets, or you simply just ride the trend and move your stops up. Now, looking at the weekly right here, now I'm actually expecting this move to perhaps move as high as up here. Because why? Well, that is the low of the distribution range that, once broken, had a powerful move to the downside. This happened in April of 2013. And I'm expecting this current cycle move to at least move up to this level. And as you can see, that's way above my Fibonacci extension. So that's why I'm contemplating moving my TP just all the way up here and keep trailing my stops to the upside. Currently, I have my stops here. but I'm looking to move it up here. And with every new swing low, I'll move it higher. Now, it doesn't matter if you're trading on the lower time frames or if you're trading on the higher time frames. It's a very simple concept to understand. It's a very simple concept to implement into trading as well. You find the primary trend. You trade the primary trend on whatever time frame you're trading. This is on the daily. I'm trading the daily as a swing trader. You can trade this on the 4 hour as well. You can trade it on the 1 hour as well. Just make sure that you're trading according to the concept of a break and retest within the primary trend, and then you move your stop up with every new higher swing low. Very simple, but from a patience perspective and a perspective of discipline, can be very difficult, because if I tell you that you'd have to hold this trade for 3 or 4 months, you're going to be like, that's how do I make money on that? Well, I'm already up 20% on this trade on my personal account. If I close this trade right here and I do not take a single trade for the rest of the year, I will be at the very top of professional traders in the world by making only 20% a year. Now think about that. One trade, 3 months, outperforming a lot of even hedge funds out there, and outperforming probably even the S&P 500 on a risk-adjusted return basis. So keep it simple and just follow simple rules that has been in technical analysis for over 100 years. We have people talking in the comments about order blocks and fair value gaps and all of that. That it's nice to know. But it's new concepts restructured from old concepts. We already know how the markets operate. We already know that trends develop in markets. We don't really know why they develop exactly, but what we do know is that trends develop in markets. We know what they look like, and we know that it is a very simple rule of technical analysis that all traders follow, is that trends tend to persist, and a trend will remain a trend until the end of the trend. So the best thing you can do is to follow the trend for as long as the trend is active. And if you do that, you'll make money. And it's super simple.
People don't want to listen to that. People don't want to hear how simple it can be. And people don't want to hear how, if they're 20% up, they're on top with all these top hedge funds. They want to hear on how they can get 100% in a week.
Exactly. So Martin, hopefully that answers your questions. It was I think that one thing, if you're going to look at trading education and you're going to be buying courses, etc., from traders and educators out there, ask them to do the process that I did right now. Ask them to explain to you the fundamental basics of technical analysis and how the markets move. If they can't do that in a very simple way in less than maybe 2 to 5 minutes, they don't have the knowledge needed to teach you trading. Because what the goal of a trading educator is to be able to explain complex things like trading at its very most simplistic core. Because if you complicate trading, the mental challenge and the trading psychology issues that you're going to run into are just going to be amplified the more complex your process is. We all know from behavioral finance, behavioral economics, Kahneman, the Nobel Prize-winning author of Thinking Fast and Slow. He is a firm believer that you cannot outperform the market. You cannot make money long-term in the markets. A financial advisor's job is not to tell people what to buy, but it's more about how to think when you're buying and not change your approach and keep it simple. That is the only way for a financial advisor to have profitable clients, and therefore also the way for hedge funds and stock pickers and traders, etc., to be able to even remotely have a chance of outperforming the market. But there are outliers, right? There are people out there who are able to outperform the markets long term. People like traders at S&B Capital. You have Warren Buffett. But these are top of the top. These are highly intelligent, smart, creative people with a unique mindset and a unique approach to trading. So try not to complicate something that is already one of the most difficult things you can ever try to master.
Yeah, literally that. Don't try and complicate something that the most profitable people simplify.
Yeah.
But it's easier said than done, because sometimes we oversimplify it that much. We don't want we put so much effort into to master these markets, or trying to at least gain an edge in these markets, that we feel like we must try and complicate it to make it look like our hard work is paid off because we're super intelligent. So we try and overcomplicate it to make us sound more intelligent, to be like, wow, you've actually done that. That sounds so complicated. And by doing that, we've actually overcomplicated it in our own brain, to the point now where we've actually lost an edge, or we've overcomplicated it when we approach the markets, and therefore, we're downward spiraling. So instead, understand that just being a remotely profitable trader with a slight edge in the market it's a complicated enough journey. So keep it simple and brag about how simple it is, and if anything, actually make people believe that it's super easy. Because if they believe that it's super easy and they want to give it a go, they'll soon learn that it's very difficult. So by you simplifying it, you're understanding and reiterating and reassuring yourself how simple your trading must be to allow yourself to navigate through such a complex industry, that other
Yeah.
people now think that you're doing it easy. And I created a reel a couple of days ago, and it was what people think, or what people say when they see my stories. One was, how do you do it? The other one was, where does he get the money to do all this? The other one was, option C was, does he even have a job? You want people to be thinking like that. You want people to be looking at you thinking, how the hell does he do it? Like, it's, what's going on? Like, you want them to be so baffled by almost how idiotically simple your system is, but they give it a go and they can't do it. So
Yeah.
that's the goal.
But I think also it's very important to note here that when I say keep it simple, I don't mean keep it simple from I don't mean that you should have a simplistic way of looking at your level of knowledge, and because you need comprehensive knowledge to be able to make it in trading. But the whole idea of simplicity is to take complex ideas and make it simple. So something that is very simple for me today might be very complicated to someone else, because for example, I'm looking at I can say things like, okay, identify the trend, identify the supply and demand areas, and then just ride the trend. To me, that's super simple. But the way I identify the trend is, of course, by looking for the type of structures that I intuitively have learned to do over 10 years period, and by studying things like Dow theory. And I'm also applying things like the ADX indicator. I'm looking for RSI divergences at entries. I'm looking at the OBV for divergences, and I'm trying to look at momentum. And to really do that, you need to understand what price momentum is and how these price momentum indicators actually work. So it's not about keeping it simple from a perspective of knowledge, right? It's not, you can't just say, oh, just stick a couple of EMAs on your chart and buy whenever price hits that level. It's not that type of simplicity. It's about studying for long and then taking the things that you understand at a deep level and creating a simple process around that. So there's some misconception in trading when we say keep it simple. It's not really about keeping it small in that sense. It's more about gathering a lot of knowledge, filtering in it, and taking the concept, the complicated concepts, and putting into a simple framework. Hopefully that makes sense. We have a question asking. Okay, so we have astronomical guy. First of all, we have the tin pot trader. What people are trying to do and failing is working out what stage price is at in its cycle. It can't be done. Just keep it simple and identify patterns that indicate trends. Yeah, so the absolute simplest way to be trading is to identify the trend and follow the trend. But I wouldn't really necessarily agree that it understanding where we are in a cycle is possible to some extent. I mean, you can clearly. Let's go to the S&P 500. I think the S&P 500 is a great example of a market that moves in clear cycles. So this is the tariff dump right here. We can ignore that. Really, that is a outlier. I believe that is part of the same cycle. If we're looking at this. Now, if we're looking at this, I think it's from a technical perspective, it's quite clear that we are in the beginning stages of an uptrend. We are in the beginning stages of a cycle. So right here, what we have done, we have identified the stage of the cycle, which is in the beginning phases. Now, it's easy for me to do this because it's hindsight. I can go back, but you never know with certainty where you are in the cycle. But you do know when a trend is potentially starting. And when a trend potentially is starting, that means you're potentially in the beginning phases of a cycle. And then you move like this, and you can now say, okay, the trend is now confirmed. We have a higher high and a higher low, and we're breaking into new all-time highs. The new cycle did begin here, and we were in the early stages of the cycle. So the question is now, are we still in the early stages of the cycle? And looking at this and doing analysis on the overall cycles of the S&P 500, we could say that yes, we are in the early stages of the cycle. Now, looking at S&P from this perspective, ignoring this and looking at this tariff dump as part of the cycle, go to the log scale. And what we can see here is that S&P 500 moves through clear cyclical behaviors. And I would argue that we are, according to this and according to the length of the cycles, coming into the late stage of the equity cycle. Let's see. So I think, from this being the beginning of the cycle, and this being where we are currently in the cycle, it looks like we are getting close to the end of the cycle. Now, I said the same thing here, okay? And that was, 65 weeks ago. So it's you can't time the cycles. You don't know where, but you can definitely say that when a beginning of the cycle happens, you will know it from price. And when the cycle ends, you will see signs of that in price as well. Just like when you broke those lows, you had a potential distribution range, and that looked like a cycle low, but it was just a shock to the system because of the shock to the system because of the tariffs and everything. Astronomical. I'm looking for big, heavy investors. If any out there, ping me. Yeah, send me a DM on LinkedIn. If you want me to invest in you, what you need to send me is a 12-month track record from your personal broker, audited by a third-party auditor to make sure it's all true. If you can show me great results over a long-term period, I'd happily invest in you. But you're trading based on astronomical patterns, so we all know that you don't have that long-term track record. But if you do have it, send it to me and let's get working together. But we all know that's not going to happen. However, I do appreciate you coming in. I do appreciate your comments. You're definitely bringing some interesting engagement to the comment section here. So we got astronomical signal, BTC buy target 68,000, duration 24 hours. Take it. Okay, let's go to man. I love this. This is everything that technical analysis is not. Okay, this is exactly what I said in the video when I talk about technical analysis being like weather forecasters. This is exactly the type of analysis that gives technical analysis in the whole trading space a disservice. Okay, because like, hey, buy here. If you follow these types of advice, you'll lose money, and this guy, by doing this, is responsible for that. Okay, so when you say take this trade, you're giving financial advice, and it's the reason why you're anonymous. God, this industry. Okay, target 60. Target 68. Look at this. It's like, oh,
Very good.
it's like bouncing. It's like, oh, it's bouncing on support. Yeah, no shit. Where should you TP? At resistance. Oh, astronomical. I love this. I love it. Neptunus told me there's a resistance line here. Yeah, it's price action as well.
Oh man, you should have been here when me and Anastasiia were talking about the Orion's belt theory. Oh man, we were creasing.
You know what? I'm not. I am not discriminating any type of methods out there. I mean, I don't care. It doesn't matter if you're able to make money trading by planetary alignment. Go for it. I think it's a really cool idea. I love the idea of cycles being influenced by human psychology, and perhaps human psychology being influenced when whatever happens in nature, and therefore having like a connection. The market's having a connection to humanity and the universe or whatever. So I'm absolutely not against that. What I am against, though, is coming into a live stream saying astronomical target is 68K. Well, yeah, because I can just add a line here at 68,000. And what do we have? Like, yeah, you don't need to look at the stars to figure that one out. You know what I mean? Like, you can't break universe patterns and rules. No, you can't. Definitely. Yeah, and I said 10 hours. Did I say anything about 10 hours? Who said 10 hours? Okay. The pattern which are projected is not scalping thing. It's a big move. What is the pattern? Could you show me show me on the sky, show me what's the pattern?
It's written in the stars, Jonatan. Listen to him. God's sake.
Yeah. I trade birthday candles like nice. Oh, okay, this is it. It has 8 points. I don't know what points is, but retrace back to same level now. Going back again, high to hit. God, it's amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Okay, take it. I gotta go into his. I gotta check this out.
Bro, yeah, you gotta hear him out. You've got to hear the man out. He could be a fantastic.
You want to come on the live stream? Yeah, man. Do you want to? But you have to show your face. You have to show your face. Come on here. We invite you on the live stream.
As I said, let's get him an invite and let's get him on stream.
Yeah, let's get him on here. Get him on.
Oh, dude, I'm just looking at EU and GU at the moment. Trying to work out if it's. I've just bought GU as well at this nice little level down here, but.
It's just. Oh, okay. So the channel is just astronomical time traders, but there's nothing on here. So, well, okay, we do appreciate. This is probably LJ. Yeah, I think this is LJ. 100%. This is LJ. This guy. You can't tell me this is not LJ. 100%, that's LJ. It is. Yeah, I think it is. I know he's in the background. We're gonna have him on later. Um, okay, should I just take the trade and then just call the financial authorities and blame everything on him? Oh man, it's funny.
If it helps, I actually have bought euro and pound against the dollar, so
Yeah, it's a good trade for sure.
yeah. Don't know
I
if
did.
I don't know if the stars are aligning with it, but yeah, I my strategy is aligning with it, so I suppose that's all that matters. If I lose, though, I am going to blame him.
There is a lot of like what I'm seeing here is I'm not I like the confidence here. We do have a good support area right here, but I would have liked to see that being the proper bounce area.
Yeah, yeah, fair. Yeah, I kind of wanted to see a better reaction on EU, sorry. But hey, look, I mean, we're still in we're like the consolidation. We've broken and closed above the high. It's a beautiful pullback, break and retest. So there's, it's still a valid trade. It's just I would have liked, like on a personal and an emotional level, I would have liked a better reaction. The way it entered into my break and retest was a bit savage. It just sort of like dropped into it, and I was like, okay. But I don't know. It is heading down. It is melting a bit, but we just got to be patient. Like if it breaks and closes underneath the consolidation, then we'll just have to reconsider and then question potentially an exit strategy. But we'll see.
Yeah, but I would have liked to see a bounce on that area. Well, I gotta
Yeah,
take a quick break. Okay,
yeah,
I'll be back in the yeah, I'll be back in just a bit. Okay.
Dim problem, my friend. Not a problem whatsoever. Right. Oh, where's my screen gone? Right, let me get my screen up. I tell you what, let's get my trading view up so you guys can see. So this is what I'm looking at on EU. I have taken this trade. I've also taken it a little bit higher up as well. This is depends what happens around here. Could potentially be an invalidation zone. We're down about $600 at the moment, maybe $700. GU is also tanking. It's now swept this zone here. So if we break and close under this zone, then potentially I'm going to be looking at an exit strategy. I thought we could have bounced really nicely from this zone on GU, but it's almost counter trend trading. We can see that we're clearly very bearish at the moment, but the way that we had this reaction here was really, really nice. So I was willing to have a pullback and then continuation up into this area here. Now, if we had, consolidation around this area, this is the point that we could have either broken through or we could have continued lower. So I was happy to take that on the pound. It's looking okay. It's not looking the strongest in the world. We just had it melt on the 5 minute. But if we can reject this, hold this area here, and then start pushing up, I'm gonna be pretty happy with that. Euro, like I said, it's hanging within the consolidation zone. This area here, I would have much preferred to have seen it sort of creep on down, very much like this has here, but it didn't. We just had that massive drop into my entry zone. It just like entered me in on a 4 lot, and I was like, oh, well, that was savage. So that entered me in. So we'll just see how it goes. I'm just gonna bring my MT up for you guys, and then I'll share my MetaTrader screen, and you guys will be able to see it a little bit better. Let's have a quick look. There we go. So you guys should be able to see my screen now. $400 down. I was about $700 down. So this is GU. So this is the pound in this consolidation area here. As I said, TP is at the low of my area of interest for sells or buys, like I pointed out a little bit earlier on the trading view. So that's around about $600, I believe the TP is. 644, yeah. So $600 is my TP up here. We'll see if we can get to it. If we can, amazing. If we can't, that would be a real shame. EU, like I said, still consolidation. As I said, the way that this candle just savagely dropped into it, I got 6 lots on EU right now. TP at the highs up here at about $800. And then a discretionary, the hard stop loss is down here, but the discretionary stop loss is going to be around this level here. So it depends what happens within this level. It will depend on whether I consider looking for an exit strategy. However, the way that we've wicked here and then moved up, broken and closed above, beautiful. The way we came down back into the consolidation zone wasn't so nice. We consolidated a little bit, but we're starting to wick to the downside. This wick here is really, really nice. If we can push down a little bit and then start heading up, beautiful. If not, shame. But we're showing a little bit of consolidation. So if we can start heading up now, or sort of like now within the next 10-15 minutes, I'll potentially look at holding this. Otherwise, we got what, 10-13 minutes before this session ends. So I kind of want to see us not necessarily move into profit, but move into a state of higher probability in order flow for me to have the confidence to want to watch this trade and manage it. If I don't see what I want to see before my session ends here, before jumping off and letting the other guys take over, then I'll probably just exit, because I don't want to be sitting there stressing like, oh, is it going to? Whereas I would rather just walk away happy knowing that, look, when I looked at it last, it was at the highest probable chance. Whereas now, if it's not going to be at the highest probable chance, I'm just going to be watching it all the time. And I don't want to be doing that, because that's not why I trade. So we'll see. GU is looking quite nice, mind. So that is something. Okay, you can check the trades, don't have to make an investment in it. What are you on about? What are you on about, my friend? Shane Joyce, he made me giggle. Where's Shane Joyce? Oh, someone should invest in a caps lock button. Fair, yeah. Astronomical to get the bank. You're not going to get any investors here. That's true, man. I'm looking for big, heavy investors. Dude, you're probably not going to get some big, heavy investors here. First things first, your name, no offense, it's not the most serious name in the world. Try, if you want people to take you seriously, maybe you should take yourself a bit more serious. That's not the most serious username in the world. Come on, man. Like no one cares why you think the trades are going to go up. All they want to see is proof that the trades are going to go up. That's the way you're going to get investors, not by telling them it's written in the stars, man. You're lucky. Come on, make some sense in your own head. Can I do an analysis on the US 30? Yes, absolutely. Let's take a quick look. Okay, GU's fine, EU's fine. EU's actually looking quite nice. Okay, US 30. Woof! US 30, where are you off, my friend? Okay, so US 30 doesn't actually look that bad on the 4-hour time frame. We've come up into this area of imbalance here. haven't quite made the high or the supply zone, area of interest, whatever you guys want to call it. Haven't quite made it into that area yet. I would have liked to have seen a break on these highs into this nice little zone here, which is like the crossover between the supply zone and the imbalance zone. So that would have been really nice before potential continuation lower. That would have been pretty cool. Or, potentially, guys, look, this is an area for price to continue higher, given that we are actually above this this moving average here. We've pulled back down, wicked into it once, wicked into it twice. We've failed to break higher highs. Actually, no, we haven't. That was technically a higher high here. So we have created higher highs. We need to break and close under this low here for this to be a shift in order flow and a potential shift in direction. Other than that, I think we're bullish on the higher time frame. So if we can potentially hold this area, move, continue, break, and then look at a re-entry and then an entry here for a continuation higher, that'd be quite nice. Me do thinks, but we'll see. Let me just clear everything up a little bit. Drop down onto the 1 hour time frame. On the hourly, we can clearly see a break to the low side of the consolidation. We are getting this consolidation price here. It is in a channel, however. We are channeling slightly to the upside, not very strong, but we are channeling to the upside ever so slightly. So we are in an uptrend-ish. I don't like this price action. I wouldn't like to trade it. However, if we drop down to the 50-minute, it does clear up a little bit as we can see this consolidation break to the low side. And then Richard Butler, if you're watching right now, or if you're already trading, if you were trading the US30, this would be one of Richie B's drop-based drop, I believe. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I did see you in chat a minute ago. So there's a potential area to be selling, probably around about here, maybe. Yeah, I think that would be a nice area to be selling from. And then stop loss at the high, and then potentially a one to one, as I know that he targets a 1-to-1 in London. So there's a nice little 1-to-1 there. So, you could have been entered in on a sell position on the 15-minute to see if that's valid on the 5. If anything, actually, so Richard Butler would have got his drop-based drop. I would have had my consolidation break on the 5. So me and Richard Butler would have been able to take this trade as a valid trade idea, except he would have gotten in a bit better price. I probably would have gotten about here, meaning I would have had to target a little bit lower for a 1-to-1. So there's a potential sell opportunity, or was a potential sell. If we pull back, there's also a potential break and retest in on the US30. I'll leave that up to see if it does hit. In fact, actually, I'm going to go back because I prefer that entry. So I'm going to go back up to the 50-minute, because I always believe that if you can trade the higher time frame for an entry, you're going to get a higher probability than if you trade the lower time frame for an entry. But that's going to be interesting to see what happens there. 15-minute on the Euros looking good. Ooh la la. Oh, that's looking... Oh, I've just realized I've got my meta trade. I just realized I got my MetaTrader up, not my trading view. I've just been doing an analysis. Oh, will you idiot. Sorry, guys. I guess you got to see my P&L move, but what an idiot. Oh, dear, oh dear, oh dear. Don't worry, guys. I will go back over the US30 now. Oh, what a muppet. Oh, well, at least you get to see the P&L shift a little bit into our direction on MetaTrader on the terminal. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, Will, you absolute muppet. Right. Sorry, guys. There we go. As you can see, the trade that I was just talking about, let me just get rid of it all and re-go over it. So let's jump back up onto the 4-hour time frame. So Oh, you know when I did this yesterday, I sent my brother a voice note and then it deleted as I clicked send. And then I sent him another voice note. And then as I realized and I looked back to see if it would sent, it deleted again. And then I just called my brother and I said, I did leave you a voice note, but I can't be asked to send it to you a third time. So that's frustrating. Anyway, so we've got this high up here or supply zone. We've also got this 4-hour imbalance or fair value gap, whatever you want to call it. Kind of wanted to see price come up into this area, which is like the sort of the connection. It's like the sort of what word did I use earlier? The overlap between this supply zone and this imbalance zone. We didn't get it. However, if we look at the overall price, we are actually bullish. And if we look at this, we are technically in a channel, a very slow channel, not the most valid, not the highest probable channel, but a channel nonetheless. So, it'd be interesting to see if we can continue that momentum to the upside. We have got, if we jump back down onto the 1 hourly, we can see that, we got this consolidation here, which is on the lower time frame, and it will look a little bit better. It'll make a little bit more sense on the 15-minute. However, we have got this slight upwards channel showing that clear trend is bullish, and we've got, if we jump back up onto the 4-hour time frame, a tap twice into this 200 simple moving average. It's not an EMA, it is a SMA. So it's just a simple moving average, nothing too special. And then we are getting a bit of a pullback. We have created higher highs. So we've got high here, higher high here. We've got low, technically a higher low, or you could look at it as an equal low. It's entirely up to you. And then we've got a sort of attempt of a pullback into this area here. So technically a lower low and then another higher high. So price order flow is continuing that bullish momentumous trend. Dropping down onto the 15-minute, we can see that we are wicking. However, we have got, like I said, Richard Butler's drop-based drop strategy here, which is looking very nice. We can potentially be looking at refining that. If you take the wicks into consideration, you may not be able to get in on the best price. If we take the body into consideration, then you can see a beautiful break and close. And then entry on the new open candle, stop loss at the high, of course, targeting a 1-to-1 as it is London session, which I believe is Rich's strategy. However, if you want my strategy, which is a bit more of a consolidation, not necessarily a base, then you're not gonna get in on as good a price, but you are gonna get in on similar price action. Because we have got consolidation here, we've got the break and close and the continuation momentumous move, breaking and closing under here, slight consolidation, break and close under the consolidation, which is your entry criteria just here for that momentum to continue lower. Now, if I just get rid of all this, you can see, so this would have been my prediction of Rich's strategy. However, my strategy, you would have entered in around about here, meaning you would have had to lower your TP ever so slightly to get that 1-to-1 risk to reward. So two very valid strategies, two very different entry criterias. I would have preferred Rich's strategy, if I'm honest, due to the fact that it's a higher time frame. It's on the 50-minute, not the 5, and I always believe in finding higher probable setups on the 5-minute. On the higher time frame on the 15-minute. If you can get away with entering on the 15-minute without dropping down to the 5-minute, I always recommend doing that personally. However, we have got a wick of this low here, and we didn't break and close below, so I would be very careful if I was trading this. Truth be told, I'd probably trade this for a negative risk reward and TP at this low. But I'll leave it there just to see how it plays out. But that would have been my US 30 strat. And of course, Euro doesn't want to play ball, although GU is playing quite nicely, so that's good. But Euro wanted to wick above, which isn't as nice. Why is it doing that? Again, it's just consolidation, although it just keeps breaking perfectly with very little wicks to any direction on these 5-minute candles, especially to the downside, which is a bit of a bummer. So I'm not too sure if I'm liking the way that this trade is heading. Not sure if I'm liking the momentum of it at all. GU is looking very nice, however. That is looking yummy. Definitely going to be holding and keeping GBP USD open. But we'll see how it goes. Jonatan, you're back. Yeah, what's good, man? You're muted, mate.
All right, there we go. Hear me now.
Awesome. Yes, I can hear you now.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're down about $200. We're up 114. In fact, let me just see. EU's moving nice again. Like it's reacting. Oh, it's just I hate consolidation, man. Let me just bring my P&L up for you guys so you can see my MetaTrader. Can you guys see that okay? You should be able to. So $122 on GBP USD, looking really nice. Euro USD, it's just playing about. It's looking okay. You know, it's still a valid trade. It's just within a consolidation. I just personally don't like it. You know, I don't like to see consolidation. But we'll see how it goes. I think I'm just gonna have to monitor it. Just gonna have to keep an eye out.
What would you say, you know, when you see consolidation like that, if that would have been at what time frame is that you're looking at right now?
This is the 5-minute, I believe. Let me go back on it. Yes, 5-minute. This consolidation.
So what if so on the 5 minute you're getting a consolidation? What if that is resistance on the 1 hour? Would that change how you're viewing that?
Potentially. It depends how long I want to be in this trade for. I think this is a high probable setup still. At the 1 hour, I actually don't like the double wicks to the upside. But I think we've got higher price. You know, even if on the 1 hour we're clearly bearish, but I think we've got to move a little bit higher before selling off. I think we got to get to a minimum of around 18,150. I think would be really nice. But dude, I don't know if we're gonna get it. Wow, in fact, GU is now dropping as well. I like GU. No, I do like GU. It looks okay. I don't think we got any news coming out yet either. I think we may have news at 1 p.m. I believe. No, 1:30. We've got unemployment claims. 1:30 GMT. Yeah, so if we can get out of that or before that for a positive.
So did you say unemployment claims when?
1:30 p.m. today for the dollar.
You mean, oh, okay, jobless claims, yeah, of course.
Yes. And then we've also got Philly Fed manufacturing and pending home sales later on at 11 p.m. my time, which would be 7. Yeah, 7 p.m. Come on, EU. Reach for the stars. Do, just reach for the stars.
Yeah, I'm not Not seeing a lot of opportunities out there today.
Yes. I can't see anything in gold. No, gold's not that nice to me right now. I think it's coming down to a potential sell idea. Sorry, a potential buy idea. If we can move down to about 4985, that'd be quite nice. But
Let
we'll
me.
see.
I got very yellow. I need to fix that. Let's see if I can bring the colors.
Gone BG saying, "Come on, GU, come on." We want EU and GU, my friend. We want the both. We want them both dead up. We want weakness in the dollar and we want strength in the pound and the euro. Which, truth be told, the way it's going financially, economically, I don't know if we're going to get it in the in the pound, but we'll see.
Let me switch over quickly to my screen here. I got. We looked at the euro NCD here a while ago. I think that was quite a while ago. That was in December actually last year. End of the year, we looked at this head and shoulders pattern on euro NCD, and it came down and it hit that measured move perfectly right there. So looking at the overall structure here of euro NCD, let me just add all of this to a folder. Right, so we're looking at AUD, euro NCD here, and one of the reasons why I was looking to short this was because we had a move up into a high time frame resistance zone that we have not been trading around since the 2009, right? So I looked at this and I said, okay, this is clearly overbought here, clearly overbought. Went into the weekly. We also had bearish divergences here on the RSI, and then of course we had that head and shoulders pattern here on the daily. Very clear head and shoulders pattern is very clear break of structure pattern. When we're looking at the head and shoulders, I don't think we should just be thinking of it as an isolated pattern. We just think of it as a transition from higher highs and higher lows into lower highs and lower lows. So we broke down here, and we hit now a level where on the weekly, the trend, I would say, is it's still fairly strong here. You can see you have the 20 EMA on the weekly. Of course, when the weekly trend is very strong, there's a lot of momentum. It tends to stay, above the faster moving averages. And in this case, I find the 20 EMA in the week could be a good indication of that. And then we have the 50 EMA. That's looking at the more medium term trend on the weekly, and we can see that now we're hitting the weekly 50 EMA here on euro NCD. And even though the daily structure has broken, you can clearly see how you had that head and shoulders broke down, hit the measured move perfectly. If we add it back here, so head and shoulder measured move, hit it right here. So on the daily, we have switched from an uptrend to a break of structure. But the question is the daily showing us the primary trend, or is the weekly showing us the primary trend? And I would say that the weekly here is showing the primary trend. So after hitting that high time frame resistance up here, first time in since 2009, the question is then, are we going to reach down and hit this level. I think the most logical direction of travel for Euro NCD is from a technical perspective. And I see we got LJ here as well, so he's probably going to say something about, you know, from a macro perspective and this and that. But from a clear technical perspective, this looks like a level that, let's put it this way, I wouldn't be surprised to see Euro NCD trade down here at the end of this year, right? So the question is, are we breaking that trend right now? We're breaking that primary trend right now, and then for the rest of this year, are we going to be trading towards this level right here? Now, the way I view it is, I need to view the weekly here as an indication of this being the primary trend, and this being a pullback in the primary trend. So, and this then becomes the potential point of invalidation, where if we have a move up here on the weekly and then break down, downtrend confirmed on the weekly, break of structure confirmed on the weekly, which then means there's basically no time frame being bullish, which is then leaves me a good area between here and here for trading Euro NCD to the downside for many months. Exactly the same as I'm looking at AUD NCD to the upside, used to follow that trend. But then if I'm waiting for the weekly to break down and confirm a bearish structure before shorting, that means it's not time to short now. And the question then becomes, is it time to go long? And that would then be based on the daily. So weekly, I would say arguably still potentially bullish, hitting the 50 MA. But then we look at the daily, well below the well, not well below, but below the 200 simple moving average. We are forming a consolidation pattern right here on that that support. The only real trade I can see is from here to here. So 300 pip move to the upside. But to the downside here, we're looking at a potential of probably 1,000 pips to the downside. So the risk to reward here for me is very simple. Do I want to buy here and sell here for a potential of making 300 pip, or should I wait and potentially gain up to 1,000 pips? So for me, it's quite simple, especially also we have daily head and shoulders here and kind of showing a sign of potential breaking a primary trend. Then to me, the choice here is simple. Now, it's very difficult to, and this is something I've learned the hard way, right? Where you have an idea like this and you see the potential because you're looking at this, and you might not be thinking about this 1,000 pip to downside because that might be happening in 2 weeks or 10 weeks, right? We don't really know when that we can range here for a very long time, for months, right? So you might be looking at this and you're saying, well, that is the next immediate opportunity I have in trading. Like that's the closest opportunity I have. So when I get that, I'm going to take that opportunity. But when I think in those terms, I fail to realize that the probabilities of this move playing out is the probabilities are logically going to be lower. Like I don't know the probabilities, but I think the probabilities of this move is going to be worse than the probabilities of this move playing out once you have a break to the downside. Because once you have a break to the downside, every time frame from the 1 minute to the monthly, arguably, is bearish. But here, going long here, you're basically trading against the daily. So being able to kind of tell yourself that if you're going to be taking the absolute best trades, you're going to be taking very few trades. And that I feel it's taken me years to really get to that realization and become friends with that mentality that you have to just trade less. And this is proven. I watched a video by a guy that wrote the book Thinking Fast and Slow, Kahneman.
R.I.P. Daniel Kahneman.
Yeah, legend.
And his friend. I forget the other guy's name. But
yeah.
In fact, guys, I'm actually gonna have to hop out now. Okay. So I'll see you guys in about 2 hours time. And yeah, guys, take care. Peace out. See you in a couple hours.
All right, take care, man. Thanks.
Yeah. What were you saying, Jonatan?
Yeah, so I was saying that I was talking to actually talking to a Forbes journalist yesterday, and we talked about behavioral finances and intriguing, it's fascinating concept, right? And especially how it can apply to cycles. So I kind of went into rabbit hole on YouTube on behavioral finance, and of course, Kahneman. I can't pronounce his name, but he's definitely, some of his work is just legendary stuff. And I remember watching some videos, and he mentioned that one thing that through his research that he sees in trading and investing and when looking at hedge funds and professional traders and individual retail traders as well as financial advisors is there's a very clear correlation with the less trades you take and the less decisions you make and the less changes you do, long-term profitability is exponentially better than compared to people who are constantly trying to adopt and evolve and change strategies and taking more trades and changing opinions, which is logical when you think about it, but to have the research and have the data really makes it obvious, right? So it kind of goes back to the idea that people say, only look for the best setups, only A+ setups. You're only supposed to take the very best setups. But a lot of people don't understand why,
It's signal over noise, right?
Yeah.
And we also talk about, over time you are going to have to change and adapt your strategy, approach, market cycles, regime shift, political. Yeah, but knowing when and getting that data, you need signal. Otherwise, the data that you have from the past, if you're just trading all the time, it's going to be filled with a lot of noise. So you might think it's time to change, but actually not yet. Because if you're just trading off the signal portions, like the top high band quality stuff, then you're going to be able to, it's going to be very obvious when stuff does actually change. But yeah, Daniel Kahneman, great, absolutely A1. The big daddy of behavioral economics, behavioral finance type stuff. Stuff people have known intuitively for a while, but yeah, like you said, he was sort of the big daddy that went and actually put like backed research towards all these sort of concepts.
So. Interesting. I got The Fool by Randomness. This is one book that I got recommended to me by you as well, Ajay, and I got it delivered to me a couple of like a week or two ago. I must say that I don't like reading the book. It's written in a way where I feel like it's just not very appealing to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy, dude. For me, it's the exact opposite. It's the perfect way I'd love to read a book. Yeah, the same way that Nassim Taleb even says like he's not trying to write it like it's meant to be fun, enjoyable to read rather than some like droning on, very dense, heavy.
Maybe I need to. I've just started, and then I had to switch over to CMT studies. I haven't read it, so I'm not really deep into the book. I'm probably just going through the first chapter, and probably need to get a little bit deeper into it. Definitely going to look more into his work.
Yeah, because Nassim definitely, he mentions references Daniel Kahneman quite a number of times as well. So great book, guys. You should definitely read it.
Yeah,
probably read that book, I think close to 100 times now. No exaggeration.
100 times? Have you read it 100 times? Wow.
Probably 20 times a year. Every second week. Normally, I listen to it just like randomly through the day whilst I'm going through charts or macro stuff in my ears. I've read it that many times. It's like I know what's coming, right? Like it's on like repeat. And then I listen to it at the gym as well. I I don't listen to music at the gym typically. I listen to books, audiobooks.
Yeah, me too.
Very good read. I did have an announcement, Jonatan.
Announcement.
I've got a trading course coming out. So you want to see this? And I've got a indicator, MT5 indicator. It's going to be great. All right.
Nice.
This is
Advanced
prime for
I
you
love
guys.
it.
All right.
Good.
And this is going to be part of the course.
Oh,
All right,
finally.
you guys will get the first outlooks. You know, this is a preview. This is what we're working with. You know, looks
Awesome.
complex, but I'll
Oh,
explain
that's a
it very
Zodiac,
simple.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I built this contraption in my on my balcony, so it's all
I have
very
one of those in my
proprietary.
basement as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's proprietary information. So you guys can't get this anywhere else. All right, this is high technology stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's some
ancient computer stuff, and those are the best ones, right? You know, those are the best ones. They don't have a lot of RAM, but like they work. It takes ages to work.
I went to Egypt like a year and a half ago and visited the pyramids, and like I spoke to this guy, and dude, he was just telling me all about it and gave me the blueprint, and man, dude's been working great ever since. So you guys can get some massive
and same with me.
returns.
Like I went to Brazil. I had one of those. What is it? You go in the jungle and they make this tea, super good tea. And dude, man, I learned a lot about trading, especially astrology and trading with the zodiac. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah,
great stuff.
But yeah, so you guys can sign up. It'll be $12,000. The 12 represents the 12 months, you know, for each of the cycles. So makes sense, you know. Not guaranteed, but the idea is you guys will make at least $1,000 every month, so it pays for itself in a year. All right.
Yeah,
So
but it's not guaranteed. But that's the idea. It's not guaranteed.
Oh man.
All right. What about
link in bio, guys?
Oh, I'm tired. Dude, there's so many things I want to do. Just there's so many things I need to do, so many things I should do, but there's also so many things I want to do. You know, I want to work on
improving your machine. Yeah.
That too.
You got to order some parts.
I actually have connected it to my. I have a Claude bot on a small PC. I've created a interface, so it's doing all of the analysis for me, spinning up all these zodiac signs and all of that.
Dude, this is the Clawbot. This is the OG Clawbot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is this is the progenitor. You know, this is Prometheus over here. Okay.
We got someone saying break down GE. Let me switch over to my screen and I can take a look at that. It was a while ago. I looked at GJ, so I will see if I can find it.
I liked your Euro NZD thing, by the way, as well from macro.
So that's it. I'm then thinking, you know.
The only thing Euro Aussie might be better. It's like the Aussie has the hawkish tilt versus New Zealand's sort of dovish to neutral.
That's something I'm trying to figure out. Like that that is something that I've added to kind of like my mental to-do list when it comes to learning new things in trading. That is looking at one chart. Like for example, Euro NZD, and seeing like, okay, it's breaking down, it's showing these signs, but then this pair, like for example, we see Euro NZD is breaking down, gives a good short setup, but then AUD NZD is the better pair, and it starts moving quicker, but there's no structure to be traded, but there might be an invalidation level. So you're basically trading Euro NZD setup, but on AUD NZD because they're moving correlated to each other, but higher potential, moving quicker, and all that. So that correlation within the forex market, it's very difficult though to. It's not difficult to understand, but it's very difficult to execute. Because you have to keep your eyes on both charts, and you have to understand when the correlation is there, when it's breaking. I'm not even sure if it's going to be worth it, but it's going to be an interesting thing once you kind of crack it, you know.
I think your NZD probably has more overall push because you know NZD often gradually ends up following the Aussie, and so Euro Aussie has kind of already ran a good bit. So Euro NZD, as far as a technical makeup, might actually be better. To be fair,
Yeah.
Just looking at the chart now. So, but yeah. Anyway, go to pound yen.
Okay, so we got yeah. It feels it feels overbought.
Aren't you long dollar yen though?
I am, yes. I did go long dollar yen. I am here. This one. So I've taken partial profits on this one. I'm just waiting to move. But dollar yen from a price, it's just a very different outlook on dollar yen. It has its own little universe, and it has had that for the last like 3-4 years. It's just it's fun to trade actually when you catch the moves. But GA here, so on the weekly, it feels oversold and overbought. I mean, and if we look at the weekly, I think this weekly candle was really a strong reaction to this overall horizontal level that we're seeing here. So
it coincided with pricing in like 80. I think it's close to 100% now of Bank of England rate cut, which the previous meeting was like 5 to 4 votes to stay neutral. So it's very much on the line. But we've had the data and stuff come through, so now rate cuts are priced in.
Yeah.
So that's why the pound side of it has gone battered.
Yes. The question is then, like, are we?
I would probably downside. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if on the daily we have a break on the daily.
Yeah.
We've got that break on the daily, clear structure break on the daily. You can look at like we never had like some established price action below the daily 50, but then like we have a good. I think a lot of times people, I think they mistake. I mean, we're hitting this level, so it's just natural for price to have some type of reaction here, like we're seeing, because we hit that previous all-time high, not all-time high, previous high, and we also have a great level right here. So we're hitting a level where we can pretty much expect price to find support and find support at. But the question is, are we going to move up from here or not? I think the risk to reward is not great to the upside. I wouldn't go long on this. I would
short from tops. Yeah, I wouldn't go long on it because I think the rate reduction type thing is probably largely priced in. We've had some big falls on pound dollar, that kind of thing as well. And then the dollar yen story for the time being, for the dollar in general, is to the upside. I think the whole debasement trade is unwinding a bit as well. So dollar yen will be capped to a degree. Pound yen will be capped because of the pound side, but I think the lift in dollar yen may be enough near term, since we've pretty much got everything priced in on the pound side, to lift price that little bit up to, what is that, a 50 and a 10 moving average you've got, I assume?
2050.
2050, yeah. So where those guys are intersecting, and that basically comes to the underside of the wicks of that higher structure as well. That's probably where I'd look to short, and then back down to, basically the base of the next block you have.
Yeah, if you're trading the daily or using the daily in your analysis, this is a great resistance area to look for shorts.
Yeah, I would say on intraday.
Intraday, I would probably long the break above. Probably along the break above like this horizontal or something.
Yeah, I was going to say we have built. We are forming like sort of a basing structure, and the moving averages are starting to turn positive.
But there's also a case for shorting down to the lows.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd look for another dip and then be going long, and then get almost like a quasi head and shoulders type thing, right? As you can see where we'd have that start to form, right? That's probably what I'd look for.
Yep.
So yeah, another dip and then probably long after that.
All right, guys, I gotta jump out. I think it's time for me to give it up to. There we go, Richard. How's it going, Richard? How are you?
Oh wow.
Yeah, sounds good.
Underwater.
Sounds great.
Underwater again. Yeah.
Sounds great, yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, I don't think it's actually underwater. I think it's just quiet for some reason.
Yeah, you have to increase your. Okay, right.
He'll fix it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're not in.
I gotta jump out.
For today, though, like today wise, or you just in your swings?
How's it now?
Today I'm not good. Better. Yeah. No, today I'm just in USD JPY and of course the AUD and CD trade. Man, it's getting close. This is it's a big trade. It's a 5.5.
Yeah, dude, that's a monster. And you'd be getting positive swaps as well.
Yeah.
What are your swaps like at this point?
I
think New Zealand's like 2.2% interest rate.
I'll see if I can look it up. I can't look it up now because then I have to log in to the account here live. It's interesting because the swaps should be positive, but on prop firms, some prop firms, it's very negative.
Do you have it on prop?
No, I don't have this on prop. This is on private. Like, no way. I had to basically because I held it over New Year, right? So in the beginning of the year, I looked at my. I had a couple of alerts on this. It's like a breaking out. I'm like, whoa, nice. You know, I'm probably going to be passing this challenge. I go over to the accounts and I'm like, wait, I paid $800 in swaps. You know. Jesus Christ, you know, it's almost like holding oil, you know what I mean? Like, I remember taking a trade on oil and it's like up 5%, down 10% in the account, lost the account on just holding oil. And so, yeah, if you're trading like me, you're trading like this, personal account.
Yeah, personal account.
Yeah.
You should be getting it then.
Would be basic.
Yeah. But I don't really care, you know. It's just this has been a good trade because I literally don't care about it. USD JPY, I had some issues with because once it broke out here. First of all, I entered lot size was too big, so once I had the breakout, I saw that okay, I'm up too much, you know, so I had to close half of it. And then this one is like it's emotional because the lot size was like 10 times bigger than what it should have been. So I made a lot of money just taking partial profit. But that kind of triggered something. So now I'm kind of like watching this and I'm like, you know, trying to make a decision, but I've already made a decision. Like I made a decision when I entered the trade. The setup is already there. Like I already have everything I want. So like I'm trying to make a decision on something where I've already made a decision, because obviously there's a fear of giving it back, you know. So that's
Yeah.
but the AUD entity trade, that's just I don't care about it, you know what I mean? So I need to have the same mentality on all the trades I'm taking, because it's really the best trades I see is really the trades that I don't care about, and it's almost like I forget about them, you know.
Jonatan, if I
Yeah.
can ask this, okay, why do you not care about it? What sets that one trade apart from all the other ones? Like, why is there no care attached to that specific trade?
Well, it's not that specific trades. It's more like I care about other specific trades. So my bottom, like my bottom line, my ground, my initial mental state of mind is always going to be, I see trend, I enter, and that's it. Like there's no
You had higher conviction on the other trade.
No,
Is that what
no. I had a good conviction on this one as well. Like it's not about. I don't really have different levels of conviction. You know, I try to not think about, you know, because I don't, because I'm trading a mix of systems and discretionary. I don't have no idea what the probabilities are. Like I have to assume that it's 50-50 on the trades I'm entering, like on an individual basis. So I don't really think about levels of conviction, right? Because that's a human psychology error, thinking about a trade and having conviction in a specific setup. I don't have conviction. I have conviction in if I see a trend, I have some conviction that the trend will remain a trend until the end of the trend. So I'm just going to follow that trend. And by thinking along those terms, I don't really have to care about the specific trade, because I know that I have my stop loss below the last swing point. So if the trend is invalidated, I'll get stopped out, and that's all I care about. But this trade was special because I entered with 10%. 10 times bigger lot size than what I should have. Basically, I put in the lot size. I put it in 1. I wanted to have a 1 lot size trade, but I put the 1 before the 0, so it became a 10 lot size trade.
10 lots.
And I entered the trade while brushing my teeth, like 10 in the evening. I'm like, oh shit, I got an alert. I'm like, I shouldn't do this. I know according to my rules, at least, you know, brush your teeth first and go to the laptop, you know. And it's like, so I entered the trade. I woke up the next morning and I'm like, whoa, this is now a big winner. What happened, you know? So
Yeah.
I kind of panicked and I just had to close half of it. Still big position, but, you know, good trade. So that triggered something, and that then triggered something, and it kind of became an avalanche of different type of emotions, right? So I think in trading, it's like you don't think. Like when you're in a trade, you're not supposed to be thinking much. You already know all the things you need to know, right?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I still find it very interesting though that the one that was technically a mistake when it comes to the lot sizing, where you 10x'd what you were supposed to go in terms of risk, is the trade you don't care about. It's the one that you're allowed to.
This is the trade I care about.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
I thought you were referring to this one. You don't care about it. It can go. But
No,
you're
I'm not a
actually
complete degenerate. I mean,
Yeah.
I would have if I got stopped out, that would have been like a 25% loss of my account. I'd say.
Yeah. No, okay. So I was on the wrong one. I thought you had like this mystical power where it's just like the one trade that was technically a mistake, 10x your risk. You're like, yeah, I don't care. I'm just gonna let it go for 2 months. And I was like, wow.
Yeah. Okay. I get your confusion. But I do think I think everyone should really dive into the whole behavioral finance.
Stoicism.
Stoicism as well. But when it comes to like
human biases, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's fascinating. Like, it's fascinating that there's there's so many people out there who think they can become profitable in trading, but there's so few profitable traders out there. And when you when you look at the statistics of hedge funds and financial advisors and professional traders, like long-term profitability is rare. Like it's really, really rare. Like just because you see someone like on LinkedIn, like, oh, a hedge fund manager, doesn't mean that like it's cool, but it doesn't mean that he's actually profitable, long-term profitable.
Yeah, hedge funds are weird though, because they have like a different objective, and they all blow up. Like, right, like 60% of every new hedge fund each year blows up. But it's because they're also running the market differently. They're trying to go pure alpha and no beta. So it's more like a protection of wealth type situation rather than actually making profits per se.
Mm.
But that also does sound weird given that so many of them blow up and therefore people actually just lose money.
Yeah, so, and it's like, why do you invest in hedge funds when you look at the proof, you look at the data, you could have just invested that in index funds with no fee, and you survive like everyone else who does that.
I can tell you why.
Yeah, tell me why.
Yeah, so basically it's exactly that. It's the same as the Warren Buffett thing. So it simply came out of like a hotcakes Vogue type thing. Basically through the late 70s, 80s, 90s, where hedge funds were booming, right? There are also different laws with insider information. The same thing, once they cleared those laws in, what was it, 2001 or something, I think it was. Even Warren Buffett, his year-on-year returns were 25% before then. After they cleared the insider trading type disclosure of information stuff, his year-on-year returns have dropped to like 11%. Like that's not like a small dip, that's a big dip. So it's the whole like where you can't just talk to a CEO and like, oh yeah, this has been a crazy quarter, right? Where it's normal, it's not even insider trade, it's just like casual information talk. But now if you even say that, you'll get pinged, right? So that crushed it. So before that, they were very hot. Then that got killed, and then also computers came in, sophistication went up. So previously, all the people working at hedge funds were just like, you just had a random finance or business degree. Now it's all computer scientists, physicists, mathematicians, and then they couldn't compete in the computer age with that. So they'll get crushed, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just an evolution. But people still have in their mind that hot market from back in the day. It feels like meme stocks, or sorry, not meme stock. Altcoins for crypto.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone thinks altcoins are going to happen again and they're going to get 100, 500, 1,000%, whatever, 10x, whatever gains, and it's probably dead. But you'll see people still trying to hang on to that old school thing of shilling a meme coin. Yeah, it's going to go to the moon, whatever, and it's dead.
When technically,
but it's crazy how people just can't give up on this thing that once was, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting, but yeah, it's definitely it's interesting for sure. But I also think, yeah, you know what? Let's not get into that. I'm gonna.
That's
leave.
fine. You got to go. Yeah. The only final thing, just before you go, I will say, I think Dolien may have, like, I mean, you can see where the moving averages are on your chart. There's a chance we will get a dip down. Whether you want to hedge that or not, I don't know. Because that 155 type area was my sort of near-term, like, interim breakpoint, put it that way. But I do think we will get another leg higher ultimately. So it's whether you just hold it. But like you were saying, you feel uncomfortable with it, you know, coming back. That's the only thing. I think so
the plan is simple, right? The plan is simple. Either so I have my stop loss down here, but I'm waiting for price to go down, perhaps down to like this area here, and if I see a bounce, I'll move my stops to entry. And then if price hits this level, I'll take profit, or I'll just move my stops up. Either stop is going to get hit or TP is going to get hit. And for me, it's like it's super important that I don't change the plan, because whatever happens from here to here, I have no idea, right? But if I do have a higher low, I'll just move my stops. And I think the more I think about this, the more I look at the chart, the more I start to feel all these different emotions. I'll take a decision that is outside the original plan. Look at what happened here. I mean, if I bought here, like this is a really good setup, right? Where I would have probably bought here, because we see a bullish divergence on the RSI, and then we have a break and retest.
And you got a gap.
Yeah, and a gap and everything, and like it's all complete. And then you fill the gap. I would argue that the gap is filled on that wick. And I would probably look at this and say, well, I want to TP up here. But I would probably look at these candles and say, you know what? I'll exit here. But then boom, this happens. So, and that happens so often that I take profits in an area where at the time I'm looking at the chart, looks like a good take profit area. But there's no, it might just run higher. And we're talking about it's a difference between 1 hour, and 1 hour can make a huge difference on 10 trades. So for me, I'm just gonna wait. By the way, this is a textbook divergence.
That's a very good trade, Jonatan. I've been following that trade of yours for a while. You spoke about entering this, I think it was last week.
Yeah.
I think it was last week somewhere. You started talking about the potential of UJ, slowing down, looking like it wants to start pushing up. And I think you said something, you'll look at it maybe on Tuesday or Thursday. I can't remember which day exactly, that you spoke about potentially getting into it. So it's a really good trade, mate. Like it's really good. I wouldn't feel any sort of emotion towards it whatsoever, in the sense that
there's nothing special about this trade. Just to make sure. Like there's nothing special about this trade. Like this is simple stuff. It's just consolidation, round the bottom, bullish divergence. Yeah, good trade, but it's a very simple trade. A good trade. This would have been a good trade if I traded this on another pair that is more volatile. Now that would be a good trade. That would be like complicated type of trading. This is simple stuff, guys.
No, anyone can do it. Fair. We're not arguing how simple, how complicated it is. It's still a good trade. Acknowledge the fact that it's a good trade. This is a good trade.
Yeah, I do acknowledge this is a good trade, but I just want to make sure that people watching this understand that this is so incredibly simple. It's just we the moment we start thinking too much, it's over. It's just over.
You know, that thing that the brain does is, if it's bored, it creates scenarios for it to kind of like entertain itself. It's the same thing with trading. If things seem too simple, the brain is going to find ways to complicate it for itself, to stimulate it.
That's why I can never be a full-time trader, because I need to be busy. I need to have a reason not to look at the chart. So now after this, I have my whole days. I'm busy the whole day. So
Abe
I'm not
should have sent you this. Abe should have had you for Secret Santa instead.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just play with this all day?
I should have. I should.
Yeah, LJ?
It's like a fidget spinner type thing. Right?
Oh, really cool. That's why I've got a bunch of chips in front of me always, so I can raffle them. I can play with them. That's what I do.
I have a question here before we leave. Farming and Sports, great name, by the way. Your parents much have, but great creativity there.
Reminder.
I love that AI profile photo as well.
Yeah. My setup is coded, or do we manually? So I'm a discretionary trader. I take all my trades manually, because it's because I'm trading based on very simplistic concept of just finding the primary trend and then following that primary trend on the higher time frames. As a swing trader, it makes everything very, very simple. So I don't really have to put it into a system, because the signals are very clear. Everything's very clear. Now, if I would go into the lower time frames, then maybe at that point I would have to develop more more of a system or signals, but I do actually have algos running as well. They're not doing great now though, so I'm
Oh, no.
but it's
Have they turned down? Because they were doing well for quite a period, weren't they?
so I've actually had to pause them, not because they were like losing a lot of money but they were mostly just break even. They were the portfolio that I had looked good on paper. It looked good for the first 3 months or so, but then it started kind of like hedging out different positions and started just going sideways. And the
After the
strategy,
Trump sort of calmed down?
yeah. After that, everything's changed. So I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, well, if these strategies are deviating so much from the backtested result and the historic result, and I need to change strategies on how I develop it. And a lot of things changed after Trump and the tariffs. It really did. I see a lot of different strategies out there, especially strategies based on overextended moves, because now overextended moves tends to overextend more, which means you go into very, very deep drawdowns. And if you don't recover the initial overextended moves, you're in such deep drawdowns that you need to recover quickly until the next overextended move comes. And it can happen, the market can gap up in an insane speed on the Monday, and then on the Wednesday, Trump is tweeting something which extends this even further. And to be able to survive that, you have to have advanced risk management tools or automatic stop outs and things like that, or just risk a tiny amount.
I think there's a final question before you go. Yeah,
okay. So I look at the daily, basically, the weekly and daily, sometimes 4 hour. You can see this on USD JPY on the 4 hour, but it's based on it's based on the idea that it's based on the idea that I think we're gonna go lower. We might hit 160 before we go lower, but I think for me, I don't want to gamble on making going higher, because the way I view USD JPY is we have a break of structure here. But the reason I went in on this was not just on the weekly. When I went into the daily, so first of all, the weekly candle looks like a very overextended candle. Going into the daily, you can see that on each of these daily candles, it has at least on this the broker I'm watching here, a gap down on every single candle down to the lows right here. On the 4 hour, very, very strong momentum on the downside, looks clearly oversold here. So this is actually one of the few rare occasions when I do go in and take a trade based on the 4 hour, because it's just so obvious. Weekly oversold, daily severely oversold, 4 hour creating around the bottom with the divergence and everything. But usually the daily.
Fair.
All right, guys, got it run. Great live stream today. I'll see you guys next week. All right.
Enjoy, Jonatan. Have a good weekend.
Take care.
See you later, man. Ciao.
See you.
Alrighty.
Rightist.
I might jump to your screen just for 1 sec. Yeah, I'll just jump up and I'll be back in literally 45 seconds.
All right. Go enjoy your quick little break.
Yeah.
Shot, mate. Oh, what is up, everybody? Welcome. If you guys haven't already, please drop us a like and a subscribe. We would really appreciate it. We hit 100,000 subscribers last week. Well, not last week, in the beginning of the week. And we would like to have more subscribers. We would really love to have more subscribers. Silver play button ain't enough. We want more. Awesome. Let's see if there is a cool little question. Solomon Musa is asking, hi LJ. Okay, so this is for LJ. Won a 20k bootcamp during the 10-year celebration giveaway. Congratulations, first and foremost. Does it mean I do not have to pay anything after I pass the challenge phase? I am not sure. I'm going to venture a guess and say no. I don't think you have to pay anything, first and foremost. But what I would say is, when in doubt, reach out to our very, very incredibly competent. Now I've forgotten the word. Very competent dude, brain. Come on, do something. Come on.
So support.
Why won't my brain
That's
work?
what you're trying to say.
LJ,
Support.
help me.
I'm back.
You're muted, mate. Unmute yourself and
No,
help
I'm not.
me.
I'm not muted.
No, you're muted, mate.
Can you hear me? Am I muted now?
Can't hear you.
Hang on. Let me.
There we go. There we go. I can hear you.
Is it working?
Support team. Thank you very much, James. James, thank you so very much. My brain glitched. I'm telling you, my brain seriously just glitched. Gone. I had the word right here, the tip of my tongue, and then the word support team I could not get. Oh, my brain.
Am I still muted or not? I don't understand.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Okay, good. You can. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent you a photo. I wasn't muted at all the whole time.
Could just be like on your.
Like I think it might have. Yeah, support team. That's what I was trying to say.
I don't know why my brain just went, and then there's gonna went into low energy mode. Brain stopped braining. Should drink more water. Let's drink more water.
Yeah, I will say.
Reach out to the support team. They will be able to give you full clarification. But from my understanding is, if you have won an account, that account is yours. There is no payment involved. Even if you reach funded phase, there's no payment from your side involved. But always go and talk to the support team to get proper clarification. We're just faces, mate. We're just faces.
Yeah, we don't have all the information all the time. Sometimes we do, sometimes not. There's lots going on. I believe every other time we've had the giveaways and stuff, you won't have to pay anything.
Yeah.
So it should, I believe as well, with the giveaway ones, it should actually even roll over itself without it requesting the payment. But in the event somehow there's like an error or something like that, then reach out. They should be able to fix that up. No problem.
When they say when in doubt, reach out.
Yep. Indeed.
So, how's the day been, LJ? How's the day been? How are you feeling?
Busy.
Are you healthy again, mate?
Tired, awake, tired again, awake again. Mostly awake now. I feel like coffee is sort of kicked in earlier. I had an energy drink as well, plus 2 coffees. So I'm surviving. We'll see how much longer for. But I fell asleep at my desk last night, guys. So I was quite worn out.
It reminds me a lot about my brother during our day. I don't know, like 22 years ago. Wow, 22 years ago, when I was 16 years old, we used to have like LANs. So a bunch of friends get together, get your PCs in one room, everybody's playing whatever game, Call of Duty 1, that kind of like stuff. And my brother, one evening, I think it was a Friday, we were having a LAN, and we were playing until like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And then we had a rugby match that Saturday. So myself and 2 of my friends, we were in the rugby team, so we went to go and play rugby. And when we came back, my brother had fallen asleep on his desk playing, I think it was Need for Speed. And his fingers were still on the W, A, S, and D buttons in the middle of a race. His car was just like skidding against like the barrier, just moving constantly, fast asleep, just like this.
Dude, that's classic. That is classic. Man, I miss LAN parties. Warcraft 3, StarCraft 1, right? Age of Empires as well.
Yep.
Did peak. Also, then eventually when Warhammer 40k came out,
Yeah. Also,
just whilst lands were still a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, great time.
Dude, it's been a minute. It has been.
That or playing like PlayStation 1 or something, and you'd always have there'd be like one friend that had the boomerang, but for whatever reason, it was just one of you that would have a boomerang to play like 4-player. So you'd always have to call up old mate to do it. Great
Which
times
game was
anyway.
this? With the boomerang?
On PlayStation 1.
Oh, I didn't have a PlayStation 1.
Because it only had the 2 port controllers, but you had 4-player games, but you used to have what was called a boomerang. It was like this triangle thing that gave like 4 port controls, like for the
okay. So, yeah, all right.
Yeah,
okay. I didn't have a PlayStation 1. I've never had a PlayStation. I've only ever had computers and Xboxes. And then like a old Commodore 64 and like an Atari game like box or whatever. I can't even remember what you call it, but yeah. That's the only stuff we ever had. So
do you have a Nintendo 64?
The Commodore 64. Way older.
Or is it, yeah. But did you ever have a Nintendo, like, you know, play like, I don't know, like GoldenEye back in the day? That was prime. Pokemon Stadium. I don't know if you ever
the Pokemon stuff that I had was from Nintendo DS. So
okay, so later on.
DS.
Later on. Yeah. Fair. I want, dude. Look, we'll jump into the charts in a sec. But I definitely want to buy up. Yeah, Counter-Strike as well. Counter-Strike, dude.
Yep.
So good. I want to play. I want to go just buy the full suite of old consoles once again.
Oh, you want, dude? You're gonna struggle to find a bunch of them. Like,
I know, they're just going up in value, right?
Yep.
And there are emulators and stuff you can play today, but I literally want to buy like an old TV, buy all the original consoles, and actually play it on the OG stuff, right?
With the old CRT.
But yeah, this the whole reselling thing has gotten crazy, dude. Like, I was walking by the other day at the shop, and I think I saw like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, like $500 for the Game Boy cartridge.
Yep.
And same with Ruby. Like, I've still got all these here. I'm like, dude, this is ridiculous, bro. Come on.
Before we carry on, RD Bishal, please just stop spamming. Just one message is enough. Have some patience, mate. Like, we will get to your question. Just have some patience.
Yeah.
Because,
but yes, we do a bunch of analysis. We'll cover anything. If you've got a question about a certain chart, a certain asset, what kind of trade you're looking at, is it a scalp? Is it intraday? Is a swing trade? Whatever it is, throw it at us. We can analyze it and look at it from like both angles: long, short, risk profile, benefits, pros, cons, all that kind of stuff. So if you've got something you want us to look at, just post it in the chat. No problem.
Yeah, I get it. You're having fun, but what you're doing also is you're making other people who have also got questions, their questions are going to get ignored because yours is filling up all of the chat. So it's just like an etiquette thing. Don't spam. So give us an opportunity to go through the questions, read them, and then we will get to yours as well.
I'm just scrolling up on chat as well. Trying to see anything I missed.
See, that's also why if you spam, we have to scroll back way more to go and find.
I think we're good.
This is a good question, I think. Is a 1 to 10 risk to reward ratio or higher sustainable in the long run?
Risk to reward. I mean, yes, it can be. It's going to depend on what you're constructing the 1 to 10 from, right? So if you had a 1 to 10, technically you need, obviously, if you make 10%,
yeah,
you're existing, right? So if you can get beyond that, you'll be producing profit. So definitely you can. The 1 to 10 is not the question necessarily. It's whether the strategy and approach itself long term is viable. Because if you are making 1 to 10 with the clarification of a sufficient win rate percentage, you'll be making money, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah. Something also to take in consideration is not just the risk to reward, but it's also the size of your stop loss in relation. Give you an example. If I am trading NASDAQ and I decide to take a trade right there, but my stop loss is 10 points as an example, and I'm looking for 100 points, theoretically, I only need to hit this 1 in 11 times in order for it to be break even, because I can lose 10 times and then hit it once and I'll be break even. But this might not necessarily be viable to trade like this because your stop loss is so small. So you need to take into consideration whether or not you're going to be a very short time frame trader. So if I go down to the 1 minute and even lower, and then I better make sure that this trade that I'm planning to take here can live through that very small section of drawdown, because you have very little available to yourself. So if I had a little bit more and then go for a 1 to 10, then yes, obviously the question comes into play. Are you in ranging markets? Are you trying to do this in ranging markets, in which case it probably won't work? Are you doing it in trending markets? Then you need to get in at the right time. So looking at it as a singular thing is difficult to justify an answer to say, yeah, it's profitable or it's consistent. It's very difficult.
Yeah, so that's definitely a good point. So as far as like day trading, if you're trading actively, I wouldn't be doing that. There's no way you're going to get a 10 to 1 unless you've got like a minute stop loss.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, in real conditions, when you're trading large size, if you actually want to grow the account, it's not going to be viable in the long run in that sense, because your spread expansion will increase because you're trading a larger lot size. You're not going to get basically 0 to 0 spreads. Once you start going to a certain volume, you will get spread, because no one's going to offer you that for nothing, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's the first point. Second point, of those, say if we look at professionals that do this on like a large scale with billions of dollars, right? So like big fund managers, there's a lot of sort of rainy day black swan type funds that do that have a 10% or less type hit rate. But as well, they're not going for 10 to 1. They hit less than 10% of the time, but when they do hit, they make like an 800% return.
Yeah.
Right? So that's where, if you're going to run those kind of strategies, you're almost doing it almost like a venture capital type situation, where VC investors, right, they'll give 10, 50 grand to a bunch of startups. They expect 99% of them to fail, but the 1% that do make it, they don't just go up, the 100x, they go up 10,000, 20,000x from the investment. Yep. So their 50K becomes
one.
Yeah, their 50K becomes like 500 million or $1 billion, which pays for the other 99 that failed, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only thing. So I would not be doing that on like a trading approach. That's probably more of like an investing type style, where you want to buy, very cheap, beaten down stocks, almost like the Warren Buffett type situation, where he wants to get the little bit left on the cigarette, as he calls them, like cigarette butt stocks.
Yep.
Where they've been beaten down so much, but the the company's still healthy. It's just out of favor, out of the narrative, that kind of thing. And so it has a potential to go. It used to be at $22. It's traded down to $4. It has a good chance of just going back to $8 or $12 or something. Which in that case, if you're buying at 4, you've got like a 300% gain. You're not even looking for it to go back to 22, but it's just so beat down, and it's probably realistically worth about 12. That's when you'd buy that. So it probably is a better like stock type strategy rather than commodities, FX, any of these actively day traded type assets. If you can make it work.
Yeah, you can.
Right?
You can make it work, but then you really need to pay attention to how much you're allowing that trade to go into drawdown. If you're going to have your stop losses too tight, you're going to get knocked out 99% of the time, and that one time that you do get like a really good trade is not going to cover, what you've basically.
So for instance, if you pretty much get like a 1 in 10, right? Put it that way, and you're running 1% risk, and then you hit 10% drawdown just when, in theory,
you were supposed to have
technically, the next trade should have made up the entire lot. But the other thing is in trading is those stats are often averaged, like your percentage of profitable trades. So you might actually get an extended drawdown. It's not going to be every single 10 trades, then you get like a winner. And so you just make it that instead of like 1 in 10, you get like, instead of 10%, you get 15 or 20.
You can have consecutive
every time.
As well.
Yeah, it could go from 10 trades, 15 trade losses, 20 trade losses, and then 5 wins. Right? So that's what Rich is saying, where you got to size it appropriately. Not just do the percentage of, okay, this is how much I typically win. I've got this much drawdown, so therefore if I just break it up into 10 slots or 11 slots per se, that it will get there. Because mathematically it won't.
It's the distribution itself of that percentage is the thing that people don't account for. Like you see, it's 1 in 10, so in theory I should be winning 1 out of 10 times. So, but your assumption is that I'm going to have 9 losses and then a win, and then 9 losses.
Yeah.
The distribution of that is where the problem comes in. When averaged, yes, it's 1 in 10. But sequentially, you have no idea, because it can be 25 losses in a row and then you can have 3 wins. And then you can have 22 losses in a row and have 2 wins. And then when you look at it along frame, it's like, it's still 1 in 10. I'm winning. So, it's a hard one. So, I think it's and another thing I wanted to mention is for Forex tends to gravitate way more towards consolidation or sideways action than it does to trending. Something really needs to happen for a Forex pair to like really trend so long that you can actively participate and continuously get your exact criteria for entry and then still have a trade go in your favor.
And by definition, it has to, right? Because we're talking about a currency. You want your currency to be stable.
Yeah.
This today, tomorrow, next week, next month, it's going to be in a relative position. You're not just going to be up or down 10, 20, 50%. That would not be a currency, right? That's not stable. It's not doesn't lend itself to commerce or trade, that kind of stuff. So it has to be relatively stable.
Yeah. So once again, it's always going to have that driving force to try and be balanced. Anyway, there's a few questions here that I think we can have a look at. Stock G Gen.
Sorry, first of all.
CC, you're supposed to know this.
Shouldn't I was about to say, shouldn't you know where he is?
Unless he's out gallivanting and exploring Hong Kong without you, in which case I would say bad William. No, CC, William is not in his segment at the moment. He will be back a little bit later on his segment, so I think he probably went for a nap. So phone him and tell him, hey, wake up. Stock DGN asking, hey Rich and LJ, can you analyze NQ on a daily time frame? What are your thoughts? So here I have NQ on the NASDAQ on the daily time frame, and we have two areas of interest for me over on the daily itself. We have this area down here, which is looking like a very nice area of support, and we've got this all-time highs double top area up here that looks like a very good area of resistance. Right now, we're kind of sitting between these 2 points, which is okay. As of right now, if we look at the current structure even though on the daily it looks like we're a bit sideways, there is a potential for us to go a little bit lower on the 4 hourly, I would say, to try and look for a little bit more structure. So if we just take, what was this? This was Friday the 6th. If we just take the very last low point of that, we have come into it. What was this? This was Tuesday. We did push into it and started to push a little bit higher. The highs of Friday, so the previous week Friday highs were broken and were tested first and foremost, and then broken, the whole high. So we were trading above it yesterday, but we've broken lower from there. We have an area of consolidation up over here, which started at the highs of Monday the 9th and ended on Thursday the 12th. So last week, the highs of last week, that consolidation area, which is an area where we could potentially come and test. At least that's what I thought we were going to do if we reacted from this point that we had over here to try and push price higher. Because technically, if you always look at structure in this sense, you have a high, you have a low, you have a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high-ish, lower low, and then all of a sudden you no longer have a lower high in relation to the previous one. You now have a higher high in relation to the previous low. You have a higher low in relation to the previous low, and then you're coming into this area where it seems as though we're having a bit of a structure shift. So low, high, like this, and then all of a sudden, instead of making a lower high, it looks like you want to make a higher low, so you're making a bit of a W. You're adjusting and it looks like you're about to start pushing bullishly. But what happens is, instead of you carrying on bullishly, you go into a little bit of consolidation, and then you reestablish a new downward tick. But the problem is, with this new downward tick, you have not created a new low either. So this was the low. You haven't even remotely come close to it. And the problem is, now that you've reached this point, it looks like you want to reestablish a new upward trend, which makes it a little bit difficult if you're going to be trading it on the daily, because you're stuck between these two areas right now, this area up over here and this area down here, and you're having slight little reactions, but nothing, you're not breaking any like consolidative areas, anything like that. So to me, NASDAQ is, on the daily at least, and on the 4 hourly, very difficult to trade, to choose a direction, in my opinion, just on a technical level. Obviously, LJ can give us the fundamentals of it, but on a technical level, being where we are now on the daily and on the 4 hourly, it's very difficult because it feels like we're kind of like in the middle of two areas that we've been stuck between for the last month. Actually, the last 2 months, I think. This started in, oh wow, this is October. That was the high of October, and then the lows here was October in the beginning. So October, November, December, January, February. 5 months that we've been kind of like hopping between these two areas. So on the daily, it's difficult for me. I would go down to the lower time frame and then have a look at trading it on the lower time frame, because there's a little bit more convective movements, a little bit lower, in my opinion. What do you think, LJ? You muted again.
I am, sorry. Yeah, interesting. I'm just having a look. Okay. So we are starting to build up, finally. I've talked about the positioning has gotten a bit extended for the downside. There's no real reason for that to pull through. the situation with the whole software type aspect seems to, people going like, okay,
Right down a bit.
yeah, a bit over our skis. It was very much a, sell first, ask questions later type
Let's
situation.
freak out and then have a look at thinking about it clearly. Let's freak out first and start selling.
Yeah. Someone points a gun at you and they're just like, don't know why,
I'll do what you say, but hold on a second. That's a toy gun. What the hell?
Yeah. So the options level for today is 24,877.
Yeah, which is...
So that's a touch above. It's basically where my one of my other prior, basically the support level through here. So with that, basically that wick low, pretty much. So this is basically the trading range we pretty much have had. I'm going to delete this because it makes it kind of hard to see for you guys. Should probably delete a bunch of these past options levels as well. Let's get rid of it all. There we go. So coming through here, I did get a buy through here earlier in the week. What day was that? I forget. Tuesday, Wednesday or something. I extended it out through there. That did come through nicely. We finally got the pickup. I was looking for the drop down here, move up into here. We actually went a little bit further. I thought we'd actually stop at these highs through here at about 24,907, 900. Then get the sort of consolidation and then a drive higher. We're pretty much getting that. Got the slight tick through, pick back up, back into the 200-hour moving average, tick back down into the 100-hour moving average. I think from here we do go to the upside. I can't really see any reason to sell stocks any further. I think we're pretty priced in. The only major one is the Iran situation, which we did have. That is actually what propelled us off the bottom. We had some headlines of that abating, which has now since been kind of reversed. So the Iran situation is still in play. And we've seen that expressed in oil as well. We're now back up at 65 again after dipping down originally, down towards 62.5. So now back up at 65, 66. Overall, though, I would say we're positive for US stocks. I did have some charts, I think, here.
I do like the fact that we made a higher low after this low of the 6th of Feb. I do like the fact that after that low, on Tuesday the 17th, we made a higher low, and it does look like there's this potential build up to try and push price higher.
Yeah, I mean, look, everything's still in good form overall. Do I have the actual piece? Maybe I didn't save it. These CPI type stuff. So I guess we did have, this is one of the charts. So this is like the free cash flow type situation for tech companies. Obviously, it's absolutely collapsed. So that's one of the other situations as far as the major tech players like the Mag 7 or Mag, whatever it is now, plus the other AI-related picks and shovels type companies and the software-related players. So there's been a bit of stress around there, and it seems to come back to that. I think I was talking about this with Dirk, where it's very much a old money manager, fund manager kind of boomer type situation where they can't quite see how this plays out later, right? So I think the freaking out for now is done. We're in a pretty Goldilocks situation. We've had good US data. Jobs numbers have been better. CPI was fine. PMIs, ISM turning up. Balance sheets are still healthy. There's nothing wrong. This seems like the point to actually buy up, especially ahead of the midterms and everything, which Trump is going to start as we get closer over the next month, start pumping out sort of that stimulus /
Yeah. This is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Vote for me.
Try pump up the stock market, pump liquidity. Oh, everything's great. America's amazing. We're on the top of the world. I'm the greatest president ever. That type of stuff. So I wouldn't underestimate that. I would be betting on that. So I think from here, especially if I remove that, you can see we've come back into that 10 moving average on the 4 hour pretty much, and we seem to be building up from here. So I'd look back up to that 200 hour with those tops up there and that resistance zone. I'd be long, put it that way.
We have a very, very good trader in the background. You ready to jump on?
Very good. Just good.
Just good?
Yeah, you're just good.
Depends on the day and on the week, I would say.
Yeah, just good. No. I was going to say we have an amazingly profitable, very good financial person in the background, but my brain is not braining today, so I just came up with...
It still depends on the day.
Yeah, just I don't know. My brain is like, I'm struggling to find words today. Maybe I should go see somebody. Maybe I'm having a stroke or something. I don't know. But I'm struggling with words today. Words fail me. Welcome, Anastasiia. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you guys?
Going strong. Strong. Doing well. Rich less so since his brain is not working.
Oh,
but
here we go.
A little less good. So I've heard in the back that you're expecting stocks to go up very soon. More fundamentally, I than technically.
Well, I mean, a bit of both. I mean, technically, so we've had these the drawdowns through here, right? And we have gotten like a higher low through here. We are starting to build up. We did manage to break, above these kind of levels to get a new high through there. So I do think we will actually keep building. I think the whole tech sell-off thing is a bit overextended. We're nowhere near the end duration of tech plays, whatever. Same with the picks and shovels companies. I think who are the big players now? Samsung and God, what was the other company with the whole RAM situation as well? They're running now 60% profits off the next batch coming out. So massive numbers across the board. It does go to the mag 7 players actually buying it. Yes, their cash flow is going to get hit, but they do have actual supportive businesses behind it to continue that, right? Yeah, I think if someone like OpenAI was public, that would be terrible. I would short the heck out of that stock. But the other guys, they actually have proper businesses, so they can support and fund this kind of stuff. The big thing, I forget what date it was, but the Oracle earnings coming out. I don't know if it's next month, like early next month or something. That will probably be the main next large catalyst overall. So, and I did see Nvidia also just further invested in Intel.
But I mean, they're gonna
bunch of shares.
They're going all in on Intel. Because Intel's going to go all in on Oracle. Oracle's going to go all in on Nvidia and so on and so forth. It's just a big circle jerk.
I think it's weird though as well, but the difference between investment managers or people in finance and doing that kind of stuff. Because I've had friends in tech telling me just Intel's dead, right?
Nah.
And I don't think they get it. This is where it's actually good. Like some of those signals where people who should kind of be informed are clearly very wrong. That's always a very supportive market overall. And you can read that as well across the space on Twitter, Reddit, whatever, about, tech people's talking about XYZ company and what their opinion is. People think certain things are dead, which is always a good... When people are going against it, that means you have liquidity for it to go higher, basically.
Yeah.
Right? So...
Order filled.
Somebody's order got filled.
Order filled.
Yep.
Anastasiia, order filled.
Yep. Just 1 second. I'm gonna share what am I trading here now. I was in the meantime. What do you? Well, I'm managing. I'm opening this trade on other accounts. What do you think though about the DeepSeek? Because there is a DeepSeek new release coming in very soon. They are expecting the IP cost be 25 times less than for the current, and this is the Chinese company, right? So they're expecting the cost to be around 25 times less for the IP than for the US AI services so far. So they're, from what I've read about from the analyst side, they are pretty much expecting that there's going to be a lot of pressure on the US stock market based on AI, because if they're going to release at like the much cheaper version than what already exists at the current moment, AI part of the market can crush and can drag tech part together with it to the downside. So what do you think about that part? Because I understand the whole Trump situation, mid elections coming up and so on. So there are many reasons why I'm also, and from the technical perspective, I was just analyzing S&P and NASDAQ yesterday too. So from the technical perspective, I also don't think we're anywhere close to the drop. There is no reason to say that we're gonna drop because we are still holding in the same range. So we can analyze and speculate as much as we want, but there is no technical reason so far that it could go down. But just from the perspective of the DeepSeek, the new release, what's your opinion?
Okay, so this is where you get into the geopolitical games. I think China is a big player. I think a lot of their models, they have them a bit more unhinged, right? They're not as controlled as some of the US models with certain restrictions, that kind of thing. And they're doing that kind of intentionally so that it gains more traction, gains more popularity. You take a bite, take a chunk out of the US competitors. The thing you have to start thinking about levels where the US competitors, like whether it's ChatGPT, Anthropic, Gemini, whoever else, they're going to have models that are probably what we see in like a year, 2 years, 3 years, or something more in the background that they're running themselves. Right? You're not just going to, oh wow, we made this thing today, guys. Let's just give it to everyone for free or for $99 a month, right? They're going to be way more sophisticated in the background versus what they're actually presenting. Now, the way for China to actually take a chunk out of that is to say, hey, we're going to play the opposite edge, try and position as though we're better, and just release our thing that is marginally better than what they're doing now, and kind of just push it out there. Because that's the thing. We've seen, China AI companies have a bunch of those kind of releases, but it's always just when the US is like about to put out that next stuff and they kind of just front run it like a bit. They're clearly kind of running slightly behind, but trying to, on a commercial front, position as though they're ahead. And this goes back to the whole trade war, geopolitics, underground, whatever stuff. So that's where it gets really weird, and you actually have to start thinking about that as far as like an investing thing, especially if you're thinking about it long term. Now, near term, yes, you may have volatility in the NASDAQ on like a day trading type aspect. I think also though people are starting to realize that, and we've seen a bunch of these Chinese players that yes are doing great. I don't think it's going to be as much of a hit to AI players in the US as it was before when we had the first DeepSeek. Almost the same way that Trump tariffs now, kind of no one cares, right? We get a big increase. Everyone's like, yep, it's like a blip, like 15 pips on whatever currency instead of 100 now, right? So I think people have gotten a bit neutered to it for that reason. They want to actually see the mustard, because at the same time, the Chinese companies aren't making any money because they're trying to give away stuff for free. So like, in terms of investing, like what do you do?
Yeah, okay, so
and then there's and there's security aspects like every other blue chip traditional company gonna pick it up from China? No, huge security risk. like there'd be a point where potentially the US government literally would not allow them to actually use the technology. Just like we saw the ban of Huawei phones, all that kind of stuff. Not just from like government outfits, they tried to ban it from like US consumers altogether. And so if we did see any kind of pickup, it would just get culled. So yeah, you might have like a flash and pan element from that. I think though people are kind of clued onto that now, that this is very much like the peak. It's almost like the nuclear arms race of today, right? So I think people are now fully like, yes, this is real. And so it won't have quite as much impact as before. There you go.
Fair enough. Interesting point, because I haven't researched this, from the perspective of the Chinese companies. So my only analysis was from the perspective of the U.S. stocks. So it's interesting to hear another side of the work. Hi, Rich.
Yeah, it's all that's a really annoying thing when like geopolitical, rah-rah, almost espionage type elements get blended into actual finance. It's like, it's really annoying because you do have limited information. You have to impute certain things and play this weird kind of game theory type element. I mean, you always have to do that with things like oil and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, it creates like kind of a gray zone. But if you try to play that game theory aspect down the tunnel, normally you kind of figure it out, right? Yeah.
What's up, Rich?
Hey guys, how we doing?
Good. How we doing?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt anything there. I felt like we were right deep in the depths of fundamentals, and I was just listening. I was picking up some bits. There was moments where I was like, I'm sure candlesticks are a lot simpler. But then there was other things where I was like, actually, you could really lean into this this experience. I think the hybrid is obviously where you have both together. But I always found that the fundamentals would contradict the technical analysis I would have. So I would have this fundamental bias. I used to use scorecards, and I would rank all the major big data points on each currency pair, and I would mark each currency pair as strong and weak, and I would try and buy strong pairs against weak pairs. But I was too impatient to wait for the technical setup. So I was like, that's fine, I'm bullish on this pair, I can just get in at any point. And it turns out I couldn't just get in at any point. So that was my experience with trying to blend the two. And I thought, well, how can I make this simple? And for me, that was just technical analysis. And I would still say that there's times where it's not simple, but it's static, right? Fundamentals, I feel like, is this living organism that you must research and keep up to speed with, like on a constant basis. Candlesticks, when they print, that's it. Then they're locked in. You've got them there. You can build an analysis from it, and it's like, okay, this is what I'm trying to do. But there's just personal preference, right?
Yeah.
I would say the other portion you need with the macro fundamental stuff is you need positioning as well, right? So positioning, whether you use futures, options positioning, like volume stuff, because sometimes a certain asset will be fully bullish per se. So we say the euro, but the positioning is already so up there because everyone knows it that fundamentally macro-wise, yes, euro dollar should keep going up, but everyone's already fully bought in. There's no buys left. So we end up going down, but you're looking at the macro fundamental situation, you're like, this doesn't make sense. Right? So I think that's like the third characteristic that kind of completes the set, I guess.
I've always been a bit cautious of that. When you see like you see Bitcoin advertised like on main media, I'm like, oh, that's exit liquidity. Because by the time it gets to like retail level, I'm like, yeah, the money's probably already in it. It's then soaring, and everyone's like, this is quite a cool thing. Let's create on it. And then, yeah, it's like never worked for me getting in when I see something and go, oh, actually, yeah, let's see what Bitcoin's done. Yeah, typically, like you say, forward facing.
That's a prime example, though, right? Like, because normally the institutional positioning will be there, and then it goes to retail, and then that's when you know it's dead. Right? It's like people lining up for gold and silver to go and buy it or exchange their gold and silver, and then we saw gold and silver come off a cliff. Right? Yeah. So,
I mean, what's that saying? If the milkman tells you about it, it's too late.
Yeah.
If the postman tells you about it, it's too late or something like that.
Or your grandma or whatever.
Yeah. If your grandma is the one telling you about a thing, you know it's over. It's too late, guys.
I've just read
What's
today
this
that.
internet money?
Sorry?
I was just saying, what's this internet money? Like your grandma speaking.
What's
I was just reading today that altcoins are losing the majority of the retail volume, one of the biggest outflow of retail money in the history, and there is no direct, basically, information or signs that institutions are buying it, but it's not direct signs. In my personal opinion, I think that the best timing is when the retail is selling. Again, I started buying Bitcoin and Ethereum already myself. I am accepting the probability that it can go back to 50K even. And then I'm going to gladly accept this part of the loss, but I'm willing to sit and wait for the next couple of years if it goes back up, because if it goes back up from the current levels, I mean, it's going to be X2, and let's see.
I think altcoins need to just be washed out.
I'm not. I'm not buying altcoins though. I'm buying Ethereum and Bitcoin. So I'm not. Altcoin because I believe from my observation that alt season only starts after Bitcoin and Ethereum already started going up, and then money from the main ones flows parts of it in altcoin because it's a pump, it's a hype. People want much money. They cannot buy Ethereum on Bitcoin, so they go for something cheaper. But while Ethereum and Bitcoin are down, I don't really expect altcoins also to suddenly spike back up. So.
Yeah, it's that hope. It's that hope that altcoin is going to be the next Bitcoin. Everybody has hope when they buy into altcoins, and then they see Bitcoin drop, and they're like, "Oh no! let me get rid of this one. Let me try that one again." Yeah, it's all on hope, I think.
Yeah.
Gentlemen and lady, I am going to love and leave you all. I need to hop out. I'm going to listen to Rich's absolute knowledge nuggets today, but I will do so in the background. Anastasiia, LJ, and Richard, I hope you guys have a great day. We'll see you all next week, Monday-ish. Anyway.
Yep.
Catch you soon.
Well, have a great day. Yeah.
Peace, man. See ya. How we doing? Rich and Anastasiia, welcome. How we going?
We'll do our best with knowledge nuggets today, man. Last night was rough. We saw every single hour of the night, and it was a long night. And I woke up today full of whatever this is. I don't know if it's cough, cold, flu, whatever it is. And I was like, you know what, Rich? Today would be a terrible day to trade. Just listen to your body, listen to your mind, and markets were moving. There was a lot of opportunities today, especially on gold. Looking at kind of gold on the lower time frames, I was trying to front run. So a lot of what I do, I front run limit orders. So what we're talking about is prices sort of falling into a level, and I have a limit order, and I'm trying to get picked up for a quick rejection point. And I was watching gold on the time frame that we do not speak about, the 1 minute time frame, and I was trying to front run this level, and the market missed me by about 10 points. I don't know if we can bring up maybe gold just on the 1 minute chart, and I'll show you this idea. Now, price was about 150 points away from the level that I was trying to buy at. So you can see that you've got those three lows hanging down at the bottom. My limit order was just above the middle low, and
just above.
Yeah, just below that middle low. Yeah, so I was probably like say 10, 15 points below that level. And I remember looking at price, thinking, well, do you know what? I'm going to reduce my size because I was trading probably close to 1% risk, and I was like, I'm going to reduce my size on this to about a 0.25% risk, because I feel that a lot of the volume has come out of this level. It's a rule that I use based on a lot of back testing and a lot of data to back this up. And so price was about, I want to say 100, 150 points away. And then if you zoom in and you look at that 1 minute candle, price decided to get down to that entry in a hurry, like in a real hurry. And I was holding, that candle just to the right. I was holding a short actually coming off the high once we started to break lower, and I was slipped 30 points just on the TP of the trade, and I was like, Rich, this is all fun, but how do you manage risk when the price you intend to get through, which is it could be a TP target, it could be a limit order, when price can't fill that order and it gaps 30 pips or 30 points lower, and I'm like, it becomes incredibly difficult to manage risk on. So I actually reduced the trade to about 0.25% risk. Barely had a moment to even look at it, and I think in about, was it 8 to 10 seconds, it had already hit 1-to-1 TP target, and I was like, this is just what to do in these markets, you know?
I was going to say, what do we call 30 points on gold? Because depending, some people call it like $30 dollars per ounce, or do you mean like the like what are we saying?
So if I relate it to the spread, so GU and EU would be like 0.1 pip, and then I would talk about say 30 pips. On gold, the spreads are around about 4 points, and I was like I say, 30 points on it for the TP. That's what it actually executed past, probably close to 40 actually, because dollars relative to pounds. But yeah, we're getting a lot of volatility still in gold at the moment, and it becomes quite difficult to manage risk around. And you then compound that to being up all night, and then you add on a touch of flu on top of that, and all of a sudden you got trading, which is hard already, then suddenly becomes like brain lag on top of it. And there's one thing that's pretty clear is when I'm trading, I need to be very sharp. Now, this is the cool thing, and I think it's kind of worth mentioning here. When we have a technical setup, let's say we trade a pattern or a rules-based setup in the market, we know what our entry looks like. You could come into the market feeling 2 out of 10 mentally and think, yeah, but it's still the same technical setup. Nothing changes. But your ability to execute on that setup drastically reduces the performance of your edge. We see it in traders all the time, and I think none of us are exempt to that. We have days when, you know what, we just feel a little bit aggressive. We have days where we feel a little bit too passive. And this could just be a subtle thing, like adjusting your lot size, or not quite following your rules, or cutting a trade early because you feel uncomfortable. And today was just one of them days where I was like, I don't feel myself. And typically, if I'm going to trade at my best, this is where I built my edge. I need to be at like an 8 out of 10, a 9 out of 10. I come into it much, much lower than that, and still made the decision to get involved within the market. And what it did as a result is, you know, I didn't execute on my analysis as well as I could have. So again, we talk about that gap between the result your system performs at and the result that you perform at. And 9 times out of 10, it always ends up being the trader. It always ends up being some kind of psychological or behavior pattern as to why that trader didn't quite achieve the same result as their system. And just hands up, you know what? We all go through it. I did it this morning, and yeah, not my best work.
I still do all the time as well. Definitely. When sometimes I'm like, I should have, I'm like, I've got a perfect A+ setup, and then I go kind of conservative, like kind of a little bit too passive. I'm like, this is the juice, right? I should go full bore, and then I pull it back, and I'm like, and then because I've done that, I'm like, I should have cleaned up this much, and then later I'm trying to pick up the difference because I'm like now anchoring to a point of what I should have picked up, and then sometimes I'll definitely still do this regularly, occasionally, and then I'll take a bit more scrappy trades and go a bit heavier because I'm trying to pick up the difference of like an anchor point. I'm like, what am I doing? And then normally that scrubs out, and then I still end up, picking up the trades on the back end after. But I'm like, I pretty much just cleaned up the extra loss that I made for myself, plus some profit, which if I just had a little bit less loss after the fact, went heavier on the actual A+ rather than heavier on the, say, the B trade. Now I've found another A trade, which has cleaned up, and it's made up the difference of the B trade, but still the difference is only this much when it should have been that much. Like it should be that much in profit instead of that. And sometimes plus commission, you can be either flat or a bit down, and you're just like, what am I doing, man? Right?
Yeah, it's
So
when you have that
it still
mindset,
happens to me after like 13 years now and again. Right?
It's like when you say the market owes me. Hang on, let's run through this. The market owes you because you decided to size down on a grade A setup, and now the market owes you. And it's like putting that accountability onto them. We say the brain is one of the most creative ways at problem solving, and honestly, the conversations that go on inside my head when I'm trading sometimes is so. It's almost like risk avoidance. So, for an example, right? Yesterday, I was watching the market. Now we're talking. There was 5 winning trades and 1 losing trade to this point. Now, I hadn't been involved in any of these trades. I'd just been observing. It was like, look, I don't feel great. I'm just going to be watching the market. But then the next trade sets up, and there's been 5 winners, there's been 1 loss. So I said, no problem. Do you know what? I'm going to go in on this, and I'm going to follow my analysis, and I'm going to go in heavy. And this trade went to stop loss quicker than I could have a sip of water. And I felt in that moment exactly what you would say is the market owed me money. Like, how can I have 5 winners, 2 losses? How statistically can I pick the losing trade and go in relatively heavy on it? And one of the biggest things that I would say I'm guilty of as a trader is I have a lot of different accounts, and I'll go, right, this account today, I'm going to trade this one, and this is my setup. And I almost feel like I can better the results of letting everything copy on the trade copier. And I can never better the results. And yet I still find reasons to go, yeah, I'm not too sure. This is kind of a grade B. Let me just go in on this account with reduced size. And then it's like you say, full TP. And you're like, there's a massive gap between where you could have been and where you actually are. And I feel like the best way to fix that, in fact, before I go into kind of my experiences with that, I'd love to hear Anastasia's and LJ. I'd love to hear if you find that you have a gap between the results you could have got and the results you should have got, is there anything that you've done, maybe a mental framework or a process you've built or an accountability buddy? Is there anything that you've done to underpin that behavior to say, I need to bring my results from a 5 to what clearly could be an 8 or a 9?
I definitely have some things. I'll let Anastasiia go first.
No, you go first. You go first.
No, you go. Go on. Go on.
Usually, if I have this huge gap between the results that I should have gotten and the results that I really got, because this week is a great example. I had the perfect setup on gold, both for a long and for a short. We talked about this on Tuesday's stream, so it perfectly went from the level to the level, and I could have made a huge profit this week. Whether it ended up actually being a loss so far. And usually the things happens for me in my personal experience based on the stress that and the inability to focus. That there can be different factors and different reasons to this, right? But whatever I was, whatever works for me, I figured out is to be able to take a break. Because if I don't take a break from the charts, and sometimes it's a one day, sometimes it's a week, it means that however good my analysis is, that I'm unable to follow my own plan and execute it and stick to my discipline on execution of my own plan, which means that I need to get myself back into the good mental state before I'm going to get back on the chart, because no matter how good my analysis is, the problem is in the execution of the trade, in sticking to the trade and so on. So I take a break first, then I analyze where there were the mistakes, what I did wrong, and then only after, later, when I feel that I'm not attached anymore to this result and I can actually let it go and stop thinking about this is when I come back to the charts. Because if I'm going to get back to the charts thinking about the previous not filled in trades or not taken opportunities or missed analysis that I made and how perfect it was and how much money I could have made, then I'm going to be trading from perspective of the past experience and not focused on the actual trading that I'm performing now and what should I do to make it the best trade possible. So it's sometimes it is what it is. We are all human beings, and it happens sometimes. But need to be able to stay away and to actually figure out what was the problem. And sometimes the only way to do this is actually taking a break first. So
okay, just quickly before we get LJ's answer on this. So I hear two things. So Anastasiia said, take a break and physically wait until the emotions and the connection from the previous trade has started to fall away. And I really like that. So you're not carrying the emotional baggage from the previous result into the next analysis. And then you're asking yourself this simple question: how can I make this next trade the best possible trade? But I need to be free of that old trade before I come into this new one. Chat, if you've got anything that you do in a trade to reset, let's say you've got a Mona Lisa setup. It is the best grade A setup. You're about to place your 1 unit of risk. It might be 1%, whatever it is you trade with, and you mis-execute that trade. The trade has now finished. Maybe it should have been a win. Perhaps you didn't get the same result as that win. I'd love to hear from chat. What would you do to make sure that you then, the next trade after that is going to be the best trade that you could execute on? So far, Anastasiia has shared taking a break and allowing the emotions to subside until she's no longer thinking about that previous trade. So let's see what chat's got for us while LJ shares his perspective on this.
Yeah, so I'm very much of the thing of when that kind of stuff happens, like I'm very much a person that wants to take action, and, like, start correcting things immediately. Like I want to, if whether it's trading or anything else that goes wrong or has some kind of friction or something, I want to like find a solution, find a problem, get to work immediately, right? You know, some people need to take a break, chill out, whatever. As soon as something happens, like I'm like, okay, what are we going to do next? How are we solving this? How's it going to be fixed? Straight to action. And I probably do that like literally everywhere else. Trading, sometimes then I become a little bit more passive. I'm sitting there, right there. I could just punch it, clean up, correct everything, no issue. But then I become like hesitant sometimes. And it's not all the time. It's very, it's sort of irregular, but definitely still pops up. Maybe you have like a random month or here or there, like 2 months of the year, each year, where it still kind of pops up. And normally that's surrounding other things I have going on. Where I've got like this happening, that happening. I got to go to bed in an hour and a half, and I got to get up after 4 hours and then do this and that. So there's like a collective of other pieces all coming in together. And I often find, normally myself trying to be sort of more conservative or bring things down does not work. I need to just go full steam ahead, full bore, all out. That's it. Do or die, bang, done. And I just go boom, 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 boom. It's like precision. Otherwise, if I don't, it tends to be very like bludgeoned and very rough and gruesome and not clean and just there. And then it's very much like a grind getting there. So that's definitely something I've learned for myself, where when something does happen, just get to work, figure out the solution, and then just bang, execute, done. No questions, no thoughts, whatever. Good. So that's kind of any time I don't do that, which is also hard sometimes when there's like other people connected to, whether it's trading or something else as well. You can get in your head too much and thinking about other people and what if this, what if that, what if that. As soon as I start thinking about that, it is terrible. So I always find if I just, this is what I need to do it, done, works out. So that's me. So.
You know, this is super interesting, because if we set up a trading station and we had Anastasiia on one desk and LJ on the other, and they both took exactly the same trade, followed their plan, we would have Anastasiia would get up, walk away, have a break, and completely calm down, reset, then come back to the station. And LJ would lean even closer to the monitor and then say, right, let's try and work through this. Let's see if we can fix this. And it's such a a beautiful perspective of trading where we can see two seasoned great traders that take very different approaches to, I've just mis-executed my edge. How would I go through and build this gap, or how would I kind of get back on the horse? And some people like a couple of steps back and then a couple of steps forward. LJ's like, no, I'm going to kick this thing in the ribs and I'm going to ride this thing even harder, and I'm going to make sure that I do get this horse over that hurdle. We've got some interesting comments in chat. I'll pull them up one by one. So for those of you who just
Rich, before you're gonna go on, I think it's a very interesting comparison. I think it's also a personal thing, because it's an ability to focus on the next. It's ability to focus on the next trade without the attachment of the previous one. I think it also gets developed over time, because obviously in the past, for example, I wouldn't be able to get so fast detached from the previous result as I am right now. But I think it's also whatever works for you guys personally, so for the chat, for the audience who is listening, for LJ, maybe getting into work and working through the mistake helps to get over the mis-execution of the previous setup. Whereas for me, I detach first, I do something completely different than trading, and then I come back. Because in the past, when I just got back into trading immediately after making a mistake, not after the loss necessarily, because the loss can be good loss. It can be loss based on my statistics. It can be loss based on my age. It can be a great trade and still lead to losing money in this circumstance. But if it was a mistake, and I, knowing that I made a mistake, would get back into trading immediately, it would lead to more mistakes because I was attached to the previous result. So over time, I figured out that for me, what works is to walk away for a moment, and sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it takes shorter period of time, because there are many things that contribute to this. Sometimes maybe I slept bad, sometimes maybe something is happening in the personal life, sometimes I may be sick, for example, and I know it's just not a good day. So getting away from the laptop gives me a little bit of this time to think about what is the problem, and can I fix this problem now? Can I just go for a walk, come down, come back? Or maybe I'm sick, I'm just not feeling good, and maybe it's better to leave it. Whereas if I stay in front of the monitor, I don't have an ability to think about the reasoning behind the mistake in the first place. So not only detaching from the mistake, I would say, but also understanding what was the reason that I made a mistake in the first place, and not trying to fix a mistake, but fix the reason behind it. Why did it occur in the first place? So, and for that, I need some time. So I think it's also in a little bit personal how our brain works and emotions work. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's very interesting because as well, we do often trade very similar in many ways, right? Like probably, I don't know, 70, 80% or something. But then our look back with that stuff is very different. Like it's kind of opposite. And we had this question here. So is that not classed as revenge trading? So no, it's more an action thing. Knowing, so typically when these things happen to me, when they do happen, it's I already know what I did or didn't do. It normally comes out of inaction rather than action itself. Like you took the wrong action. It's more inaction where I knew what I should have done and just didn't fully commit. So it's more of a correction type situation. It's almost like as far as trading, I find sometimes doing this comes back to where sometimes keeping things very simple is very good, because if you keep it simple, you kind of have that level of what do you call it, like being oblivious per se to certain things that you just act. And sometimes you can get over analysis paralysis type situation, trying to be too exact, too perfect, and then absolutely cook it, right? When really you were still actually correct, just you're trying to hyper analyze something. And so it's not a error out of like just raw like mistake where you don't know what's going on, which I would say if you're just taking massive L's and you're just like, you're angry and then you're trying to pile into something, that would be revenge trading. If it's when you actually have done the work, but you just sort of lacked the slight, pull the trigger moment, that's very different. And now you're seeing it play out. So therefore, okay, do I just sit here and I got knocked out? Now I'm seeing what I already was looking for play out. And I tried to hyper financialize it, like get the next exact low and then jump in and whatever. That's when you have to go, okay, look, I missed this portion. I'm going to jump in now because I know I've done the analysis, I've done the prior work before, and jump in on the back end of it. Like, yes, I missed a portion of it. That's okay. Sometimes they'll happen. Most of the times I get it right. But yeah, it can be hard. Like once a trend or a trade or some kind of momentum shift or structure shift, whether it's technical or otherwise, it's already started, and you miss the perfect entry, but it keeps running, and you just don't join, where you could have joined because you identified this before, and then now you try and join up the top, and then your risk profile is completely different, right? So it's one of those things where you have to go like, oh, look, don't try to be perfect. Just get in, do it, get it done, get paid with dollars, not with probabilities or... How we doing, Will?
Good. What's good, guys? How are we doing?
Hey.
LJ, I like that. I like that. My brother's very similar. He has the saying where it's not necessarily like don't perfect it, just do it. Do it and learn along your way, and you'll learn through experience of actually doing it. He said the more you try and perfect it, there's a chance that you're actually just subconsciously putting it off.
Yeah, exactly. So like I was saying, like this is not something I do very often, but occasionally now and again, when I'm low sleep, I've got a bunch else going on, I kind of miss some stuff, or I've got a copy trader on, I leave orders in that I forgot to close because I've got too many accounts, stuff like that. So
yeah.
Definitely.
What is good, everyone else? How are we doing? Anastasiia, what's good? Rich, what's good, brother? How you doing?
How are you? How's your trading week?
Oh God, Anastasiia, don't ask.
Forget about that question.
Yeah, let's move on from that question, shall we? I'll bring my chart up really quickly, just because I want to show you guys this from this morning, and this is really interesting. And you're probably thinking, okay, well, you were buying, you hit a stop loss. Why have you also got a sell position up there? Let me just get rid of my sessions indicators. This is really, really interesting on a personal level now. So I'm actually going to share with you guys watching now a little bit about how I genuinely personally feel as a trader about this setup, not just as a streamer who wants to share his current trading strategies and his current trades. So this is really, really interesting on GU and EU because it happened on both of them, which was wow. So as you guys know that I have my consolidation breakout, break and close, retest, continuation, which is what we got. We had a little bit of if, buts and maybes on GU around this area here. We doubled these highs, so it wasn't the most highly probable, but we did come into this beautiful area here, which I really like the setup for buys. However, this trade did not play out, which I'm fine with. I lost about $1,100. Cool, I don't care. What I do care about is when I then went and took a look at my old GU-EU strategy. Now, this also works on NASDAQ, US 30 and S&P, but I don't really trade it too much on that. However, it is tested and it is valid in New York session. But EU and GU, this was a predominantly heavy pair, a heavy strategy. And this is the actual strategy that got me that 18% January back about 3 years ago. Now, I actually plotted it up because I saw that sort of pattern form, and I thought, okay, let me take a look at the session highs, the session lows, like the pre-session, so Tokyo, and then I looked at it, and EU I plotted on. I actually went down as far as the 1 minute. Didn't need to. EU is actually really valid on the 5 minute, but I did go down to the 1 minute just to take a look, and it is my old strategy playing out to perfection, and it was beautiful. But the only difference is it's my old strategy with the confluence of my brand new refined consolidation strategy as well. So I've actually managed to, and I'm going to be doing a lot of testing now over the next couple of weeks, because I'm going to be looking at whether my old strategy, before, like pre-refined strategy, is now valid again, except with the refinement of my consolidation as well. So this is genuinely really interesting on my personal trading side of things. So like some of you guys are probably that you don't care about it, but for me, like I'm trying to I'm showing you and sharing my genuine excitement to the fact that my old strategy that was invalidated and actually caused me to lose a couple of my accounts. And then I had to refine and like readjust and go back and doing some back testing. And that's where I came up with this new strategy. This new strategy is starting to slow up a little bit. And my old strategy, with the confluence of my new strategy, is starting to kick back into play. So I'm actually really, really excited to find there may be something in this. So I'm going to be doing a lot of testing, and I'm going to be sharing my testing with you guys as well. I'm probably going to be doing a lot of testing and forward testing as I'm back down to 5% down on the account, which is really annoying, given that I did manage to claw so much of it back, and I was like just under 1% away from break even. But you know, it happened. So I'm actually going to be doing a lot of forward testing with you guys and showing you whether my old strategy is actually back and valid again.
Nice, dude. I'm waiting to see it. This is going to be good. Glad.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited.
Okay.
I'm really excited because this was a 2.47% trade.
I'm waiting for you to explain it entirely, so that next time we have a trading competition, I can back reverse that and I'll win. Right. So there we go.
Yeah, man.
We need to do another one again. Actually,
that was good fun, man. That was really good.
It was.
Yeah, but G as well was a 1.5% win. Would have been, so that would have been a 3-4% win today.
I had a side question for Anastasiia.
Yep.
With your Aussie dollar shorts the other day, how did that go? Did you get out before?
It was perfect.
Bounce? Yeah.
It was perfect, actually. Wait, let me share my screen because I've been in a couple of trades since the beginning of our stream. And Richard Walt, he was still here, was already asking about this. So there are several trades that I'm in right now. I'm going to go back to the Aussie. So first of all, I'm in a short on gold, which is going pretty choppy, as you can see. And it did kick me out on break even first. So I had the short from this level, basically. Then it went almost to my target, to 49.76 and a 4, which afterwards reversed back, hit my break even. Now on my futures smaller time frame, I got another confirmation. So I'm in again on this trade from 49.89.65. So it's right here, basically. This is my next entry, and I'm assuming that it's also gonna hit my break even. So this one is basically not behaving well so far. But I'm in this short for gold sold at the moment. There is another trade that I'm currently in as well. It's euro sells. So as much as I was looking for sells on AUD, I was looking for GU as well and EU. I didn't really take another short because I was in an AUD sell already. And today and yesterday, what I was looking for is the zone that we talked about on Tuesday. So I was saying, we talked about EU. I was saying that I'm expecting EU to get back into this gray zone, this accumulation zone. So we did. It touched it. I was considering buys, which, as you all might assume, I didn't take it was a little bit risky, and it wasn't 100% my setup because it was below the volume, so it was 50-50. I was expecting it to go lower. I could have taken profit on this buy if I would taken it, but I didn't. But today, what I've seen already before is that the price went down, went to the lowest point of this whole range, this whole area that I was waiting EU at, which is a value area low here. We had the retest of it. So the price tested it, it went back up and still collapsed down. So I took a sell right before our stream. In the beginning of our stream from this level, on the closure of the 30-minute candle. So the moment the 30-minute bearish candle closed, I took another sell because on my future chart, I was also looking for the volume at 17,840 approximately, big volume that came in the market. So I was taking in expectation the price was going to stay below it, which is right now doing so. Which at the current moment, it's reaching one of the levels that I'm expecting the rejection from. So 17,751 might wait and expect the rejection, because if we look at the 1 hour time frame, first of all, it's a level that the price has tested before already, and we held above this level. And the volume comes from this consolidation. So for 2 weeks in December and in December, third and fourth week of December, we were at this accumulation zone. And the price has been basically testing this level ever since. So if we look at, not sure if they extend here. I saw they removed this function. So here, so the price has been reaching the same level already third time. If we will break, great. Otherwise, I'm gonna move it to break even now because I don't want to risk it. It might go back after the huge drop already, so I'm moving this to break even too. But if we're gonna break it and it's not gonna close at break even, I'm gonna add to my position and I'm gonna keep it until 17,511 and 17,250. So if it reaches the final target, it's going to be a little more than 1 to 2 restore reward in this one. So it's 511 my next target, and 17,250 is my next target, which is from basically the volume of this whole movement to the upside. So we have the next big volume area here. And this is EU, so gold still didn't hit my second break even, for now at least. And for AU another day, it was perfect because where is it? 6A.
Did you get the rally at all? I know you're short.
No, I was not short. I wanted to take a buy, but I was the day was difficult for me trading, so I skipped this because I made some mistakes on the other assets. So I was like, okay, you know what, it's enough. But I did have the short, and it was 1 to 4 restore reward. Finally, it closed. So I had this entry here on our stream still, and then it went down perfectly to my target, so I got out here. And I wanted to long it from here because I did have the zone for a long, but again, I just skipped it. There was a chance that I'm going to take a sell again, but today, together with Euro USD, because when I was looking at Euro sells, AU was also here already again. So I was like, maybe I'm going to take both of them once again, but then, this whole range wasn't really talking to me. So I decided to skip AU, go to EU this time. Let's see how this one is going to play out. But AUD was really good. Did you take this buy?
I did take the buy with the jobs data.
Okay.
Through today, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I prefer EU pound dollar sells rather than AU. Right now, it looks like because of the jobs data today, we still have it's like a 4% probability of rate hike for March. So most likely, it looks like May, which there is a lot of data to come between now and then. But right now, as far as everything going through, it is in the RBA's favor. Now, the thing is, the economic data technically we should not be hiking rates, right? But the RBA definitely wants to. So any of these bits and pieces that come out that are at least somewhat aligned with them, they'll use that as further, favor to actually do so. But yeah, so I still very much slight upside for the Aussie dollar in general. at least as far as the majors. So I prefer to sell if you're looking for. I do believe in dollar upside overall. I prefer to sell euro, pound, literally anything else, New Zealand dollar potentially, anything other than the Aussie right now. So that's in the caveat, basically. But yeah, so I like the euro dollar trade. So you actually got in on that because we were talking about it. Because I was looking for that move, the same that the pound had lower. So we did get that. That was very nice overall.
Yeah, so it's breaking my zone right now. We're gonna able to be close above in 10 minutes, 11 minutes from now. 10. So 30-minute candle, I want to close below 17,750. If it does close, I'm gonna add to my shorts, and let's see. It's now pulling back, so let's see what's gonna play out.
Beautiful.
Because on my future chart, it also just reached the level that it's a little different based on the quote. So it literally just reached the level of volume here, 17,720. Just touched it, so I moved that one to break even too, because I have 2 trades. Order cancelled. Yeah, on one on futures
Order
and on
cancelled.
Yeah, because it was a stop loss order.
I'll be honest, that completely made me jump.
Yeah, I know I did. I disabled all the sounds on MetaTrader. They freak me out every time.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I don't want to hear that.
I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off.
Freak me out every time.
I just installed the platform on my second laptop, so I didn't still change any sounds or anything.
Yeah. But yeah, Rich, what else do you have for us today?
I was just saying we had this this comment saying which do you prefer, swing, daily charts or hourly charts? It's actually quite refreshing when Will come in and said, look, I've decided to rework my edge based on something changing in the past. Because I feel like a lot of the time, myself included in this, when we do our analysis, it's just kind of, we know exactly what we're looking for. We've done that tens of thousands of times. So it's going to be super interesting to follow along on Will's journey when Will says, look, you know what? I've walked away from an edge that started to underperform. I've adjusted my rules and now I've found maybe a hybrid version. And then I love what Will said when he goes, there's going to be a lot of testing involved, because that's the only way that I know to bring that kind of clarity and information to it, is to say, what would 100 samples look like? And the cool thing is, because Will's been executing, he can now go back through years, and I can say this because Will has been trading that account, I believe, for is it 2 years yet? It's pretty close, right?
Yeah, it's close, man. It's coming up to close to 2 years.
So Will has been trading this account for almost years, and he can go back and look at every single entry and exit over the past, say, 6 months, and he can say, you know what if I applied my slightly revised framework amongst the trades I've been taking, and then in his spreadsheet he can record the result he's got versus the result he could have got, and he can build a direct comparison between the two sets of results. So before Will has to, obviously he can forward test lightly, but before he really commits into that, he's then going to be able to get insights as to what his system is going to do if he changes those rules. There's just no quick way to it, right? I mean, obviously we can forward test, but it just takes time to build out the data set and look at the information and say, is it worth making this adjustment?
Definitely.
Yeah.
There was another question. I was going to say, Rich, if you had an answer to this one.
So it's always
right
it's
up
always
your
going
alley,
to be
obviously.
It's always going to be the one that's the most.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, and I always do this in the coaching workshops that we do in the Discord. We've got one in about 3.5 hours from now. And I always stumble on something that I go, actually, yeah, let me share my perspective on this. And before I do it, I always challenge chat and say, actually, before I give you my answer, what is your best trading psychology book? So if you've read a psychology book in trading in chat, let us know what it is, because these streams are not just our opportunity to share our experiences, they're also our opportunity to indulge in your experiences. So if there's something that you've read, I'm going to go ahead and say it immediately. It's Trading in the Zone by the late Mark Douglas. That's been the book. It literally sits on my desk to my left. I've got notes in it. I've got a review that I did on the book and recorded it in a document. I've actually shared this inside the Fivers community. And I read this document every single day for like 6 to 8 months. And it physically leveled me up as a trader. When I came to take trades, I would feel so much calmer. I can see that we've got our first comment coming in, trading in the zone. Let's see if I can pull this up there. So we've got one, trading in the zone. So we've got a course, but no books yet. Okay, fair enough. I can't believe there's only one trader in here of 250 that has read Trading in the Zone. This is like the probably, I would argue, one of the most spoken about books when it comes to trading and mindset. And for very good reasons as well. I've read it a couple of times. And I would say the second time I read it, I'd been trading for maybe 5 years. And I would say it was better the second time I read it. It was good on the first. James is coming in saying Tom Hugard, so I'm guessing Best Loser Wins, another incredible read as well. Talks about, literally the title is Best Loser Wins. And we've spoken about this on stream many times about being a really good loser, which actually typically isn't something that we're conditioned naturally to be as traders. So far we've got Trading in the Zone, we've got Best Loser Wins.
I would say as people in general,
Yeah,
what's that when it comes to losing?
Yeah, if it comes to losing, no one likes to lose. Even if you take simple children games, we are not conditioned to lose since we are children. So we bring to trading already our own experience and desire to win, or at least not to lose. So it's one of my favorite books in general on trading. I guess everyone, needs something specific, so this was mine. It's filled in the gap exactly that I really needed in my trading.
there you go.
Is the thing with Best Loser Wins. I had a bit of an issue when I read this because every second paragraph had a nugget that I could almost shape my trading upon or my mindset upon, and I'm like, I feel like I'd do a disservice if I just skim through this book and read it too quickly. So I actually underlined everything, and genuinely in some of the coaching calls, we've actually sat down and said, right, what's the best books you've read? And there's been some really good shout outs. There's a couple by Mark Douglas which come up quite often. You've got Best Loser Wins you've got Trading in the Zone, and is it The Disciplined Trader is the second one? Help me out with this. I should know.
Not
I've got
sure.
it on my bookshelf.
Not sure.
You
mean
I think it is The Disciplined Trader. I've not read it, but it rings a bell. I think I've heard of it.
I haven't read this one.
Not sure.
LJ, did you just say The Turtle Trader by Richard Dennis?
Yeah, is that what you're saying?
So I got recommended The Turtle Trader.
I haven't read it. I will say I haven't read it. I know of it. I haven't read it, but I thought Disciplined Trader, maybe it's The Turtle Trader. I don't know.
So The Turtle Trader was about two business partners that decided to, basically one of them said I could take a group of traders who have never traded or from all walks of lives and turn them profitable. And the business partner was like, absolutely not. And so this experiment happened where all these traders came on board and were taught this trading system. But the trading system was, from what I understand, quite simple, but incredibly disciplined to execute on because the win rate was typically quite low. I think most of the profitable months would be made in 1 month of the year. So it was like 11 months of the year you're losing money. And then all of a sudden you would get this run and the market would just come and just perform really well. And they released the strategy, I think, in the New York Times. And they just said that almost nobody could stick to the strategy because it didn't have a high strike rate. And I think in my own trading, I found something quite similar where I found that if I have a low win rate system, so typically anything less than about 40%, I fall to bits. And I can build myself in my psychology to be able to execute on a very low win rate system. But quite honestly, I don't want to. I have so much internal resistance that says, why should I have to go and do all that work in psychology when I would rather trade a high win rate system with a lower risk to reward? I mean, who wants to turn up to work, 11 months of the year and lose money?
Yeah, the thing exactly. There's that definitely. The second part, I think, also with that book, because I've had a bunch of people that talk to me or ask about stuff. They've read the book, they think it sounds good. I think it's more of a old adage as well. I think markets have changed a bit. Like it's more of a stock trading thing, that kind of stuff. We're in a different, very different period.
I just gotta let you guys know. I just gotta pop out real quick. I'll be back in about 30 minutes.
That's right, man.
Okay, cool.
Peace.
Peace. So yeah, I don't know if it quite works the same as when the book came out and it was very popular. Definitely had legs. I don't know if it's quite the same today in the current environment regime, you know. So that's the only thing when people come to me and they say like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to do this, whatever, rah rah." I'm like, because I also feel bad because, like you said, a lot of the results are very lagged, and they're going to spend a lot of time just to find out if maybe it works, right? You know, like you were saying, sort of the 1 month in 12 actually comes out, and say you spend 12 months and it doesn't appear. You spend another 12 months, you spend 2 years, 3 years, and you go, oh, maybe markets have changed from there, you know, right? So that's my only caveat. That book, I do like the principle of like, you know, patience, that kind of thing, discipline, that kind of stuff. Because I haven't read the book fully, but I've read like the synopsis, sort of breakdown, that kind of stuff. Very well aware of it, but yeah, it was a different book though you were talking about.
Yeah, no, sort of mindset wise was I would say I read The Turtle Trader just as it was recommended. Another one that's been recommended I haven't read yet is Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. I've heard really good things about this, but I haven't read it.
I have read that.
Yeah.
That is the most read book of any banker, trader, hedge fund, institutional player. Tell me what you think if you read it. When I read it, I was like, what the heck is this? Some wild cowboy type thing. Like, this makes no sense. No one would ever trade like this unless you've got some like background of, you know, potential investors with billions and billions of dollars in, you know, pockets, and you got banking relationships. Then you just go wild cowboy all over the place. I read it and I was like, what? How do people take this as like the standard of, yeah, this is trading and markets and investing? And it's still across the board, like banking, finance, internships, all this kind of stuff. I don't know, it seems ridiculous to me, to be honest. So I don't know, if you guys read it, tell me what you think, but I thought it just sounded like nuts, to be honest.
Based on your review, I don't think I'm gonna read it anytime soon.
Yeah, it was probably like 6th on my reading list, and I think you've just kind of put it down to about 10th at the moment. Just circling back quickly to something you said about, you know, if you only made profits 1 month of the year, but it covered your entire year, what if you didn't make profits within a year? Would you carry on for another year? And that's the question, isn't it? It's something I've shared on stream before, that I went break even for 7 months while trading actually my best systems and my best strategy. And after about 4, I started to really question, man, you know, surely I should be making profit now. And I was about break even. Month 5 came, month 6. By month 7, I'd reached a point where I was like, you know what? I'm just cooked on this system. I need to go and refine my rules. It's not performing the way that it did in the past. And I see that James has shared this. We've got James is saying that my win rate is 30%. Now, I'm just curious if you guys know your win rate off the top of your head. Now, just for context, a high win rate isn't necessarily a good thing. I have a 77% win rate in an account that's break even, and it's one of my accounts with the fivers. And I love looking at the win rate, but the win rate hasn't produced a net result because I'm not trading at positive risk to reward. Now, if somebody said to you, LJ, and Anastasiia, if someone said, you know what, I got this really cool trading system, super easy to trade, you just execute on it once every day, once every 2 days, and you will make money at the end of the year, but typically only for 1 month. If we had the benefit of hindsight, then I think it would be so much easier to say, do you know what, just follow the process. But how many times do we feel when we put a trade on and all of a sudden we get this sense of fear because our minds are trying to fill in the gap? What happens next? What if this trade goes to stop loss? And our natural state will be pain avoidance. And so what happens if this trade does go to stop loss? And you've got this over like hundreds of trades throughout a year, and we don't have the benefit of hindsight. And so what we do is we have this unrealistic expectation of, oh, I'm going to make money this week, or I'm going to make money this day. And when it's not met, we get basically all the emotional baggage that we attach to that. We get all the negative attachment to it as well. So if our expectation was, yeah, I should finish up in profit at the end of this year, I would say that trading would be so much easier to stomach the wins and losses because it's like, look, I'm zoomed out, I'm looking at the bigger picture. But when it comes to, I need to make money today, and I need to make money this week, and I need to make money this month. I think last year I had 2, maybe 3 losing months, and that was a good year for me. Like typically in terms of month-on-month returns, that was not necessarily overall returns, but in terms of green months and red months. And I think it's super important for traders to understand not just their win rate, but what is their expectation from the market? Because if we have an expectation which is poorly aligned, then we end up ourselves in a position where all of a sudden we're getting a whole bunch of pain because them expectations aren't filled. And we're doing it to ourselves. And it's like, oh, this trade's going to be a winner. When it doesn't, now all of a sudden we trigger ourselves because of that expectation. And it's harder to step away from the charts when you're triggered. I love what Anastasiia said earlier, that, you know what, when I feel like I haven't traded with my best, I can't reset while staring at the charts. So Anastasiia was saying, I need to physically change my environment because it's harder for me to reset whilst I'm in that storm. Whereas LJ is like, hold my beer, this is where I perform best. And I think for me, as well, if I continue in that storm and I've just tripped over and stumbled, I'm not going to get up and run my best race. I need to completely remove myself from that environment and come back to it when that emotion and that attachment and that expectation has completely fallen away. Because if not, I'm going to come back in and I'm going to go, the market owed me because I should have traded at 1% risk and I traded at 0.25%. And it's when that emotion sits too heavy, it's going to dictate my next decision. And there was something that was said in chat a long, long time ago, and it was about saying, you know, the market loves to bend traders or break traders. And if you try and trade your emotions in the market, it does not end well. Even if it ends well short term, it's basically delaying the problem and giving a false sense of security until one day it just suddenly blows up. Because revenge trading, over trading, it doesn't have sustainability. And I think that was one of the hardest things to grasp as a trader, is like, I need to execute on this next trade perfectly. And if I feel I can't do that, then I need to go away until I can come back and I can do that.
Definitely. I'm very much like you were saying, very much a, jump in the deep end type of person, and then figure out how to swim after that, right? So sometimes that's bad for certain people because they do that too aggressively, too early, that kind of thing. But I do that because I know that I have the capability, the wherewithal to figure it out as I go. And I'm very I will, right, type thing. And I also know that I tend to flourish in that type of situation, right? So that's very much the way I go. There was something else I was going to say, but I thought about it early when you were talking. Now I've forgotten.
Was it to do with win rate?
Oh, yes. So that was it. So win rate, I think long term, my average over 13 years is 77 to 90%. Like as the broad average range, the median comes out at 86 to 87. Now, that also comes with the thing of a lot of what I do is macro. So we'd hope that it's higher to a degree because it has to be, right? If you're actually leaning on that macro stuff, you actually have to be right to a degree. Yes, obviously you can position trades in a certain manner. The only way you're going to make money doing macro in the inverse is if you're looking for like black swans, right? Where you go for like a 10% or less strike rate, but when you do, you make 8, 9, 1,000, 2,000% return. That would also assume you have the capital to sit there for many years, often 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 years before you actually withdraw. So obviously I do this full time, so I need to actually do that daily, pay myself, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's how I've done it. And then I generally get a flux range between 66 to 95 at the top end, depending when I'm off center or change of character that I haven't caught up to like too quickly. Or when I'm on peak, it'll be, I've had periods where I'm literally 99.5 for like 3, 4, 5 months. Stretches. So that's when you're really locked into the certain environment. But it averages out to about 86 as like the median, put it that way. So that's basically where I sit.
Okay. Can you imagine how you would feel about yourself after running 99% win rate for like 3 months on the chart? Like that also comes with a level of self-awareness of like, hey, I almost can't lose here. And then the position sizing just has to be kept in check, right?
Yeah, so I wouldn't even say I can't lose there. It's more just like, yeah, I did well. Yeah, it's to me, when I do that, it's more like playing like you played a game of like Call of Duty, right? Just as a random example, where you had like a great game, you got the nuke, ended the game, top of the scoreboard, done, right? And so as soon as that's over, that's it. So it's not like I expect to carry this on going forward. It's just like, okay, this is cool. That means I'm in the pocket right now. And actually, typically when I see that, I actually look for, okay, this is going really well. That means I need to be now on the lookout for when it changes. And typically you'll get that change. It won't be 100% obvious when it first happens. So you will get some hits because you actually have to test it per se, like a bit of a flex. And then it actually rotates after that. Right. So you might just get some natural drawdowns or whatever happens in the market initially. You have to then determine, is this actually a full change or is this just the flux? Right. And then once you determine, okay, this is actually a change, you might dip down to that 66, 65% strike rate. Then you see it's a change. Then you pick up on the next direction and then it goes back up. So that's kind of how it fluxes. On the top end to the bottom end, and then average out in the middle.
So your average win rate must have had to have factored in when you started trading. There's no way you had like an 80% win rate, right? So you must have had like a lower win rate and then started to build it up.
To be honest, it was actually
I feel like I don't want the answer to that question.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I did, like, this is actually my like, I have this here. This is my early, when I used to journal on paper, literally back from when I was like 19 years old when I started trading, like back in the day. Hang on. Let's see if we can see the, where's the end numbers? So 18% there. This is probably backwards, but so this is the first thing is like profit loss. And so that's sort of what I was running. and then I get through certain periods, went to the next, and then again. It was all just through and through. Like I just ran an absolute storm going through. And some of these were also like carry trades. So I hit certain like periods where it was just pure profit for that whole week. So each of these periods where then there's like a line underneath it is just like the week. And then so those are the percentage returns. So pretty much I was getting 5%, 20%, 7%, 0.15%, whatever. So I don't know. My entire objective was actually to be right, not to be right in terms of like making money or some kind of like ego thing. It was just like I was trying to like hone the skill in that kind of manner of like, ideal if you can try to be as right as possible, surely you are now getting closer to what is actually going on, per se. Right? Or, so it depends on the prior objective. Or you take the objective of you're not trying to be right, you're trying intentionally to be occasionally right, but when you are, it's like a massive return. Right? So for instance, like Victor trades like a bit more that way, where it's like a lower win rate overall, but a very high return when it comes through. But I, back then, was trying to just literally test knowledge per se. I had no expectation of actually making money. And so that's how that started. So it's hard to bring it up on camera, but that started with 5K, and you go through the next like 4 pages within 2 months, and I was up like 20, 25, 30. And so when you're at uni, you're like, okay, that's pretty cool. And I was running that through, and it all started from that macro type prospect where I was just doing science per se, trying to like test hypotheses. And the other thing with science is obviously typically how you make it as a scientist is not by discovering something normally, it's actually by disproving someone else, right? So you're actually looking for where things are wrong. And so hence I came to the market with that same idea. Obviously with trading, you're trying to look for where you are wrong rather than where you are right. So that ends up being a very protective type manner. And then it's that whole thing of your stop loss is my entry. And I didn't care about the money, whatever. So I just enter on all this stuff and it worked out. And yeah, so that's how it went on. Yeah.
Okay. I think I follow the thread when you say your stop loss is my entry. Where are things wrong? I love the idea of where does the market not make sense, because typically where it doesn't make sense, this is where we see a lot of entanglement, a lot of conviction, a lot of commitment from traders where they get into trades. And if we know that traders typically don't like to be wrong, what are they going to do? We heard earlier Anastasiia was saying kind of with cryptos, maybe it's not about making a huge profit, but there's a certain point that if it pulls back to. And so I think like if we talk to a lot of traders, we get this one thing in common. They have like this pain point. And if you can map out someone's pain point on a chart, you can anticipate the reaction of their action. And obviously you can then enter, as LJ says, their stop loss is your entry. We were looking at gold yesterday, and it rallied up and then it consolidated. I think it was yesterday. And I remember looking at this and just being like, when this breaks out, this is going to go, and this is going to absolutely rally, because it was almost like price had sat in a consolidation for long enough that I was like, can you imagine the commitment, the entanglement of traders now, all trying to sell this down? You've got stops on the highs. You've got breakout traders with buy stops on the highs, or and trying to push price higher. And I'm like, rarely on that, this is just gonna kind of dribble out, and it did. It just absolutely shot out. And then today we saw the exact reversal of it, where the market had come up to these highs, and I'm like, I'm pretty confident we'll break again, comes, traps the high in, and this is kind of where we talk about how many breakout traders got involved in that volume on the breakout. Well, as we failed to break out, there's a lot of breakout traders holding the highs, and it's almost like, okay, that kind of sucks right now, but if they were holding the highs, what would they do next? And we're talking about orders that can move markets. And if the orders didn't come in to follow through, then we're going, okay, kind of where's the footprint of these orders? So I don't trade charts, and I rarely talk about this, but I trade the psychological footprint of what I believe buyers and sellers to be doing. Price action, I just believe, is a representation of what people feel price is worth. And there will be times where people are massively wrong and equally massively right. And then kind of anticipating their reaction to these movements is how I built my edge. And it's the same as what you were explaining earlier. I have a theory. I'm going to go and prove that it's wrong. And
yeah, it's similar to macro, right? You get like a macro sentiment, and often you hear people talking about a certain narrative, and you look at the data, you look at certain things, and project what you see going forward. You're like, that doesn't seem right. So you're going to see the next headline, things flipping. Very, very similar. So I think the sentiment indicators are very powerful. And that is something, though, that you build up over time as well.
I'm going to have to fly on that note. So just a reminder, if you're a Fivers trader and you've got access to the Fivers Hub, if you have an account or you've purchased an account before, you can get access to the Fivers Discord. Within that Discord, we have our community workshops. We've got one in just under 3 hours from now, and it's going to be a Q&A session where you're more than welcome, if you're a trader of the Fivers, to join in, have a chat with us a bit later on. But I'm going to have to fly. It was a pleasure joining you guys on stream, and I'll catch up with you soon. Thanks.
Thanks,
Beautiful.
Richard. It was nice to see you. As you heard here, I did want my short on Euro USD.
Yeah, it's going strong. It's good.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
I just said when it breaks down through and it holds below this area, I'm going to add to my short, which is doing right now. The only thing that could happen is that in the next 8 minutes, it's going to pull back above the line. And in this case, I'm going to obviously close this, but at the current moment, it's running in profit. So
I was going to say 117.68, literally right where we are now, is like a long-term area that I have.
68, right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. My zone is
so it might be
gray one that is marked up. So as long as we are below this, for me, it's good.
Yeah, I agree. So
also
so
enter.
the
Yeah, go for it. Go. Sorry.
No, it's right. No, I was just checking the differential.
So I'm in the short for USD, and I also entered another one while you guys were talking for silver. So I entered short for silver, waiting for this. Gold has been testing my patience, so it kicked me out on break-even second time. Silver looks a little bit better from my perspective right now. We are at the same zone that we've been holding quite a while already. We did have a retest from another side of this level, and we are testing it again. There is a volume right where the price is right now. So if it does go below it, great. I'm going to have about 1 to 3 weeks to report on this one until the point of control of February. So the maximum volume traded in this month around 76 to 60. And if not, then not. Let's see. But currently, as we can see on the higher time frame as well, basically this whole zone for me is a sell zone for silver. And my stops are right above this.
Interesting. So you're out on gold altogether?
Yeah, on gold, yeah. On gold, yeah, because it's been ranging a lot. So I had 2 entries, both of them got out on break even. Finally.
Fair. Interesting. I would say I like the euro dollar short, definitely. What else is there? Still in favor of the NASDAQ longs, to be honest. We've held up pretty nicely coming to New York just now. So basis of probability, I would say not a bad long with like stops below recent lows through here. So if we go to my chart, I don't think this is a terrible idea.
I was looking at NASDAQ as well earlier, and for me, from the volume perspective, it also looks long. The only concern for me is the data that is coming out in 35 minutes. So.
Yeah. As far as everything on the board, we've got the oil long that we were talking about throughout the week as well. The long carry trade that I've had since October are still going very nicely through here. We're now coming up further. Good carry, you know.
That's a lot of waiting. Oil
Yeah,
has been intraday trading has been horrible recently.
Yeah, but I think oil is one of the best as far as the commodities for upside going forward. Next would probably still be gold. Silver would be a bit lower. Like we were saying, I think silver's like kind of dead overall. We're just kind of not really doing anything. It just sucks, to be honest. Yeah, so gold, I'd prefer to see this drawdown through here. I think that was for something else. Can't remember why that was there. I think we had that over here somewhere or something. Moved it out of the way. But yeah, drawdown on gold, euro dollar, like Anastasiia was saying, great drop. We're now testing the lows of that wick. So this is why I had the consolidation area through here. So we got the highs of this prior wick. There's also some longer term levels through here at the same time. So I don't know if we'll get deeply through there today. It's been a very similar move to pound dollar, where we came down, met those same lows. We then had the pickup, another crash lower, and a further push beyond that. I think at this point we will get some kind of pause. It's the only thing I don't like with the euro dollar. The Aussie, I still like the upside. We didn't quite get the pullback through here to that base area that I was looking for. But you can see we've now built up. Let me get rid of that. High, low, high, low, high, low through here. We're starting to actually pick up. So the next point is we're not quite creating higher highs just yet overall. So if we get that, we'll see the upside draw. But yeah, I got stopped out on the long Aussie dollar trade that you went short last night, Anastasiia. So I got stopped out on that, but I did pick up through today for sure.
It's nice. It's nice long for sure. But it's been ranging, and if it ranges for a long time, I usually tend to leave this asset after a while. But basically, together we caught both sides.
Yeah. I will have to go in a sec, guys. My throat is also dying. I don't know if you guys can tell. My sounds terrible. But I did want to announce my new trading course, Anastasiia. I don't know if you heard, but we've got an indicator as well. Okay.
Oh.
We've got the advanced astro indicator.
I mean.
We're at the course, the Planetary Secrets Prediction Volatility Now course. Okay, guys. We announced it earlier, but this is the second announcement. You guys can get in early. This is kind of what you're looking at. This is what you're going to get in the course. Okay. There's a lot of lines and words and stuff going on here. It's pretty good. And it's all off a proprietary system that I own myself that exists in my backyard. I got the blueprints to build this, so you guys can't get this anywhere else. Okay,
This is
it's
still
my
from
own
your great
proprietary
grandpa.
system.
This is still from your great grandpa, the one that you talked about another time.
No. I met some guy. I went to Egypt like 2 years ago. I went to the pyramids. I met this guy, and he gave me the blueprint for this. It's like an astrological thing, you know what? And I just like tinkered with it, right? Enhanced it, and now we've got trading signals. So
rumor has
guys
it, well, actually, if you walk to the top of the pyramid and look down, it has that exact shape.
dude, honestly, look, you can see all the little planets here. Look, this thing is prime. Look, it's got like letters that, you know, it's like Greek. No one can understand this, so it must be very professional. And if you guys want to, you know, link in description, it's going to be $12,000 entry. 12 is for each of the months, for each of the star signs. So there you go, and you will make at least $1,000 a month with that. Not guaranteed, not financial advice, no promises, but you can find out. So have fun. But yeah,
I'll reach out to you and for the personal discount then.
Drop the link.
yeah, you're gonna sign up. You're gonna sign. Look, link in description. It's fine. Just follow the link. Go to the Instagram. It's fine. You guys can pay your 12K. Great. Okay. Anastasiia is the.
I'm the first.
She's already signed up. Oh my god, dude, that's amazing. Thank you, Anastasiia. I applaud
Always.
your
My
confidence.
trust is always
I'm just flashing in my credit card details now, LJ.
I gotta be faster, bro. Gotta be faster. There are limited spaces as much as I know. So, Will, you gotta be faster.
I've just done it. I've just approved it with the bank now.
Pick it up. All right, guys. I gotta go. My throat is killing me. So I will see you guys. I guess next Monday now, or else in the Discord. If I see you guys there. Otherwise, if not, Monday. So ciao for now. See you guys.
Ciao for now, brother.
Peace.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go too, but just before I go, I have silver is now running a little bit on profit, and EU is just tanking, the one that we talked about earlier. Gold I passed on because it kept me break even 2 times, so those two are running, and those are the ones that I'm keeping for until the US job data, and I'm gonna move it to Euro USD on break even already, and silver hopefully I can move to break even before the US job data coming out in 29 minutes. And that's it, I think, for me for today, if this is gonna be closed good.
I was about to ask what you intend on doing with the US news, but you already answered it, so awesome.
Don't want to risk it too much anymore, to be honest.
That is the smart person's approach, I would say. Don't risk it for the biscuit today.
Mm-hmm.
Not today. Today is not the day for this.
Not today.
Guys, thank you so much. I'll see you on Tuesday.
Have a good weekend, Anastasiia. We'll see you next Tuesday.
See you later, Anastasiia. Have a great one. What is good, Richard?
Okay, one of us clicks. There we go.
I didn't touch it. My hand was off the mouse.
I think it was between myself and Anastasiia that we were playing musical chairs there for a second. Yeah. Sorry, mate.
What's good, bro? How you doing?
Good, and you? We haven't spoken today, mate. Like, I miss you.
I know. I've missed you, bro. How you doing? It's a day without speaking to Rich. What's going on?
Oh, dude, I'm frustrated, mate. I'm frustrated.
Oh, okay.
I lost an account last night / this morning.
No.
Yeah.
Not
my fault.
Why? Talk to us.
No, not my fault at all. The copy trader that I use bugged out.
Oh no.
So I was taking EJ long, right? Somewhere over here. I had an EJ long. My stop loss was, you know, at the daily low and whatnot. So I was looking to long EJ. All right. So I entered the trade, no issues whatsoever. I had it copied to another one of my accounts, and that like copy trader has been working great. Like I've never had issues with it. No problem. I had a regular, like, reasonable amount of risk on the table. The copy trader was set to have the same variables in play. So if I have a 1% trade on my main account, on the master account, then the copier accounts would also have 1% as well. It's just different sizes, different account sizes. No problem. All right. So EJ long, the idea was I was going to buy and hold it until this morning, so keep it overnight, and then, yeah, I intended on holding it to, I think it was somewhere up over here. It was close to a 1-to-1. Yeah, something like this. So close to that area. Anyway, enter the trade. Don't need to check the copier. Switch everything off, go to bed. This morning, I wake up and I have an email. And the email's like, account equity lows have been hit. And I was like, what? How? How did this happen? I only had 1% risk on the trade. What? How's this a thing? Come in front of the computer, open up all of my terminals to see which, you know, like what was the problem. The two accounts that were linked to the copier, the master account took the trades normal, as it should have. So it was running in profit up here. I closed it for like just slightly more than 0.5%, I think, in profit, and I just closed it. The other one didn't take a buy. The other one took a sell. All right? And 10x'd the risk. So instead of me having 1% of risk, it ended up going to 10% risk. All right? And then the account went into drawdown deep enough for them to say, okay, margin call. So I've lost one of my accounts now today. So I'm quite annoyed. So I spoke to LJ this morning about it, and we were ranting and raving about it. We were just like, yeah, no, dude, that sucks. It's happened before and so on. So I am over copy trading. I'm over it. I'm just done.
Done with it. Done with the whole
What's up,
idea
Pedro?
of it. Pedro, it's good, bro. Dude, it happens. So, like, I was 5% up on one of my accounts. I took an L on a couple of trades on my master account, and I lost 5%. I lost like over the course of, so it wasn't like you where I lost the max daily drawdown, but I lost 5% over those like week or 2 weeks. And dude, it sucked, man, because like now I'm back at break even on a P1 account, knowing that I was only a couple of percent away from actually passing the P1 and being able to move into the next stage of the account. So copy traders, man, you know, they're a blessing, but at the same time, they're an absolute ball ache, especially when they go wrong.
Yeah, so I had a look at it that now during the day. I kind of like had a look at it, and I cannot seem to figure out why it did what it did. All of the settings were exactly the same as they'd always been. Lost in translation. Like, I have no idea why that copy trader did that. So, yeah. Yay me.
So, have you got in contact with them? Have you got with the support team of the copy trader?
No, I haven't. It's one of those free ones.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not going to mention like who it was or anything like that, because I don't want. This could be a very isolated thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to go and pull anybody's name through the mud like publicly. So I'm just going to say, you know what? It is what it is. There was just, I don't know, there was just an error and things was wonky. I should have confirmed prior to taking the trade that the copy trader was according to as it should be. That's basically, I'm just going to put it on my own shoulders. So yeah, I lost an account. It's not the end of the world. I do have other accounts, but it was a shock, you know, because I come here and I'm like, how? First of all, how? Secondly, how? I was so like dumbfounded this morning when I came to my PC, seeing the email, and it's just like, this is not right. Something's off. Something's really off. Yeah. So
yeah, dude, that's so frustrating, man. Yeah, that is really frustrating.
What can you do? So yeah.
Not a lot, not a lot, my friend. Not a lot.
No.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
One of those things.
No, the setting sometimes could be. I think the main issue for me is actually taking the opposite trade. I think that's a big bug. The settings sometimes they could, depending on the broker, depending on the platform or whatever, maybe the margins, the leverage, maybe sometimes is different. Or at least you need to make some adjustments. For example, I think like trading Bitcoin or gold or whatever in here, but then if I would just copy trade the gold trade between my accounts, I think one is because of the leverage would kind of almost 10x the risk. So that needs a bit of adjustment. But take the opposite trade. That's concerning.
So I think that it has got a hedging like selection, and that may be what happened. That the hedging was ticked. So new trades put in a hedge, that kind of like thing. It's an option, but I never used it. So I don't know if I somehow at some point may have selected it and switched it on. I have no idea when I would have done this. I can't tell you what happened, and it's just like boggles my mind. Oh well, I guess I'm just gonna have to get another account, put some more capital into it, and there we go.
Indeed.
Yeah, exactly that one. Plenty more accounts in the sea.
You say that, but it's like a art, mate. When an account that you've worked on for a while, and you know you've gotten it to a certain point, and then all of a sudden, because of not even a mistake that you've made necessarily, maybe I did make a mistake, but I for the time being, I want to be like, no, it wasn't me. I didn't make a mistake. It was this thing. It was this copy trader, or it was the system, or whatever. And then you lose all of it. And it's just like, okay. And it's gone. It's just like, okay, congratulations. Bye-bye. You know? It sucks. It's just one of those things that sucks. Anyway. How have you guys been?
I mean, my trading strategy at the moment seems to be taking a massive hit, but my old trading, I was telling the guys a little bit earlier, my old strategy seems to be taking place really nicely, which is nice. And I'm actually able to make like a bit of a hybrid of the both of them now. So I'm just going to be testing that as we go forward over the next few weeks now, and seeing if I can, you know, refine my my old strategy and my new strategy and make like a new up-to-date super strategy for EU and GU. But other than that, you know, I've backed down to 5% down, which is annoying. But we'll climb. And you're like, yeah.
Oof. You still got it though. You can still...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not as bad as you. I still got the account.
You're still good. Mate. Count your blessings. Mate.
Yeah.
I see.
It's good.
Any thoughts on GU daily at the moment? Dude, GU to me is quite bearish. I don't know if the unemployment claims is going to kind of change this. It does seem as though it wants to definitely continue going lower. So I don't know if we have some super dollar strength or like super pound weakness right now. But yeah, it's just pushing lower, consolidating, pushing lower, consolidating, pushing lower. I don't know what you guys think on GU. It looks quite bearish for me since since January the 27th.
Yeah, when you created the top. Yeah, if I look at my chart in here on EU, where am I? I am here. Yeah, GU actually, I've been bearish a little bit. I think we had quite a big rally at the end of last year, and then in beginning of January we had kind of another big spike, and it took us to a level where we have been. Last time we traded was back in 2021, so it has been a long time since we were even close to this 138. Like got really close to 140 basically, which can still maybe be a target for this year. Who knows if price eventually is going to try to rally back into these levels. Maybe there's still that chance. When I now look at the charts and what we have seen in the last few days, I've been bearish, and I've been bearish all the way until price eventually gets closer to this level in here. So every single move in here that price has been moving to the downside, I'm not really surprised. Price has been respecting the levels as price basically breaks lows, respects the previous highs, and just keeps on moving. I never really rated this low as much. What I mean by that is I didn't really rate this low as being actually the bottom for price to start moving to the upside. I think price maybe actually where it's reacting right now, maybe it's a bit more of an interesting level comparing with where this low reacted. So that's one thing. But if I start looking even at the bigger picture, and I think actually around this level can be quite an important structure to see if by any chance we are going to find new buying pressure and price may start going to moving to the upside again, or if we actually start breaking below these 134s, maybe there's a chance that you can go all the way to eventually retest this structure around this level. So I think it's going to be, again, it's not going to be just in a move straight to the downside. We are going to be having oscillations, whatever it may be. But I think it can start opening the door eventually for price to continue to move further down if you start taking at this level where price actually is approaching today. Because if you are looking into the higher time frame, yes, we are reacting from close to these tops. Again, all the way back in 2021. This top already reacted from this top, so that's kind of okay. But before that, we actually had already managed to slightly break some structure in here. Now, in this moment, maybe this was just liquidity for price to move a bit more to the upside. But one of the reversal patterns I do like to see the most is actually when price kind of creates a little bit of a range, breaks at one side, comes all the way up, collects liquidity from the upper side, and now you finally can maybe start moving into the initial direction that this low was already created. Now we're looking at weekly or daily charts in here. So this is a potentially big turn or move on the pound. If this by any chance is about to fall, then means that maybe for next weeks or a couple of months, we're going to continue to have a move to the downside in here on the pound, and may not even stop in here. Then maybe can go all the way back to, I don't know, 126 or whatever. Yes. Now, for today, I think price is finally approaching an interesting move. We have been just looking at the daily time frame. We have been printing quite a few bearish candles in a row, and usually that means that we may be close to a potential, at least turn, if not a full reversal, at least some kind of retracement. And it's Thursday. Thursday afternoons usually tends to be as well a day where we have some reversals, especially after the US Open. So maybe that can help as well to see if we're going to have a little bit of a bounce from around this level. Maybe, and you mentioned actually correctly that we don't know if this is actually kind of a strength on the dollar or just the pound that is being really weak. Maybe it's a combination of both, because when looking at euro dollar, euro hasn't really moved so much to the downside comparing with the pound, for example, or even maybe other pound pairs. But I think it's going to be important also to pay attention what the dollar wants to do. Dollar now is approaching this top. I think this top is going to be taken, and I think we can maybe get a little bit closer to this 98. The dollar is a little bit similar kind of in terms of price action. Looking at the pound, we also basically just took this massive liquidity from below these lows, and maybe there's a chance that we maybe continue eventually to go even higher. We already kind of retested this level quite nicely. We took these stops, and now maybe there's a little bit of space in here for price to eventually move towards 2, and then we'll see how price may react as soon as it takes this high. Let's see how price reacts. Maybe there's a little bit of a move to the downside before price resumes the move up again. But the reality is that the way price has been moving to the upside this week, he hasn't really managed to break any single low, even when price kind of spiked in here, retested, and keeps on moving higher. We even have this kind of trend line being created at around this level without price managing to break below it. So if you are by any chance looking for any longs on the pound, I would like also to see the dollar showing some weakness to correlate both of them, and maybe you're getting closer to a level where you can have those bounces. I don't know if it's going to be again a full reverse on price going to target these lows, or the pound eventually is going to start again those highs. Maybe just a small retracement before eventually next week potentially resuming the same direction. Yes, I think that's a little bit more of what I'm going to be looking for. And I've been waiting. So I did manage to short this one. I didn't manage to short in here. But I didn't really manage to kind of come back to where I wanted. And now I'm going to pay attention to see how price may react within this whatever structure we have in here.
I think that is a very smart decision. First of all, unemployment news or unemployment claims at least. Always one that kind of like can catch you off guard.
Silent killer.
Yes, it catches you off guard sometimes because you sometimes don't weigh its importance enough, and then you realize, okay, it's gonna move it. And then if you add that along with the fact that we are at an area where previously we had some sort of reaction, it really gets you to focus intently on patience, because it's like, okay, we have high impact news first and foremost, and secondly, we're at an area where previously we've had some contested action. So perfect time to absolutely just sit on your hands and just wait for a reaction and then make your decision afterwards.
Yeah, if I was about to look at it, and something that I try to tend to do when I'm starting to think about potential reversals, I'll just keep following the previous high, and I want to see at least this high being taken. Maybe eventually this high is going to be maybe created now in here, and now maybe this is going to be the level, and then straight away is the most important previous key level of structures, maybe this low or kind of that low. So if by any chance, if I'm looking for any kind of long from here, maybe I want to see kind of maybe this structure being taken, but I don't want to see price coming all the way back to retest the previous one, because then I would like to see maybe something like this. 1 second, maybe price takes this, maybe gets me in, and then maybe at least a target already towards this level or even towards that level, and I'll get out. So basically what I want to say is, initially, when I'm looking for initial reversals or retracements, let's call it like that. So retracement is just a small retracement. Reversal would be more of a bigger move. I want to be out a bit more quicker, or my target is going to be a bit more conservative. Opposite to when now it happens like I did this trade, where price already started to make a little bit more of a bigger move to the downside and kind of weaker, and then I can look for a little bit of a bigger target. This is kind of more of a double top setup. Sorry, the other one it would be more of, or this one that I'm talking about is more of a just one bottom being created, and usually the top can also just not even be the bottom, just eventually is going to be broken, and price will just continue. So yeah, there's a little bit of a difference on the approach, on the type of targets mostly, and also a type of entries. The other one, either I'm getting straight away in and that's it. I'm a little bit difficult to enter at the double bottom in this case, unless more involvement happens, and then eventually, okay, now maybe I'm looking for something in here or whatever. Yeah, but that's going to be more or less what I'm going to be looking. And then you can try to look as well at Euro. Euro apparently today finally made a little bit of a move. And it's also nice to see sometimes price finally dropping a little bit more aggressively at this time, because then can shake out some of these either buyers or sellers. And now price can maybe find new buying pressure. So let's see also where this Euro is going to play out. But actually, in alignment with this, tomorrow actually is going to be a bigger day in terms of news, because we're going to have all those manufacturing services PMI, like straight away from the morning, and then in UK, and then you have advanced GDP. We have also core PC. So tomorrow, if today maybe it's going to be the beginning of a potential bottom, whatever that bottom may happen, and then maybe tomorrow is going to be a bit more of a momentum, or the opposite. Our price will just continue, and tomorrow it's going to be another leg down. One of the two.
Yeah, my viewpoint on tomorrow is I'm not even going to open up my charts tomorrow. Yeah, no, I seriously, because
I really don't blame you either.
Yeah, the thing is, NASDAQ hasn't been treating me well recently, but it makes sense because we've kind of like entered into a little bit more of a consolidative area, you know, little bit more. And then whenever we do have news, the news is, I don't know, just the NASDAQ itself to me is just, I wouldn't say it's untradeable. It's just, according to my strategy, it's just struggling at the moment. So this whole week, I had a win yesterday, and then two wins and a loss yesterday, and I think I'm down like 1%. No, I'm down 3%. Yeah, I'm down 3% this week. Because Monday and Tuesday I had 2% loss, 2% loss, and then I had 2 wins and a loss yesterday. So that equates to a 1% up. So I'm minus 3% for this week already. Just not playing out. And then if you go and look at the news, it means that I can't trade pound, I can't trade euro, I can't trade USD. So I'm just going to sit on my hands and just do nothing. I think tomorrow I'm just going to enjoy the sunshine. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, dude, 100%. If the sun is shining, go enjoy it. That's the whole enjoyment of it. You know, it's the whole part of being able to do what we do.
Brutal is saying USD JPY looking good on the buy. Can we look at it, please? And I'm in the trade. So, UJ, when did you enter, Brutal? Because there's news coming out. So, you're playing a game there, my friend. If you're trying to catch that, there moves on a USD movement, news movement.
What accent is that?
Whatever accent I want it to be. 5-minute reaction on a 1-hour resistance area.
Yeah, I must be talking about this level.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see the level.
Yeah, if I do it quickly, so again, I start with the yen index. Okay, so yen index has been potentially turning. Okay, potentially in the bigger picture, this can be the bottom. Price already broke a little bit of the structure, and now it's retracing. Okay, so and with this retracement, it's about thinking until where can this go. I could see it even a little bit further down, but apparently just is reacting potentially from 50% retracement from this move. If I bring some kind of Fibonacci in here, most likely is around or really close to 50%. So usually it tends to be also wherever our price tends to bounce at least. I'll be careful with this structure. Just to see if it reacts. So basically, I'm looking at the opposite, right? So if this one moves down, the dollar yen is going to move up, so that would be actually good for you. So if by any chance this is about to happen, then maybe dollar yen can go higher, which can be actually, again, positive for your trade. However, in consideration of this move now, I'll be paying attention also to the dollar. The dollar has been already moving quite a lot to the upside. And if by any chance the dollar is about to find some resistance at around this level, then can stall a little bit your trade on the dollar yen, and dollar yen can start actually ranging a bit more instead of just gaining momentum, if that's about to happen. Otherwise, the price actually the dollar index continues to move higher after taking this top, and the yen index just moves down. That's perfect for dollar yen. Dollar yen then is going to be just keep on rallying, and maybe there's room for that because we kind of moved a little bit away from this range. This range actually is quite similar to the yen index range at this top. One now breaking to the downside, dollar yen breaking to the upside, and maybe there's more room to go a little bit in here. You're trading out of this level. Okay, my favorite level would be a bit more closer to here, maybe 153 something. From here, maybe I'll prefer to see price actually retesting this structure and not just this one. Maybe where you're trading from. but I don't really trade trend continuations because of that. I struggle to pick the right moment for price to just continue, but more obvious for me to be this one for price to just then continue to move higher.
Yeah, I prefer also that bottom area more, because there's more back and forth and then a complete failure. One of them completely gives up.
Yeah.
Bulls take over and starts pushing up, and then if price were to come back, then you kind of like would expect, if it comes back to the same area, to have a either similar reaction or it completely disrespects it and just continues going lower. So gives you a lot of information when price does come back to that area. Whereas if you're going to take a trade from, let's say, the middle of the move, like somewhere over here now, you're basing it on price action that has happened, or a level that has happened a long while ago, that got tested more often. Yes, true. But then potentially that area might not be in play anymore. Like that resistance level and support level, because it jumps between the two, can weaken the more often it gets tested in that area. Whereas the most recent price action, the most recent back and forth contention, in my opinion, is usually the strongest. So I understand this area as a reaction, but you've broken through it so many times, like absolutely fallen through it and absolutely shot through it, going through to the top as well. Whereas the section down there that Pedro, that you marked out, makes a lot of sense, because there was a lot of back and forth over a short period of time in relation to what that area of interest was, that support level. And then a strong breakout and then continuation. So yeah,
I don't really trade fair value gaps, but maybe for some would even see this as a fair value gap, eventually price to come somewhere around here, to then eventually go higher. Basically, this price between these.
Unemployment claims came out 2006, or 206,000. Sorry, not 2006. 206,000.
Yeah. Price is maybe moving a bit higher.
Not really seeing anything.
Again, the unemployment claims.
It didn't really.
Sorry?
It didn't do as much as I thought it was going to.
Yeah, I don't really give that much importance, to be honest, to this one. There was a moment where it was really important. It was actually around COVID. That was madness. When everyone kind of basically lost their job. When the lockdowns were announced. Like this value is on the millions and not just 200s. In that moment, yes, there was madness. But now
kind of like lost its like glamour.
Yeah, look at this. This was COVID, right? This is like 6 million people all of a sudden. But then, of course, it went out all the way to the extreme. But this was everyone was scared around this period. Whoever lived it with it and remembers. But now it's been. I think as long as it is between kind of the 200Ks and kind of 220s, 230s, I think there's not a big issue. If it goes kind of a little bit above 250, that's maybe the market may be concerned. If it is below 200 as well, maybe it's a different reaction. But you can see the range. It's around 200, 220, 30s, and nothing really changing. It has been like that since basically 2022. Super steady.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, very, very little impact on pretty much any of the US pairs.
Yeah, fair. I mean, it wicked a little bit on gold. So, like, gold on the 5-minute really sort of wicked, but no more or less than it has done already for the past couple of hours. So,
yeah, I mean, like, if you compare the reaction to what we've been having over the last few hours, it's absolutely non-existent.
Yeah, fair. It's normal, standard.
Somebody who was scalping just got really angry.
They're all really happy. I mean, but then I suppose depends how they were scalping.
Yeah, I think it's like it's on a spectrum. It's like you were either really happy or you were really upset.
Yeah, man.
But I actually like where it reacted. Kind of reacted from this demand zone. It was still fresh.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, which there was a little bit of a space in here again, maybe fair gap, whatever it may be. And that's exactly from this extreme. Basically, price was moving, created this structure, and here is the separation between this level and the rest, and prices came all the way back in here. So this is actually kind of a good level to look for a long, where price just reacted. I like these levels in here. They can be visible again on 1 minute or 4 hour time frame, whatever it may be. But this will be, if this was a 4 hour time frame chart, this would be a level I'll be interested then to look into the more time frame for a long, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like where we are reacting from. I want to see follow through though. If it follows through, in it.
Yeah, 100. I mean, we're seeing a little bit, but it's starting to wick again. So.
No, I mean like I want this hourly candle that we're on right now. I want it to be strongly bullish, and then that would kind of like signify to me the follow through is stronger, because
I'd love to see a break of 4996. That would be nice. Those highs.
Yeah, I mean, fair. Yeah. What I mean is like on this hourly candle that we have now on gold, we've wicked this 4977, 4965 zone that I have, which is on an hourly candle, basically on an hourly candle. So I would love to see this one basically reject and then continue higher, and then you can consider getting in to try and push price higher on the day.
Yeah. That'd be interesting to see how that would plan out.
Yeah, basically, Andre is agreeing with us. To be honest with you, I think in the past this news used to be orange. Eventually turned into red. Maybe when we had that volatility happening when the news came out, but I think this could be an orange news. To be honest, I don't really think it should be a red one. It doesn't really move that much the market.
Not so much anymore, anyway. All right, gentlemen, I am going to be hopping out. Going to love and leave you guys. Pedro, have a good day. Will as well. Have yourself a good day as well, and then have a good weekend. Everybody in chat, we'll see you all next week, Monday again, for a fresh week of the Fivers live stream. For everybody who participated in our 10-year anniversary event and won an account, congratulations to you. You should have already received your email from the Fivers to congratulate you and to give you your details on your account. If you haven't already, then tomorrow I would think you would probably receive it at the latest. But it should have been out already by today. So yeah. Victor and Samir, hello, welcome.
Hello.
Ooh, from house. What's up?
Hello, Rich. Hello, Pedro.
Hello.
Victor.
You guys are just in time to watch me leave.
Yeah, I heard in the background. So, lovely day, and see you tomorrow, Rich, and have a nice day, and take care.
Awesome, guys. Have a lovely day. Cheers.
Yeah, we are not going to hold you as you are going, so yeah.
See you later. Go away.
I'm sorry. It was.
How are you doing, guys? What is good? Samir and Victor.
Hello, Will. How are you?
Good, man. I'm good. I got some weird fluffy hair stuff going on, so I don't know. I feel like I look like 2026 version of like Justin Bieber.
Yeah. Now, as you mentioned, I can link you with him.
Oh man.
We just had unemployment claims. Did you guys were you guys in any trades?
No, I stayed
not.
I'm in my yesterday's trade, which we took on the stream. I think today it might can hit
Dow
the stop
30?
loss. Yeah, exactly. We was very close to the take profit, but now I think we can hit the stop loss. So I am having a self talk with myself. Should I trade after the stop loss? It is a new trading day, I know, but my trade from yesterday is still running. So I'm kind of
I'll bring a chart.
doing a self talk here.
Yeah, charts.
So should I?
Okay.
Okay. So we took a trade here, went in a profit almost, about to hit a TP, but now we reversed. So again, as I mentioned, I'm self-talk. Should I trade after the stop loss, or should I call it a day and come back tomorrow? I have to make a decision. I have 1 hour to make a decision. So yeah, I'll take my time. I'll see. I'll let our viewers and you guys know. So it is my trading day, but only the concern is this trade is still running. So I'll see what I can do. If this hits the stop loss, I will be break even for this week. So I can take a trade. If I talk about the percentage here and there. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah.
I don't know if it was me, but I for a minute there we couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you well. I actually wanted to ask the rest of the hosts if you had the same issue.
Yeah, it is the same
Actually, the audience.
for me.
I am using my mobile hotspot. I don't know what is wrong with my Wi-Fi. At this time, it goes out. I don't know.
It was just for a
Sometimes.
second. It's back. It's back. Okay, it was like for 10
Yeah.
seconds that it was losing a little bit.
It's better now.
Yeah,
Indeed.
it's totally
As
good
we
now.
say that, Samir freezes, but I'm sure he'll be back. I'm sure.
Dude, Samir, I
He
know
will
how you
overcome.
Grocery earlier.
You know.
I was actually I was buying some groceries earlier.
Yeah, it's back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not
All
gonna
right.
lie, when he started talking, I was a little bit worried it was my Wi-Fi, because my Wi-Fi has been incredibly bad. I'm literally using, I don't know if you can see that green button up there. I'm using my
Let
data,
me see
just
if my
the
Wi-Fi is
screen.
good now. I'll do a speed test on my mobile. Okay. It seems okay. I'm getting a decent speed,
Yeah, you seem
but it is
you're back.
not my normal speed.
I don't know. Maybe it switches back to the other internet. I don't know. Who knows, right? But we'll manage. No issue. Don't worry, Samir. Pedro.
Hopefully,
So
it is back in some time, and I'll switch to my Wi-Fi. Let's see.
okay.
I don't know if I'm
Will,
breaking again. Okay.
Hello.
you're how is that shirt looks good on you, Will?
But yeah.
I like the fit.
What can I say? Wow. Like a hench
um,
Justin Bieber. Like a tall hench Justin Bieber.
all right. So what is the opportunity according to you guys right now after the news? When news comes out, EU has been tanking all day.
Mm.
What do you guys think? Maybe not necessarily specifically to EU, but all the majors. Where are you guys looking for an opportunity today?
I was looking at EU. The guys know that I took an EU and GU buy. According to my old strategy, it didn't work out. I hit a full stop on it, took -1% or 1.1%, so that was fine.
Mhm.
And then I actually tested my old strategy on it because the pattern started shaping up really nicely, and I thought, hang on a minute, I kind of see my old strategy in this, and they would have hit. So EU, I would have taken about 1.5%, and GU I would have
Profit.
taken about 2.5%, I believe. So it would have been a 4-hour trading day today had
Wow.
I been using my old strategy. It ended up being a -1% day, so bit of a shame, but it has allowed me to identify that I can now do some testing into a hybrid version of my now strategy and my old
Mhm.
strategy. So there's always a silver lining, as they say. There's lessons to be learned, and you can take things from a loss. And so yeah, I'm pretty glad and grateful that I was managed to take quite a significant lesson out of those 2 losses today. But other than that, I took the full stop and I'm done trading for the week.
I see. How about you, Pedro?
I'm still looking for the opportunities, to be honest. As you know, I'm more of a counter-trend trader, so I've been waiting for the euro, for the pound to continue to fall. And now that we are approaching potentially an interesting level on the pound, I may be interested to start tracking price to see if there's any chances of a bullish momentum, or at least some buyers to jump into the market and potentially for a long in here. Also, Thursdays afternoon, or Thursdays after the US Open, tends to be a little bit of a reversal day. So I'm going to be looking a little bit at that possibility. So I've been waiting for the pound actually to continue to drop, to take this low and eventually get closer to the structure. And the euro as well, potentially now getting maybe not so much in here, but maybe a little bit further down. Something to pay attention. But it's been more of a waiting week for me. When I look at again the dollar, actually I can look at the dollar. I'm waiting for the dollar basically to take this top, and after that potentially look for that selling pressure on the dollar and take advantage of that with longs on the dollar pairs. And the US indices, it's something that I trade 1 week or 10 days ago or something like that, or 2 weeks ago. But for now, I'm just waiting. I'm not really interested in anything in the middle. I was looking also at the Dow a little bit, but the Dow I still wanted to go a little bit higher before even aiming for shorts. So yeah, it's been kind of a quiet week. Everything is in the middle. Everything is in range, and I'm waiting for some either price gets closer to a level that I'm interested on, or price to start moving a bit more and get new ranges to trade from. So that's basically what I've been looking for. More patience than anything.
Beautiful. Yeah, I see what you're waiting for, and I'm waiting for that as well. I have the same structures, maybe not exactly the same structures, but I do have these areas pointed out on my screen, which I will show later. But I see what you mean. The pound is getting ready for likely a bounce, at least a bounce, and that's something, as contrarian traders, as reversal traders, that we are. These are the moments we want to be pending. If and when it does reverse, you want to be catching those movements, or at least we will be looking for catching those movements. Let's take a look at the chat. Hello, everyone in the chat. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you like the event that we had this week. And you're gonna love the whole year, because we have the whole year of things, surprises, releases, and all these goods, these goodies for you. We handed out $2 million in giveaways, in accounts giveaways. So it's a great week for traders out there, for the retail trader who is looking for funding, who wants to have a foot in the door as a trader. So congratulations, I guess, to you as well as to the fivers and everyone who made their effort visible. All right, so let's take a look at Samir. How's your okay, all right. So Samir is frozen. I guess we know the answer. The connection is still.
I was going to say, I think he's frozen.
Yes, you are. Your image looked sharp, and I said, well, I'm gonna, go back to you. But once I realized you were not moving, I said, I wish I didn't ask you. Right, that happens when you're live. You gotta make some split-second decision, and sometimes it's not the best one.
Oh man, Wi-Fi. Who can't live with it, can't live without it. Who would think that we rely so heavily on Wi-Fi to work now?
Don't worry about it, Samir. I'm sure you'll find out a way to stabilize your connection soon. In the meantime, we will continue, since the market does not wait for us, right? The market goes on and on. And let's take a look at. I'm gonna go to my chart, if that's okay with you, Pedro, since yours your screen is on.
While you do that, my friend, I'm going to head off now as it's getting close to my bedtime. So I got to be up early and sharp if I want to be in the markets, which, truth be told, tomorrow I don't want to be. So maybe I won't be up early and sharp. But guys, I'm going to love you and leave you anyway. It is a Thursday. We're not streaming tomorrow. So guys, please have a fantastic weekend and stay safe in the market. We shall see you, or I shall see you, on Monday. And make sure, if you haven't already, guys, you're going to smash the subscribe button and give a big thumbs up on this live stream for these two fantastic gentlemen. And the third gentleman who's going to be joining when his Wi-Fi becomes a little bit more stable. So, guys, thank you very much. I shall love you and leave you. And peace.
Take care, Will. I like the I didn't get a chance to tell Will that I like the framing effect that the frames behind him have in the composition of his image. I like that. I like that. I like that. I'm pretty sure it wasn't by accident. All right, so let's come back to the. Let me adjust because I feel my head is way too big here. Let me let me bring things to proportion. You know, gotta be looking at least normal. All right, so Pedro, how have you been, man? I always enjoy streaming with you. How is things on your end?
It has been okay, to be honest. Again, I've been taking a little bit more quiet, I've been slowing down a little bit in terms of my trading. Also, with the Portuguese community growing, I've been kind of trying to manage the new additions to the team, and that is taking a little bit of time. At least this caused a bit of distraction. But overall, with my trading, I did miss some opportunities that I wish I would have managed to catch. But I did manage to get some trades, exactly this type of trades that I want to be taking this year. For example, the short on the S&P, the short on the pound. I don't even know to remember now the other pair that I also shorted the other day. It's basically catching the tops of the moves. For example, again, that short in here on the pound, the short on the S&P. From there, some kind of extreme moves. That's literally what I want to look at. Then the trade can last a couple of days or even maybe a week, and be patient with everything else. I actually yesterday we were talking within the Portuguese live stream, and maybe something that we can also touch point a little bit on this. On this stream, we try to do a session about basically the trader's edge, okay, which can of course have different categories, but you're trying to look at the strengths and weaknesses or advantage, disadvantage of the trader, and try to get a little bit more self-aware about his own abilities and where are their weaknesses. It can be about strategy, it can be about psychology, it can be about personality, it can be about routines, it can be about several aspects. But one thing that actually I consider is one of my strengths is the ability to identify opportunities in the market based on whatever knowledge I have, looking at the correlation, but identifying the moments of the reversals and being patient and waiting for that. And I want to literally double down on that aspect and to try to capitalize as much as possible on that, and try to remove everything else that is in the middle, everything else that is maybe a 50-50. I want to remove that. I want to literally be full on opportunities that for me it's more of a 90% probability or 80% probability that's going to play out. Even if it takes a little bit time to play out, maybe I get one loss or two losses in a row while trying to play the move, but I want to focus on those and allocate my risk into those opportunities. That's basically what I've been doing. I'm looking for March. March, I think, is going to resume a bit more with my own routine. I think the team is going to be more synchronized with everything that we have to do, because we are really trying to grow even more the Portuguese community, different projects that we are working on, and that's basically what I've been doing. What about you, Victor?
Nice. It looks like you're getting things on a line, right? In a row for performance enhancement. That is, it looks like you're much better now, Samir, by the
Mic
looks of
check.
the yes, by the looks of the resolution, the fluidity that you're
Okay.
moving.
Still,
It
I'm
seems like you're.
using my mobile, so I think it should be fine. So yeah, I heard you guys was talking about trades. So Pedro is waiting, and you also, are you waiting, or you are in any trade?
Um,
Am I gone again?
No,
no,
you're
no,
here. You're here.
you're fine. But I do see it does fluctuate a little bit.
I
Pedro,
think I'm again some
are
issues.
you in any trade, Pedro? You mentioned a couple of trades that you
Oh,
were
what
able
is
to catch,
this?
but currently, are you currently in any trades?
No, I'm waiting. I'm waiting to
Okay.
look for opportunities. It can be the pound. Actually, this
I'm
pound house, it
frozen
can also
again.
potentially be interesting.
We hear you, Samir. We hear you.
Yeah. Maybe just to finalize, because there's this question also from the unbiased trader. Pedro, what advice would you give to a successful trader 2 years in the industry and recently gaining views on her personal YouTube channel? So basically, we are trying to grow two things, right? So we are the trading aspect that apparently has been successfully working for you, and then also starting to get some attraction on your own personal channel or personal brand. Well, as long as kind of you still, sometimes you can get a bit distracted with the second project, which is trying to grow your YouTube channel or any personal brand that you're trying to grow, either Instagram, X, LinkedIn, wherever it may be. So we need first and foremost some balance and some kind of
My EV
discipline.
Mux is frozen again, but I saw on YouTube it was okay.
Okay. Hi, Dave. Yeah, just finalizing here on this
What
answer.
is
So someone that is 2 years in the industry, again, there's still a lot of room to grow, a lot of development to continue to have, and eventually we're going to find that. Just what I mentioned regarding the edge or the trader's edge. I think as you continue to grow, maybe even if you do this exercise between your strengths and weaknesses, maybe you're going to find something that you can continue to develop. Either is your strategy that you're going to be able to kind of go deeper into it and maybe develop
Hello
new
guys, can you hear me?
strategies. Yes, Samir, we can hear you. Yeah, you're okay for us. You're okay. And in terms of your own personal YouTube channel, depending on what kind of content you are doing, are you live trading? Maybe that can be a new challenge to live trade in front of other people, similar to maybe to what we are doing in here during this on this live stream. Is it the ability to share your opinions and maybe start getting some either positive feedback or negative feedback? The way you're going to be dealing with both
Not a
scenarios.
problem here.
Samir,
you are good. Samir, you are good. We can hear you. You are beautiful.
Mic
we
check.
can see how. Yeah, you're good.
No, I am good, but the EV Mux is frozen. I cannot hear you guys.
You
Pedro
cannot hear
is
us.
like
Okay,
frozen.
that's different. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. But we can hear you loud and clear, at least right now. And
Okay.
all the other times you ask us, we heard you as well. So I don't
Okay.
know what needs to be done. So you hear as well, or maybe it will come later. I'm not sure, but we can hear you. Don't worry. Go ahead, Pedro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Just to
you.
finalize in terms of even in regards to YouTube channel. Again, I'm no expert on that aspect, but something that you can do is as long as you are doing something that is also productive for you or useful for you on your own journey as trader, that can be interesting as well. There are many types of content that you can create. For example, if you just focus on something that actually is useful, you can combine both of them. For example, trade reviews or analysis, whatever, that you'll be doing either way, and then basically just decide to also post that or upload that on YouTube. That's perfect. If you just kind of trying to create some content, it's more of a, I don't know, maybe day in the life or whatever it may be. That can be also maybe interesting for you, maybe to review in years in a year or so, just to compare where we were and where you are now. But yeah, it takes time. It takes discipline to be able to do both. So stay focused on actually what matters, and again, I grow and enjoy the process. That's basically the advice in here. Okay, finalize with this, and maybe Dave.
We
I
have
think
been
maybe
waiting for the right moment to bring Dave in, but I think
yeah,
there's no better moment than
perfect.
right now,
Perfect.
because otherwise, we would be missing out on Dave with us. Dave, our man, how are you doing? This is a great week for everyone who is a fan of the Fivers, and for you, for the Fivers, for the audience, but especially all those futures fanatics out there. How is everything?
Indeed, indeed. Well, everything's good. Everything's great. Hi guys, how are you doing? Hi Pedro, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Dave.
Well, the question has been answered. The future is here. The program is launched. It's available. So that's great news for everybody who's been patiently waiting, announcing. I'm super excited. I don't know for the ones who were able to catch the 10-year anniversary
Guys, I'll
broadcast.
restart this EV Mux because I can
Samir,
hear Dave on YouTube, but here I cannot see anything. So I'll be back.
all right,
Okay,
Samir, no problem. But we can hear you loud and clear.
Samir has been on his own world all this
Yeah,
time.
he's in his own world. But anyways, yes, it is a great thing. The program has officially launched, so everybody who wants to try it out can go ahead. We have very interesting programs. Actually, let me share the screen real quick. This way, we'll be able to showcase them. Hi, Cyber Ghost Trader.
I do want to learn a little bit more about the futures as well.
No
I'm going to start I'm going to start inviting some Brazilian traders that they also trade futures into the live stream. Hopefully, they will also be able to educate me, especially on the platform. I think one of the main differences is getting used to a new, complete different platform, maybe more advanced than what we're used to with the comparing MetaTrader or TradingView.
Indeed, so indeed.
That is some learning.
The platform is interesting. It's actually
whenever you're ready, we can show your screen.
Sure, I'm ready. It's already there. I'll showcase the platform a little bit and the program, so you guys can go on the website. You click on Get Funded. You have our traditional CFDs, and then the futures is right in the middle where it should be, in the center, front and center. You click on the programs and you can see them there. We have the base camp and the rebate program. We're starting with 25 and 50K. You guys are able to see my screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you'll find all the details there. Quick info that was revealed, but that I think is super interesting, is that you can do overnight holds from Monday to Friday. You can't do weekend holds, but I think this is pretty much a first in the industry. There's not a lot of firms that are allowing you to hold things overnight, and I think that can make your profits skyrocket. So I think that's very interesting. We also have the base camp and the rebate program. And the rebate program, the interesting thing is at the end of each day, your commissions get eliminated. So I think that's a great thing. I told this little anecdote that back in the day when I used to trade small caps in the stocks, one day I was shorting, and you have to borrow to be able to short because it was my actual live account. And I ended the day, small. It was a small green day, but I thought I was profitable. And then when I looked again the next day, I saw that commissions had eaten away at my profits. So it's great to be able to not have to pay commissions.
Yeah.
So everything is there for everybody who's asking questions. Also, there's an FAQ page. You scroll right at the bottom. You click. You go to the FAQs, and you can look there. So tons of interesting information. If people want to ask in the chat, no problem. I'll answer everything I can. We're still in just for people to know, we're still in beta phase. So we're still beta testing, smoothing out some kinks here and there, because that's what happens when you launch. There are some things to fix. But yeah, the future is here. The future's out, and we're ready to trade. And for my Forex traders, I was mentioning, you can actually find some. Whoa, I think my screen disappeared. You can't see my screen, right? It's
No, we can.
No, it's very white.
No, we can.
Nice
Yes,
black.
yes, we can now.
Okay, now you can. No, I was trying to show the platform.
I think you are just
Let's
sharing the
see.
tab and not the full monitor. So you need to share your full monitor.
I'm
Or
sharing the full.
change the,
Maybe
or
I should
maybe
change it.
let me put in the meantime. We can see below in our platform what you're sharing, so you can put on the platform instead of exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's go back to yours.
All right, back to mine. Too bad that I'm in a losing trade, but it's fine. And yes, for my Forex traders, you can look up your symbols here. For example, the 6E is the Euro USD future. And we have all the pairs that are, most commonly traded there. So for anybody who's into Forex, you could also try out your usual pairs here. And we also have a list of all the assets that are tradable on the page. So yeah, this is me rambling a lot, but the future's here. The future is available. Futures are available.
When are
I
you-
wouldn't call that rambling at all. That is some good stuff you're sharing here, Dave. You're too humble. This is an amazing news. We have had for months people asking us about futures. When is it coming out? When is it coming out? When is the Bass prop firm going to trade? Bring out the futures side of things? And now is the moment. It's happening. It's already happened, and it's right now open for everyone to get their account, get their feet into futures. Even if you haven't traded futures before, now is a great time to test out your strategies, how they perform on the future side of things. You mentioned something that I think that, and you mentioned it twice, the day that we had the event, as well as today. You mentioned that there's overnight holds, and
Yes.
for those who do not think, maybe they say, well, I'm an intraday trader. I will not use it. And that's fair. That's fine. However, you will see from time to time these analysis, like how much the NAS or the S&P 500 moves intraday and how much it moves overnight. And the differences can be amazing, can be unbelievable. Sometimes it moves more than twice overnight than what it does intraday, meaning that you'll have a consolidation during the day, during the open session, and then overnight it opens way different level and holds the pattern there. So if you're only trading intraday, you're missing out potentially. I'm not going to say here to switch your strategy, but I mean, if you consider how much the movements it does overnight to intraday, sometimes overnight can be a huge difference. And I see edge there. Anyone who's trading, you want to be in not only the pairs that move, but also the periods that they move. And if overnight is and that's not always the case, but a lot of the time it is, you can see them, these analyses that are done on the equities world all the time. These periods that it does move overnight a lot, we're missing out if you're not able to hold that overnight.
No, that is entirely true. Overnight holds are really a game changer for anyone. And if you're thinking long term, you will notice that, usually as a beginner trader, you really want to be in the action. You want to be trading fast. You're trading very small time frames, but gradually, most traders have a tendency to climb up, and it's often heard that people who've been trading for a long time, 5, 10 years maybe, they gradually switch over to swing trading, and they completely stop day trading. So I think for anybody who is thinking in that sense, yeah, it is a good thing. I think as you gain experience, you will see the value of holding trades longer and the advantage you can have of overnight holds, like Victor is saying. It's a
Not a Pedro.
difference. No, sorry. It's the difference between capturing 50, 100 points in a day and holding it instead, and for 2, 3 days, and capturing double, triple that. So I think it's a great thing to be able to have a program that offers that, have a platform where you're able to do that, and it's resembles much more trading in your with your broker. If you're trading a live account, your own real brokerage account, you can hold overnight, and it's great that you can do the same thing now with your prop account.
Yeah, that's music
Totally
for my
cool.
ears, because that's exactly the way I like to trade.
Yeah, that's good.
Because yes, people can do trade intraday, and you may find that volatility intraday. But for me, it's more about also the moments of the entry, and if I was forced to close a trade after entering kind of in a really good level, just because the day is closing, next day I wouldn't be able to get the same type of entry anymore.
Yep.
So and then I'll be stuck and trying to force something that's maybe not even part of my strategy anymore. So that's actually great to know, and a great advantage to take to take advantage of, a great feature to take advantage of.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking, can you tell me the name of the program for swing trading? The platform we're using is called Black Arrow. It's new in the prop firm industry, but the company has been there for over 20 years. They're great technology providers, and I can tell you the platform is great. We did a kind of a small dive into what the platform is, the functionality on Discord this Wednesday, and we're looking to do many more in the coming weeks to show the people how the platform works, the ins and out, etc. So yeah, it's called Black Arrow. And if you haven't bought the program yet, which I think you should, you can always go to the Black Arrow website and check out the platform.
We have another great question here from the audience. They're paying attention. They are starting their futures experience at the Fivers. They're asking, where can they activate the market depth, the visual market depth?
The visual market depth, well, I think the tabs are not activated, but the best way to do it is to go to the search. You can't see my pop-ups right now.
No, we
but
can't.
yeah, exactly. I remember from last time. But what you can do is go to the search button and type there, and it will show you all of the tabs and the tools, and you should be able to find it there. If not, you can go into, and I'm still learning the platform, guys, so bear with me. Oh, there. You go into tools right there. You click, and it's not called visual market depth. It's called flow map. You could click there, and then you'll have, I assume you're talking about what I have on the right there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you get it.
Perfect. We couldn't see the menu as you
Yeah,
click on
I
tools.
realized.
Yeah, as it drops open, you have it open, and we can see your cursor
Yeah,
selecting something. But
just go there.
just for the viewers at home, when you go to the tools click there will be a menu. Obviously, it's not going to be invisible on your side
Exactly.
of things. All right. So we have overnight. What other aspects of the futures program do you think is going to be
Well,
hot with our traders?
very interesting thing. You can see I'm in a trade right now, and there was news today. So you can trade during the news. There are no restrictions for news trading, so you can take advantage of that. There is also a scaling plan. So you can, every 10% in profit you make, you can scale your account up to, I repeat, $500,000, so $500,000. I think that is a
Wow.
great thing that we haven't seen yet in the industry.
I was gonna ask, is that unique to our program?
Yes, I think so. At least not to that amount. So I don't know of any other firm that offers scaling, and at least scaling to that degree.
Hmm.
I think the most you can get right now is a 150K account. With us, you can scale your account up to $500,000. So I think that's going to give you a ton of buying power, And yeah, it's so far unheard of.
Great stuff. So
Yes, yes.
scaling, overnight holds, rebates getting
Rebates.
back into our account. That's something also very, very unique. I mean, I'm a CFD guy, right? I'm a
Yep.
Forex guy, so I can't say I know all the programs out there, all the other programs, but I've never even heard of rebates being, being put back into your account on any futures. Proper.
Yeah.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Is
No,
is
you're
that is
correct.
that unique?
I've never heard of that either. I've never heard of that.
Hmm.
So even if other firms do it, it's not very common. So yes, that is a first for us. Now, based on our programs, it's a great advantage because we have the Basecamp program where you pay a small entry fee and then you only pay the activation fee once you pass. So for somebody who's beginning and who maybe is not going to pass on his first try, well, it guarantees that you're paying a small fee and you'll only pay that extra if you pass. Now, if you're more experienced and you're ready to go right ahead, you can take advantage of that rebate, pay everything at once, and of course it's going to be a discounted price, and you don't have to worry about commission. So that's great. We have options for everyone.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Indeed, indeed.
What can we say about the spread? If we are gonna be trading, let's say, a currency pair, compared to the spread that typically
Well,
you get on CFDs, how does it compare to on the future side? If you're,
let's
let's say, you have an EU idea and you want to bring it to the futures platform, will the spread be any different uh, than taking it on the MT5 platform?
well, you can look at it right now. We're looking
Okay.
at the 6E. The 6E is, I'm not a sorry guys, I don't remember. Yeah, that's Euro USD.
Hmm.
And there you can take a look at
Three
the
pips.
spreads,
I see it. Yeah,
right?
3 pips,
So
which is sharp, which is very, very sharp. Although on CFDs we have basically the best, the best trading condition ever overall on the whole market because we have zero spread on
yeah.
CFD. So maybe that's a little bit a tall order, but still 3 pips is very, very competitive on the platform. So it means that basically you can trade a Forex just as easily on the future side through futures platform. You don't have to stick to CFDs only because of the pound dollar or these pairs that are very, very often traded on the currency as a Forex trader. So you are able to. I see it there. It's that's EU, and that's I see 5 pips now, if I'm not
Yeah,
correct.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, a little bit
But
ago, I think I saw 3 pips, so it does change a little bit.
it,
Okay.
indeed, it changes a little bit. And remember, this is the other question a lot of people have been asking is the data, the volume data, the pricing data, etc. Everything comes directly from the CME, and Black Arrow bundles it. So we're not doing like a lot of other platforms do, where you have the platform, but there's another company handling the data. So basically, the data comes from the CME, is grabbed by another data provider. They do their cleaning and whatever of the data, and then reroute it to another one of those platforms. Black Arrow is handling all of that, so their own how could I say that, uh, data provider, right? So everything is bundled in. So we're all getting the same data. And yes, I would say the spreads are pretty tight in my opinion. I'm somebody who's
They
traded
are.
small caps and I've seen insane spreads. And you can, if you mentioned that on CFDs we have zero spread, so you can expect the best from the fivers when it comes to that.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, and spread may not having a competitive spread, having your own data, it may not look like it's a major thing, but it is.
Indeed.
Having it's a cost of doing business, and you want to keep it's every trade, right? So it's a little slice, but it's on every trade. So it's very, very important you get to a prop firm that has the best of both worlds and have it in-house as Black Arrows has it, with the data feed as well.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Yes, and here, since we have FX on futures also, now it opens up possibilities. We were talking about portfolio, maybe you can express one idea on your CFD account and then express another idea on the futures side. So, opening up a lot of possibilities for the traders.
Great. I like that. Love that. All right.
Indeed.
So, what trade are you in?
Oh,
Dave,
I'm in my usual partner in crime, NQ, who's hasn't been cooperating yet. So we'll see. I honestly didn't really look at the news. I just went with my level and my analysis based on what I already had there. So we were in a buy area for me, and this morning I did remember what we talked about when I'll have an idea for a long and I enter short first.
Yes.
So I executed a little bit before the news, right there at around 24 8:30. I was looking at the market depth and saw a lot of selling happening. I saw that the level wasn't really holding. Yesterday, thankfully, I grabbed this part of this short here. So I was looking for a continuation after this consolidation for us to move maybe a little bit below this prior low to my previous inflection zone, and then best case scenario all the way down to this buy area right there. So I tried again. My bias was long because of the news, but I entered short first, and then when we reversed, as I usually do, I reversed long. So following Samir, now I've decided to not do one a days, but do two a days.
Okay. Cool.
So now I'm entering into 2 trades a day mode. So we'll see if this works. It works. If it's not, it's not. And speaking about, I remember we talked about holding trades before the open or not. This is a scenario where I will be holding through the open because I started entering my positions way before 9:30, maybe an hour before. I think I'm well positioned for the trade to work if it's going to work. And we'll hold and see what happens. Hopefully, it'll be a green day.
Yeah, it looks great. We can go through the analysis later, or perhaps
Sure.
we have only 40 minutes left in our stream, so maybe later should be not too far in the future. But but let me perhaps let's take a look at the chat to see what do we have any other questions. We have a lot of engagement in the chat. Thank you all for
Indeed.
that. We love that. There is. Let me go back to perhaps to my screen, or unless Pedro, unless you have a burning desire to show some ready setups, ready to pop up. Otherwise, I'll switch to mine for a little bit and break down EU or GU.
Yeah, you can do it. Actually, I have to head out, guys. Yes, I have to go. I have a meeting now to attend. Dave, great to meet you. I'm looking forward to see more of you, and also to learn more about the futures program, and most importantly the platform. And I think I'm going to also take my first adventure into the futures market with the new program.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
How do they say again? Is it obrigado?
Obrigado.
There you go. Hey.
Perfect. Perfect.
Right.
Thank you. Victor, nice to see you. It has been a while. Great to see you always all the time. Guys, I'll see you as well next week. Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
All right.
Ciao, Pedro. All right. That's Pedro, our great friend here at the Fivers. Let me go check. All right. So let me. I think that's okay. All right. So Yes,
Looking
EU
forward
is.
to your analysis.
Yes, we were exactly that. Thank you for putting me back on track on my thoughts, Dave. I I appreciate that.
No problem.
All right, so on the higher time frames, we know that we have switched. Let's. I'm unable to. Maybe Rami can help us. I seem not to be able to. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Remy. Remy is the invisible hand helping us all the time. And we're very grateful for that, Remy. Thank you. All right, so we have on a higher time frame, we have the market reacting on a monthly structure. Last month, when we were hitting high notes on EU, things were seemingly unbreakable, but that's how the market is. You just have to not believe everything, that's as an indication. All right, so I hit TP, that's nice. The that's the the hype of the day. You have to listen to it. That's the momentum, that's the power, that's the impulses moves. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to last a long time, right? I know this is the monthly time frame, so one candle afterwards is weeks after. But still, I remember when we were hitting these levels, many people were saying, well, we're going to be hitting higher levels. And yes, we may have, but that doesn't really happen all the time, especially in Forex. That is mean reverting a lot. So we have the higher time frame, as I said, and we're now coming back into a structure, a demand zone that was given to us by the outside bar that was created in December and in January last month. So we're getting into a interesting level of the market structure is bullish. Look at that. We had last year, we had a gigantic move up. What is it? 4-6 months of continuous push up, big candle, big drive, and we are coming back in. So basically, it's you want to be long on the higher time frame, on the swing trade, and hold these trades as long as you can. And we're getting right now into a monthly structure, right? Which is right now, as we speak, we're getting into it. So that should get our attention ready for whenever the possible reaction will come for the continuation. It's the monthly, so it may be a few weeks ahead. It may be just this week it will turn around. We don't know, but you want to be ready, right? You want to know these things in advance so you can catch them and hold them with confidence, with conviction, because the higher time frames are prevailing here. Okay, so that's the monthly. On the weekly, what we have is we just broke down out of this weekly order block, and yes, that's a sign of weakness of the order block, and it means that you should not be taking any trades because of that. So you shouldn't be taking a long because of this weekly, since we're currently under it. That's a sign you shouldn't. It's broken. At least it's being broken. At the end of the week, we'll have the definitive answer if it's completely negated and invalidated or not. However, how many times have we seen the market come to a level, test it completely, squeeze to the downside, or the invalidation go through and beyond the invalidation line, and then come back and move in the other direction? And it happens all the time. So you want to keep that on the back of your mind as well, because it's Thursday. If by next tomorrow at the end of the day we are above this line, which is 117.65, and we close above that, then we have another week. Price has another week to recover and continue higher, and what will be left will be just a wick. I mean, imagine if you can catch the move from one of these extremes as it is pushing and squeezing the structure, but eventually comes back. So you want to be. It's the same thing as there's a saying. I'm probably not going to be able to, quote the saying, but it says, on the edge of the ledge, I think, you will find the most beautiful flowers, right? Something like that, or at the edge of the cliff. Maybe it's the cliff. I'm not sure. Dave, you're a native speaker. You will probably know this much better than I. But the point is, you're muted.
Whoa, sorry. No, I was trying to remember, but I don't know that quote. It's a beautiful quote, but I don't know it, unfortunately.
No problem. But maybe I'm misquoting it altogether. I don't know. But the point is that right where the level of invalidation is close, maybe even beyond that level of invalidation, those are the places where you can get huge risk reward ratio, because you are very close. You can have stops that are, very, very tight, but at the same time, if it turns around and moves, you're going to have a humongous move and only a little stop. So those are, juicy trades and juicy opportunity. But you want to be careful because of that, because it is at the end, it is at the edge of the cliff. So if you don't watch out, you fall off the cliff. So you gotta be careful there. But still, it's still opportunity, and you want to be aware of that. So we have that weekly structure, and even if that weekly is if invalidated, as we said, we're getting into the monthly, which is quite big, and I know that. But that's when you start to be looking, maybe if the weekly structure invalidates the one that we are talking here about, then we have the next couple of weeks to look for possible reversal patterns being created on these high time frame. So that's something interesting. If you go looking for a lower time frame, the daily, you would see that we have within the monthly structure, we do have a next order block here coming up. Very perky looking as an entry order block for the quasi, meaning that I will be definitely looking. If you are not sure what I'm talking about, it is this pattern, right? So we have the established downtrend, the neckline that is then broken. Price tells us its hand. It shows us its hand, as in poker. This is what I'm intention. This is my intention. This is what I'm going for. But before it actually continues, comes back to where a demand zone, where it has a good probability, not certainty, but a good probability of having that continuation. Maybe it's going to be deeper. Who knows? I don't know. And maybe it's not even going to happen. Maybe it's going to continue lower. That's all of that is, probabilities. We don't know anything for sure. But if it is going to reverse, then this area here, that demand zone, is a beautiful area where we could be looking for that possible reversal coming in EU. So that's one thing. There was something else that I wanted to talk about on the lower time frame for those those scalpers among you guys. Look at this. What do you guys see here? This is a trick question. It's not a trick question. It's actually an interactive question for you in the chat to tell us what you see. What I see here is, well, actually, let me give the viewers a little bit of time before I say anything. But if you see this on, this is on the 1 minute, but you could have seen it on any time frame. What I see here is opportunity. Why do I say this? This is a very, very clean opportunity. What is it? We have a high time frame. A high time frame meaning the daily that we're, the area is supposed to be a demand zone, but is, as we have seen here, it's been not exactly performing to its parts, not doing its job as a demand zone. Price has been very, very weak. Wasn't able to break really anything. It's not it's very clean. Had a little break out there on the lower time frame, but that was short lived, and price came to the level here, right on the lower time frame. Let me move that on the 1 minute. Price comes. Look at the absence of the sellers. I mean, of the buyers. As it comes in to the last level, instead of buyers looking at this saying, oh, this is a discounted price, this is an opportunity, I'm going to grab it at the last area before a possible reversal comes in. Not at all. It's completely sold off, and we broke down. Look at that. There's nothing for a couple of minutes, couple of candles, no buyers inside. And what do we know about these levels? So you can use this all the time in your trading. When you have these higher time frame structures and the level is broken, right? This is supposed to be a resistant support line. And whenever that line is broken, what happens afterwards, right? That's a question here for those, if you want to excel and showing off and flex a little bit in the chat. I know about technical analysis. Now is time. Now is your time to give us the right answer, right? Whenever a support level is broken, what happens with that line? It becomes a resistance, and you can see beautifully how the market reacted that way. So anytime this this happen, you can expect price to be, sellers to be ready there to be pushing for whenever the price comes back. And oh my, that move beautifully in that direction. I had that trade. That was the TP that you saw me taking the trade, because I shorted this move as the market came back, and it did it again on a very low time frame. You want to see it here, price. This is support, right? The swing low. We had the support. Price comes back. It goes through it, and what does it do before it continues to go lower? Right, goes through it, comes back, and continues lower. That was the second one, a bit smaller, well, a lot smaller, but still, I mean, it's the same concept, right? You can, when you look at it at this way, trading almost seems easy, almost. It's not easy.
Keyword almost, but that's a nice, as we call it, break and retest setup. It's a
Yep.
very nice one.
All right, so there was I will we have 25 minutes still here. Let's take a look at another opportunity we have on GU. I'll show you guys what I mean on the higher time frame. So it's something you want to be you want to be aware of it. If we break down and we mark the structure as the quasi as it is, right? This is the level. That's the head, left shoulder. And if you use this as the left shoulder, that's fine by me, because we have a higher high here, or it's coming from a higher high. So you can use this hole as the structure as well. That's fine. Prices goes up. And if you look back, there isn't anything else besides these three areas. And we're currently retesting one of them. So you want to be ready. I don't mean to say that, the market is going to reverse from here, because we simply don't know. That's, it's not about knowing in advance what's going to happen. It's about knowing, what are the chances and what are the probability of this reacting. And I know, and you can collect data on this as well, that these levels, they are very often great areas to get in, because if the market is going to reverse, then there is a high likelihood that it's going to use one of these structures for that reversal. So we got into that entry order block on the daily time frame. On the weekly, there isn't anything yet. For the weekly, the levels are a little bit lower, right? So it's not a weekly trade, it's a daily trade. But that means that a swing trade. So that means that you can hold this to the next available level, which is this daily, at least this daily, because that would be the opposing level in the same time frame, which is a great way to find adequate levels to target. And let's see on the lower time frames if we have anything else. We do have, let me mark this for our viewers. Don't forget, as I'm going through the chart, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel. Make it known if you do enjoy. All right, so there isn't anything here for me to take. Yes, there isn't anything here. It's not an H4 yet, so that means that we need to focus on present price action, and meaning future price action, to create anything on the H4 in the coming hours, coming days, so we can have an idea and have a probability whether or not this if price is trying to react and reverse from this level. And if it is so, then you want to be a part of it. Maybe on Monday when we get back on our stream, I can take a look at GU and tell you guys, if that's happening, more likely to happen or not.
Nice. Really like that
right.
That analysis. I see some question here. Could you show us the same operational with Black Arrow? It's the best trading platform. Well, I'm not really sure what you mean by operational, but I can show you the platform. So how the platform operates. Unfortunately, I got stopped out of my my trade there, so no worries. It's part of trading. So my initial short idea could have worked. So quick overview again. You by default you're gonna get your symbols on the bottom left here. You can add them by clicking the plus button here, and You can select futures to keep whatever you're looking for clean, and then of course you'll have the full list there. And it's important to look at, because futures contracts expire. It's good to look at this little green thing there that highlights which one is the current contract, which one is the next one. So for example, if I type the ES, you will see ESH6 is the current futures contract, and then the next ones will be coming up. So very important to make that difference there, and then you can select it. It will pop up, and there you have it. You'll have your asset. You can open your trading window to place your orders. You can set shortcuts like I do here. If I hold shift, I can visually press a buy order. If I hold alt, I can have a sell order in place. It already has my stop loss set, my take profit. So this is a 2-to-1 here. If you go here, you can set up your brackets and everything. So, some quick tips there on how to use the platform. I think I saw, can you trade Brazilian assets with Black Arrow? Well, if you have Black Arrow as a platform with a broker, yes, you can do it. But this is, for us at least, it's futures. So you're only going to be able to trade futures contracts, not Brazilian assets, unfortunately. Looks really nice. Well, thank you very much. It does. It's pretty cool. Looks very nice.
And very fast, right? You were
I love the speed.
How fast it is, responsive.
It is. It's very responsive. I have multiple platforms open at the same time, and I can compare. And so far, out of even my live brokerage account, it's more responsive than my broker. I'm not going to name names, but Black Arrow is pretty good. I see somebody says, I've put 2 trades a day on the Black Arrow. Risk management really helps a lot, prevents you from not to overtrade. Oh yeah, exactly. That is very interesting. So right here, there is I won't be able to show you, but there's something called risk management that you can click. It opens a tab that unfortunately you won't be able to see, but you can decide where your cutoff is. So you can put a limit. It will help you with your discipline. So you can put a max daily loss, for example, and once you hit that max daily loss, you will get stopped, and you won't be able to trade for the rest of the day. So anybody who's struggling with overtrading, that can be helpful. Or if you just want to, force yourself to stop at some point, those risk parameters are pretty interesting. So yeah,
I think it's a major thing. Overtrading, the impulse management, right? Not the impulse of the market, but our impulse. The management of our impulsiveness is a big thing, right? It is so easy to click again.
Indeed.
It's so easy to take another trade. And that's why Samir is so successful, right? He is very, very good in turning things down, limiting himself, but in a way, limit sounds so negative, but it's actually a very that he said it many times. That is what made him profitable. The fact that he, overtrading was a big thing for him, and by putting a max on the number of trades he takes any day to just one, has changed his trading path completely. He's getting he's waiting for a 6% payout this week, I think.
Oh wow, nice. Yeah. Yes, he's done his 1-a-days, and as a recovering overtrader myself, I've I've decided. Yes, we've all been there. I've decided, at least for the live stream, to only, I can't do 1-a-days yet. I can't go that low, but I'll at least do, because of how I trade, I'll at least do 2-a-days. So I've already hit my 2-a-day limit. I did 1 short, 1 long, and we're done for the day. We'll see what happens tomorrow. So I think, yes, that limit really does help, and you can force yourself to do that with the platform. So I think that's great. Now, another tip for overtrading, Sorry, let me answer that
No,
question
go
really
ahead.
quick.
Oh, go
What futures
as you wish.
contracts? No, that's fine. I'll get back to the overtrading. I'm not going to forget. Don't worry. What futures contracts are available? Yes, the indices are available. Metals are available. Oil is available. They're all
Currencies.
right there. So yeah, currency pairs. So your oil futures. So CL, for example, is available. Metals. So you have your gold. GC is available. So everything is available. We actually have a full list of everything that's available on the website. So you can go and there you will have a detailed list of all the assets that are available. Also, if you're in the Discord, there's a pin where you can check everything that is available there. And you're welcome. I'll say the number 5883. I can't really pronounce the name. So
No
yeah.
problem. Thank you all for engaging us. If you have more questions for Dave, now is the moment. You still have about what 15 minutes or so. Dave is here weekly, twice a week at least, and probably more on the YouTube channel, the Fivers Futures. How active are we already with the channel?
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. We've been sorry building up the channel. We will be going live very soon, so you'll be able to see me there, go in depth into everything futures. So yeah, well that is coming very soon. So we're here for the meantime, but very soon, and we'll probably make an announcement on where we'll be when we'll be going live on the channel. So we're still refining some things in the background, and that will be happening soon.
I keep looking at that market damp, and that thing is moving very, very responsive, and
Indeed.
that's through the refresh rate of the platform, the streaming platform, which is
Yes.
not the same as when you have your screen on your desktop on your PC, because the refresh frame for streaming is limited to
Is limited. Yep.
whatever bandwidth and the platform and whatnot. So that's very, very active and very responsive of a platform right there.
Yeah. On top of that,
Dave,
I have 1, 2,
Mhm.
3, 4 other platforms running. So add that into consideration. So I have 4 platforms running. Black Arrow's running. Plus, we are doing it through the stream. So it's really responsive.
Mm. Cool, I like that. So now is the moment to ask Dave. That was what I was trying to say. Now is the moment to ask the trade anything related to future and trading in general, but especially future, since that is the talk of the town, the theme of this week, this month, and perhaps this year. Here at the Fiver. So grab your chance and ask Dave. Anything your heart's desires.
Ask away,
But
guys. Ask away.
ask away indeed. So let me give us a little go through. Let's say I want to set. Let's do a basic thing here. Of course, I'm not gonna say you to actually take the trade.
Hey,
But
if the
let's say
community wants it, I'll take it. No problem at all.
okay. So let's say we wanna take a trade, and we want to have the stop loss and the take profit put in um, at the same time. That's called bracket, right?
Yes, exactly. So
So how do
if
we
you
do that? And could you, give not all the different ways, but just the most simplest way for someone who's coming from CFD, who doesn't know the platform too well and is about to be buying, or maybe just bought yesterday or today, an account, a program with us with the Fivers, and they want to. When you buy something, you order something, it comes in with a pamphlet,
Yep.
with an easy start, like a 1 minute thing, 5 instruction. You can start right away and read the
Hmm.
whole book later. Well,
Yep.
how can they put in a bracket order in so they can start trading right away?
Okay. So we'll first do the quick way without any shortcuts and whatever. The simplest way, let's say you're gonna you can put a market order in. So I just bought here. Well, mine is set automatically, but what you would do is you would add one cancels the other. So an OCO order, you would click there. and then you would drag your stop loss to the bottom and risk however much you want to risk, and drag your take profit to wherever you want to take profit and press confirm, and your order's in, right? And then you X out to get out of the trade like any other platform. That's one way of doing it. A second way of doing it is, let's say you want to place a limit order. You could enable it there, but I like to trade directly on the chart. So you could click your plus button. So for example, I could click here. I want to set a buy stop, for example, here. Everything is already, again, by default for me, it's already set, but you would do the same thing. You would, let me cancel this. And you would add your OCO. So by hovering over the price, you would add your one cancels the other, move your stop loss, move your take profit. The third way, which is the way I prefer, is you preset brackets. So you go into your ordering window, you click on the plus sign, and you click on the little what's it called there, wheel there.
Yeah.
And you can't see it, but there will be a window where you can decide how much you want to risk, and you can do it by ticks, by dollar amount, or by percentage amount. So for example, in my case, I have something here called 1-to-1 BK, so 1-to-1 bracket, and 2-to-1 bracket, where I am risking a dollar amount. And all I have to do is go to my chart, press shift if I want to buy, and it will set a buy stop order if I'm above where I want to buy. And if I go lower, it will set a buy limit order. And everything is already in place. So say, for example, I want to risk this low, I can, position myself, and I can move the chart. I can position myself there, and I want to risk this low, and I only want to enter when it gets above here. Well, I've clicked on the chart. So you hold shift, you click on the chart, your order is there, and you will enter once that gets taken. So we'll let it take me, we'll let it take the order in so you can see when it gets executed. And the great thing about it is you can click on this and you will, how could I say, rotate from seeing,
Toggle.
okay, you can toggle, exactly, from seeing the dollar amount you're risking, the percentage amount you're risking, pips if you want. So for Forex traders, I know that's going to feel very familiar. Ticks if you want, points if you want. So I think that's a very great feature that I actually haven't seen in other platforms, where you can rotate visually on the chart and see. Usually you have to go into a menu and set a default. So we'll let the order trigger, so you can see when it triggers what happens if it does trigger. Or I could just move it lower just so you could see. Well, I guess it's not
Yes,
going to
as you
trigger.
are
but
explaining that, I have been trying out all the myself, all the shortcuts you're talking about, holding that shift
nice.
down, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I like
Yes,
it. Very
yes.
intuitive.
And for chart analysis, so we've been, going into order placement, but for chart analysis, what I can say is it's very intuitive. It's very similar to TradingView. So you have all your drawings here. The first one is anchored. Okay, so it triggered. You could see your order field notification. You can't see it there, but I've been notified. We are in the trade. It makes a little sound, and we're good to go. So you could see your open P&L, daily P&L, etc. So yeah, this is the ordering part. Now for the drawings, like I was saying, all your tools are on the left there. So your trend lines. Let me actually go to another layout. So I have different layouts. I have my daily analysis here, my weekly analysis here that I can toggle to, and then my trading layout if I want the chart to be naked and I want to bounce back from where I have all my lines in my analysis, but I'm seeing something different. I want to go to my trading layout. I can go there, and you can, for example, draw your trend lines. You like in any other platform, you go there and there's a menu that's going to appear. You can modify it the way you want, change the color, etc., etc. Like any other platform, you can write on the chart, if you want to write ideas, etc. So I think all of that is very interesting. And of course, very important, you have your indicator tab. You can't see the menu right now, but it will pop up and you can add anything you want. So I just clicked on Bollinger Bands right now and it's been added. You can fix them there. You can, let me see, more indicators. Let's see if I could add something like a MACD so it shows at the bottom. Give me 1 second. So right now you see a new window at the bottom and you can add your indicators here just like in any other platform. So yeah, very, very responsive, very quick, very great platform overall. You said you've been poking around?
Yes, I am real here with you guys. When you're talking, I'm listening in and I'm trying out all these features of the platform. I have the because we can access this on as a web version as well
Yes.
as a standalone desktop application. I have the desktop installed, and as you're a lot of things when you're new to a platform, whenever a lot of things you recognize, but you're not sure where they are. I mean, you know
Yes.
what it should be doing and why, what it does, but how to. Every platform has a little bit of a learning curve. So I've been checking it out as you were talking, and I really like what I'm seeing. It's very intuitive. It makes a lot of sense, and I can see how feature rich this is.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Very
I
important
like
for
that.
trading also, I forgot to mention. So let's say I'm in the position and then I want to add. So I'll click, buy at market. It will add to my position. And then you can decide, it will give you. So the way I have it set is I will have the average. So of I think an MT5, it would open a completely separate position. MT4.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So
So
you can,
normally, go ahead.
So, well, all I was going to say is you could have it the same way as MT5 does it, but here you can have the average here and have multiple stops and multiple take profits level already preset, which is what I do. Or you can, if you don't want it like that, you could go to your add OCO and it will just transform it into a single order with one stop and one
How do you do
TP.
that?
I'm sorry?
How do you what
So
you just explained was that you can let's say you have two contracts, you can divide them up and each manage each one of them separately, or you can do it as one basket, one trade just of two contracts. How do you go from having them separate as you do now to have them together combined into one?
Okay, so two ways to go about it. I have them right now. So you have two take profit orders and two stop losses.
Mhm.
And the simple way to do it is to move your stop loss to the exact same spot as the other one. This way it
Of
will be,
course.
taken out. But the other way to do it, if you don't want to be managing multiple TPs, you click on that add OCO button and then you click OK. It will tell you you have orders in place. You want to cancel. You say yes. And then you just drag again your take profit and your stop loss to wherever you want to place them. Click confirm. And that's it. Now you had your order has been transformed into a single order of two contracts. And hey, I'm lucky I took that trade with you guys because we're recovering nicely.
This is uh we'll split the profit with the audience.
Let's do that. Let's do that. We're recovering.
Nice one.
So I guess I'm gonna
So
let this one run.
you have two contracts along the micro NQ, NQ, and you're looking at how much here?
Exactly. I have two micros running. Usually I'm risking 50 points to make 100. By the way, I made a mistake the other day. I told you 25 points. It was actually a 79-point trade that I captured.
Wow.
I think I was thinking about a bunch of things, and I don't know why the platform showed me 25 points there. I think there was maybe a glitch, but yeah, we captured 79 points. But usually I'm risking 50 to make about 100 points, keeping in mind the NQ or MNQ these days on average has an average daily range of about 300 350 points. Well, it's growing. It's been at about 400 these days, so I'm trying to capture at least 1/3 of that. And yeah, that's how I'm calculating my risk reward. I'm taking slower trades. As I said, I'm trying to evolve more and more into somebody who swings trade or who trades
Mhm.
slower. So
Mhm.
I'm letting go of the days where I'm risking 10 20 points to make another 10 20 maybe 25 points. We're expanding the range because this way it allows you to trade more size, it allows you to hold trades for longer, you're giving the trades room to breathe, and yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, it's amazing how you might think, it's a paradox. Taking more trades is not necessarily more profitable. Typically, it's the other way around. Is you make less profit if you take more trades. If you go for higher quality, giving it more room, it may seem like, because the risk reward ratio may isn't as juicy or as attractive. But in the end, what the bottom line is what matters, right? How
Yep,
how how much are you ending the week with? How much are
exactly.
you ending the month with? And whether that took you, a day, trade a day, or it took you 20 a day, is just is not the most important thing. Actually, your quality of life will probably be better with the lesser trades you take, right? You're gonna
Yeah. Oh
sleep
yes,
better. You're gonna have
yes,
perhaps a day with less stress, and
definitely.
that's very important as well.
Yeah, you could
Dave,
set it and forget it.
you can set and forget it, of course.
Yeah.
Dave, we are only scratching the surface of everything we need to discover of this platform, the futures platform, Black Arrow. For those who are still on the sideline, now is the moment. We have offers. Don't we have offers?
Yes, well, we're gonna have more offers. We had for all the early birds really, really discounted prices. We had sent out emails, and we've sent out more emails. So yeah, we will have offers coming up. Remember, it's a 10 years, so we'll have events, we'll have specials every other month. For now, the offers have stopped, but don't worry, for everybody who's been asking, they'll be back.
I can hear you,
Can you hear me now?
Dave. No, it's on my side. Don't worry, it's on
Oh,
my side. I'm gonna get out of the stream and come back in just 15 seconds or so, and I'm gonna be right back.
no problem, no problem. Somebody says very chaotic morning. Yes, very chaotic morning for some of the assets. Usually, when there's news, that's what happens. So it says, when funded, can I trade futures and Forex together? Yes, you can continue to trade futures, Forex on your usual platform, no problem at all on the CFD side. And then you can definitely trade your futures on the Black Arrow platform with no issues. So, yes, you could definitely trade both together. They're just going to be on different platforms. One's going to be on MT5, the other one's going to be on Black Arrow for the futures platform. So yeah, you can trade both together. No problem at all. Are you
Perfect.
back, Victor?
Yes, I'm
All right.
back. Um, Dave, I got what are the prices of the programs? We have two programs, the one with the rebate, the other one with the lower entry cost. What are the prices of the 25 for those who are wondering, those who are at the sidelines and they're saying, "Hey, I'm interested. That sounds cool. These two traders talking about this platform. I want to try it out." What are the
Okay.
costs for the what are the account sizes and the corresponding prices that
Prices.
is offered right now?
Okay, so the first one for the 25K base camp, the price is $50. So you will pay $50. And if you pass, only if you pass, you will have to pay the $70 activation fee. So that would be the first program we offer. And that's for the 25K. For the 50K, the price would be $100. And if you pass, you would pay $140. Now, if you take the other option, which is the rebate, for the 25K, meaning you don't pay anything after that, you would pay 150, and for the 50K, it's 300.
You mentioned 50, the first one, the base camp, 50K account for what,
No, it's
$100 to start with?
yeah, 50K account for $100 to start, and then if you pass, if and only you pass, you will pay the activation fee of 140. For
All
the
right, that's
25K, if you just
mm,
want to dip your feet in the water and see, and you're not sure, you're gonna pay $50, right? I think it's pretty good.
that's
And by the way,
amazing. I mean,
guys,
go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you, Victor. It is a one-time fee, so it's not like other prop firms where you have to pay a monthly fee. You know, some prop firms charge the $50 per month. So if it takes you 3 months to pass, you're paying that 3 times. For us, it is a one-time fee. You're not paying a monthly fee. So it's very important for me to highlight that.
Yeah, I think it surely is. I mean, it's good to control your costs, and this is the best
Indeed.
way. You know, it's one cost, one-off, one-time cost you have, and it depends on you whether you pass or not. But the cost won't be anything else.
That's
But
it.
you mentioned $100 only for 50K futures. That is way below what the market, the industry
Indeed.
asks for
Yeah.
a 50K account.
You pay $100 one time. If you want to take 6 months to pass, a year to pass, you'll only pay that $100, and then you'll pay your 140 activation. And yeah, that's it. You trade it as much as you want, and that 50K, you can add zeros to it because you can scale it all the way up to $500,000.
That's what we like to hear here at the Fiver is, putting the opportunity on the side of the traders, right? Not, trying to get the money out of you. It's trying to give you opportunities, cost effective, and working with you with your interest at heart as well. Dave, we're only scratching the surface of the possibilities of this program, of the platform as well. I'm gonna be, whenever you come back, whenever these weekly you come twice at least, that's the current schedule right now.
Yep.
I have a lot of questions for you. Maybe we can go through the platform and do different function, different things. And that trade is not going too bad right now, not too
Hey,
shabby.
that trade is working pretty well. I broke my rules because of you, Victor, but it was a great thing so far. We're recovering nicely, so we'll let it play out. I'll have to properly determine where I want to take my profit, but
Mhm.
so far so good. I can't complain. Let's kind of look on the hourlies. Yes, okay. So we just hit my inflection zone right there. Unfortunately, it would have been nicer to kind of hover here and hold at the top. So we'll see what happens. We have a full day to go. If I want to hold this overnight, if it continues to work, I can, because today is Thursday, so I have all the way until Friday afternoon to hold this. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it works, and if it doesn't, we can live to trade another day tomorrow.
Yes, yes, of course. Actually, I will share my screen very quickly, because as I was, oops, I let me go back to yours, because apparently I'm not sharing, because yes, I went out and came back and forgot to share my screen. Silly me. All right, so
Fine.
here, this is the NQ, and as I was in the background trying out the shortcuts you were talking about, I actually took a trade as well on that
Nice.
platform. Yeah, yeah. And the reason that I took the trade was with there. You can see it right there. There's that H4 order block right there, and we have a beautiful quasi, right, as the reversal pattern that I always talk about. Breaking the neckline, it comes back to where? Comes back
Hmm.
to a fresh order block, not a fresh, a entry order block on and you would expect that move, and that's exactly what we got. If you go closer, you can see that it wasn't a lot. I mean, that was the border was at 773, and it went about 10 points in before having that reversal, that beautiful reversal. I didn't catch it, I'll be honest. I was streaming, I didn't catch it here. Normally I would be trying to catch it as close as possible to the edge of the cliff, and then ride it up with the move. But I think I got it somewhere here, or maybe I think after it broke out here. I think after, as I was watching as I was in the background listening to you, I think it was this break that we had,
Okay.
that two double top broke, and I think I might have gotten in here. And if anyone is interested, where I'm looking for the next level, and you see it right here, you see that we have a H4 order block. There is another one actually. That's not the most fresh one. It's already reached, right? So that's also an H4 order block. If yes, it is an H4 order block for those who know exactly the rules that I use, and that's how you. That's it. I'm still in the trade. Normally, I would take it with the first, the FTA, the first trouble area, and not wait for the last one. In this case, I did. Probably is because I'm streaming and trading at the same time. I'm a man,
Yes.
cannot do two things at the same time. At least not very, very well. So anyways, that's it for our stream for today. Dave, thank you very much for everything you've been explaining about the platform, the program. I'm very sure the traders are thrilled with the possibilities, the opportunities, and we will be looking at it. I'm gonna go back to yours for the closing views. We're not probably, we're definitely gonna be going through all the different possibilities of this, all these new opportunities that is given by the program, the asset class, everything around it, because that's what we want. We want to inform the audience and give them that opportunity to win big as well. So
Exactly.
that's it.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thanks. It was a delight, as usual, to stream live with you. And, glad I was able to take a couple of trades live so that everybody could see and explain. We'll see how they play out. This was entered with no plan, so I have to actually go and figure out what we're going to do. But yes, thank you. And I will see you guys next week.
All right, that's it. That's our live trading session here at the Five First. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please like and subscribe. See you guys next time again. Bye-bye.
All right.